Hello everybody, it is now time to resume the inquiry. So just a few normal announcements. First of all, if you could just check your mobile phones please and make sure they are onto silent. And if we do hear the fire alarm, then we go out of one of the two fire exits either side, down the stairs, and congregate in the council car park. Obviously don't come in until we're told it's safe to do so. Everyone all right with stairs? Thank you. Yeah, jolly good. Now we've got a few new documents being submitted in relation to the socio-economic topic. So yesterday Mr Simons submitted the industrial government strategy, which has just been published.
That's right.
That's on at 28.32.
Thank you, yeah.
Mr Pereira has submitted technical appendices to that document. That's on at 28.32.1. And also, Mr Pereira, you've put in 3 documents which were referred to, as I understand it, in the Savills rebuttal attached to Mr Dobson's rebuttal. And they've, I'm presuming no one's objecting to those, given that they're documents referred to.
Correct.
Yeah, they're only extracts.
Yeah, no, there's no objection. Thank you.
And they are documents 100.45 to 100.47. i.e. inquiry documents. All right, is there nothing else?
No, thank you very much.
No, nothing else to raise? Or anything else to raise, I should say? No? Right, okay then. So let's get going then with Mr Pestle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Pereira.
Good morning, Mr Pestle. We're on the clock a little bit today because with our time estimates we will fill the day. So I'm going to invite you to be as succinct as you can, and I'll try and do the same, and let's work through what we've got to do, okay?
Yep.
So you're Richard Pestle. You are a chartered town planner. You specialise in providing economic evidence-based work. You're a partner at Rapley's, previously a director at Stantec, and you've been providing economic evidence to councils and developers for over 25 years. That's 1.1 of your proof.
Yep.
Thank you. And you set out some of your experience in Kent and in London and in the southeast generally in section 1 of your evidence. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about that now, please. So Kent, first of all, what's your experience of this kind of work in Kent?
Most obviously working for Swale for many years. I prepared and defended the evidence for the adopted local plan, which is commonly called Bearing Fruits. I've just completed Medway's employment land review. That was signed off literally a couple of days ago. More widely in Kent, I supported Maidstone with their sound plan, was adopted last year. That was specifically on garden community advice and general plan making support, so the plan was sound last year. In the longer past, I worked for Dover and Shetway providing housing evidence. That was their previous plan rounds, and going back many years, going back to Ashford back in the days when we thought HS1 was going to be a catalyst of growth for Kent. Yeah, I had a bruising in Ashford.
Thank you. And we've seen, and we'll go into it, the 2023 Employment Land Review for Swale. Are you also responsible for that? Thank you. Now, in the material before the inspector, that there's London is mentioned. So can we have some of your experience in London, please?
Yes. So at the current moment in time, I think I'm working for Sutton, Newham, Haringey, Enfield, Hounslow, and the London Borough of Richmond. London Borough of Richmond is on its main mods at the moment. Enfield is at its examination in public at the moment. I think they're at main mods. Yeah, they're the current round. They're the current plan round. In the in previous plan rounds, oh sorry, that's my doorbell, but in previous plan rounds, I supported Camden, Royal Borough, Kensington, Chelsea, Newham. Actually, Newham are still working with Newham, and Tower Hamlets. So quite a lot of the London boroughs over the past 25 years.
Okay, including, as you say, current plans going through their
Yes.
process. And then there's also evidence that, broadly speaking, concerns London surrounds and
Yeah.
the interrelationship between London and its surrounds. So, again, your experience working in London surrounds, please.
So Central Bedfordshire local plan, which was adopted, I think last year, might be the year before. It's a pre-COVID plan. I prepared the evidence for that and worked all the way through the EIP for that. In the last couple of years, I've worked for Bracknell, which is a sound plan, I think adopted last year. Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead, which is also a sound plan recently adopted. West Berkshire Council, which is a sound plan and adopted literally almost minutes ago. They got their inspector's letter a couple of weeks ago and the plan was adopted last year. Slightly further afield, I prepared the strategic evidence for Partnership for South Hampshire, which was a strategic employment study looking for warehousing and strategic employment leads. I'm in the middle of evidence for Basingstoke and Dean, haven't, and very relevant to this inquiry, Oxford City at the moment. So I'm currently commissioned by Oxford City to prepare their economic evidence to support their plan.
And relevant because Oxford City is part of what's called the Golden Triangle in the...
Yes.
Is that right? Thank you. I suppose I should ask you this. Have you ever done a plan that's been found unsound because of your employment land work?
No. We will discuss Enfield at some point because the inspector at Enfield is looking at reducing the trend-based target. So we might modify Enfield, but that will be the first one in my career.
Yep. Okay. Now, before we set sail fully, the scope of your evidence, please. We know from Mr. Dobson's proof that he gives evidence about the broader economic benefits of the development.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify what your instructions have been and what your evidence is to address?
So my instructions flowed essentially from the introduction of the new evidence-based document by not the appellants, but the applicants.
This is the Savills report.
The Savills report.
CD 28.1.
Yeah. I think when the council was aware that a new document was being prepared, essentially challenging the council's employment land evidence, they thought it was proportionate to involve me because I authored the employment land review, evidence the last plan. So it was a product of that report being introduced that resulted in my instruction.
Thank you. So just to be clear then, questions about the wider economic benefits of the development, if and when delivered,
Yeah.
are they for you or are they for Mr. Dygan, who's the only other witness?
Yeah, they're for Mr. Dygan.
Thank you. All right. Now, just for everyone else's benefit, this is at a very high level what the shape of your evidence in chief is going to be. We're going to look first of all at the council's approach to employment land, research and development, and industrial and logistics.
Yeah.
So we'll look at the plan as it is, we'll look at the existing position, and we'll look at the emerging position.
Yeah.
And then, in the light of what you've said about the scope of your instructions, we'll then look at some of your concerns about Savills' model.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So, the council's position, first of all, and before we go to the development plan, let's just put that in the context of national policy. So can we turn up the framework, please? That's CD 16.1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there are two parts that I want to take you to and just ask for your comments on, please. The first is section 6, which starts at PDF page 24.
Yep.
And we have there a general statement, para 85, a statement about policies, para 86, and a statement about policies and decisions, paragraph 87. And I want, first of all, to start with paragraph 85, because Mr. Dobson starts there and makes points about it. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local business needs and wider opportunities for development. Approach taken should allow each to build on its strengths, counter weaknesses, and address challenges, and so on. Can I ask you first, please, about where you say the Council's approach sits in relation to that second sentence?
Generally, I think the council's adopted plan and its emerging evidence is positive. The plan is positively prepared. It was adopted and found sound as positively prepared. It took into account both local business needs for Swale, and it pops its head above the parapet and looks at what's going on around it for wider opportunities for development.
Thank you. And any comments on 86?
Again, these are largely unchanged paragraphs since the plan with the Bearing Fruits plan was adopted. So as you go through the plan, I think the plan does have a clear economic vision. It does set criteria and identify strategic sites. It does try to plan for and facilitate a modern economy. It ticks those boxes as you go down that list, and it is hopefully flexible enough to accommodate needs not accommodated in the plan.
Thank you. And then anything on 87?
The evidence base and the plan here has always been very clear that there is a science part here. It's the science part policies, it's discussed in evidence. As regards clusters, the most obvious cluster that we have is warehousing, industrial warehousing and logistics. We do have a little cluster of them. We have 2 regional distribution centres in Swale. So I think, we know about clusters. The plan is positive towards storage and distribution, and it was positive towards the expansion of other local industries. It made a range of different site allocations.
Thank you. Well, we will come on to the plan shortly, but just before we do, can I then take you to the front of the document and paragraph 11, that's PDF page 6.
Yep.
Okay, now, obviously, this is a development control case,
Yep.
so this inspector is not plan making. But on the other hand, we have in the evidence reference to needs beyond Swale and strategic questions. I don't think that's a controversial thing for me to say. So can I have your insights, please, into what, if any, implications you say paragraph 11 has for the issues before this inspector?
So I think one of the most important parts of paragraph 11 is 11b, which states that the strategic policies should, as a minimum, provide for objectively assessed need for housing and other uses. The adopted plan did meet its needs in full. The emerging plan, and I appreciate its merging, is looking to meet its quantified need in full. There is a part of 11b which is quite important, and a difference between my approach and Savile's, in the sense that 11b and its footnote requires that unmet need is addressed via statements of common ground and duty to cooperate. That flows from the footnote.
Are we looking at footnote 6?
Yes, footnote 6.
So footnote 6 is tied to 11b, which after it's spoken about planning authorities meeting their needs, says as well as any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas.
Yes.
Is that the bit you're talking about?
Yes. So I deal with unmet need following 11b. Savills make adjustments inside their model, pulling in unmet need from other parts of Kent and most explicitly from London. That's an adjustment that me and my plan making evidence cannot make and then be in conformity with NPPF 11b. So my evidence is trying to follow PPG and NPPF, whereas there are departures in Savills.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, let's, with that framework in mind, look at the existing development plan. So that's CD 13.1, I think. All right.
Yeah, sorry. It's a big document and it's just taking time to load, so give me a minute and I might have to find it a different way.
Well, tell me when you're
Yeah,
there.
sorry. I have a spinning wheel of death because it is a large.
13.1.
Come on. Sorry, it's still not loaded, so I'm just going to find a different way.
Have you? If you've got it there, page 57, PDF page 57 to start with.
So
You there?
I've got to. Yeah, it's not pulling it off the web, so I've just got to go into the core document list. So which was it? What's the
13.1.
Yeah, got it.
57. 57. That should be how our development targets will be met.
Just to check, the local plan is one of those where I don't know why, but it's always been the case that PDF numbers on different versions are all slightly off. So we need to give para numbers or internal page.
All right, the paper page on mine is 51 and paragraph number is 4.3.25.
So it's actually just for, because I'll be coming back to the local plan later, I think actually para numbers is the only way of really nailing it. I don't know why, but anyway, I'll stop talking.
We missed the days when we all had big paper.
Yeah, happy times.
Yeah.
Are you there now, Mr. President?
I am. Yeah.
All right, so be it 57 or 58 or any other number, how our development targets will be met.
Yeah.
We have a section there talking about the strategic housing land availability assessment and then the employment needs,
Yeah.
jobs, and then 4.3.28, a statement sorry, in excess of this, so that we get the right quality and choice of sites,
Yeah.
etc. What do you ask the inspector to take away from this and other statements of this kind in the plan?
It was a positively drafted plan. So unlike some councils where you may come across resistance to logistics, for example, because some councils don't consider them attractive jobs or attractive buildings, this is warehousing logistics space. So here the plan has been incredibly positive. Swale has welcomed, within the limits of its capacity, additional warehouse land, and it has been seen as key to regenerating some of the long-term brownfield and what has historically been called damaged land in this part of the world, so Old Thames Gateway land. But in summary, it's a positively prepared plan. There was a deficit in offices in 2017, but that's common with elsewhere, and we did our best to fill it. But for the main use here, it's positive.
Thank you. I'm going to invite you to skip forward now to PDF page 65, which may be for you 66. And for Mr. Simons, it's paragraph 4.3.42.
Yep, 4.3.42.
So 66, I think. Yep, good. So we have here the start of a section that is talking about area strategies.
Yep.
And then 4.3.43, our strategy for the Sittingbourne area, and that we can see first paragraphs talking about population and transport and so on.
Yep.
Second paragraph refers to Eurolink and other employment sites.
Yeah.
Next paragraph talks about Ridham and Kemsley, scale of those. And then 4.3.46, office space directed to Sittingbourne, and then reference to the Kent Science Park, also be attractive to such businesses in accordance with policy Regen 4.
Yeah.
And we can all obviously read the strategy. Are you able to please just give a gist of what the council's trying to achieve in relation to Sittingbourne?
It's trying to direct economic growth to Sittingbourne. It's trying to use the land that was available in Sittingbourne at the time, so the large extent of this damaged land, long-term land allocations that go back to structure plan days. It was trying to use that to help regenerate Sittingbourne, and it was taking a positive approach as far as it could to the science part.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next stop in the plan, having seen that the plan kind of sets out the background and its strategy, I want to take you please to PDF page 83 or 84, or the page that starts 5.0.1, 5.0.1.
Yeah.
And this is in the core planning policies, section 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And we can see there that in the core policies section, we start with building a strong competitive economy, reference to the national planning framework, reference to the South East Local Enterprise Partnership, including, first bullet point, securing the growth of the Thames Gateway.
Yep.
There's then the Thames Regeneration Framework referred to. 5.1.4, a bit of background about the structure of the market and the effect of the recession.
Yeah.
And can I take you to just some references and then ask you for a comment? 5.1.8, please.
Yep.
there's a reference there at the end. We also need to diversify into higher value manufacturing, logistics and distribution, and the environmental sectors, all of which offer potential that can build on the area's strengths. Any observation on what that's directing us to?
Again, it's positive. The plan is making positive land allocations to attract inward investment and developing new sectors. Quite relevant at the time, especially when the evidence base was being prepared for this plan. There was only a single large warehouse unit in Swale that had been built about 5 years previously. The plan recognised that there was scope to grow that sector and made land allocations appropriately.
Okay, and if we just move on, page 87 or 88, paragraph 5.1.18, this is where we find policy CP1, which we've seen referred to as a key policy.
So what paragraph number?
Yeah, 5.1.18, PDF page 87 or 88.
High-speed internet connectivity?
No, policy CP1.
Oh yeah, underneath that, yeah.
Yeah, I was just, yep. So policy CP1, again, we can read it, but to draw your attention to some bits before asking for your observations, we can see it 1, stabilise losses of jobs and floor space, exploit competitive strengths of Swale, uplifting sectors, visitor economy, pharmaceuticals, science sectors.
Yeah.
Reference to homegrown businesses. Next, if we go over to 6, supporting sectors that are underrepresented in the borough. And then 10, focus large-scale development where they utilise strategic and primary road networks.
Yeah.
There's a reference to 11 to out-commuting, which we see being mentioned in various places as well.
Yeah.
And so on. Any observations to make on CP1, which seems to be the main kind of economic policy in the plan?
So, as that plan recognises, and at bullet point 1 quite explicitly, there was a need, and the plan recognises a need and has a policy to address need, as in deprivation, jobs. The plan had been losing jobs, so the policy and the plan recognises that Swale has economic shortcomings. It diagnoses those economic shortcomings, and it made land allocations and adopted a strategy intended to address those shortcomings. And of course it's a sound strategy and a sound plan.
Thank you. And then as to those allocations, we find those in section 6. So section 6 starts page 121 or 122 of the PDF, 121 or 122, or paragraph 6.1.
Yeah.
And we can okay, and we can see the way it's set out from the structure at 6.1.1.
Yeah.
You've got existing committed employment allocations, proposed employment allocations. The rest of section 6 is dealing with housing and mixed use and other things, right?
Yeah.
And so not going to go through every allocation, obviously, but just to see what the plan was and is doing. We then have a series of allocations with the prefix A,
Yeah.
that are there to meet the identified employment need, correct?
Yeah.
All right, now, before we leave the plan actually, the plan period, just to confirm, is 2014 to 2031, isn't it? Is that
Yes, I think so. Yeah, bearing fruits 2031.
yeah. Okay. Now, in your, I think we can leave the plan now, unless you've got any questions on it. That's a little canter through. In your proof, in your proof, you have some appendices, and I want to take you to appendices 4A and 4B, please.
Yep.
So these are on PDF page 75 is 4A.
Yep.
So 4A has a title, Current Extant Permissions Under Construction, and 4B has a title, Adopted Plan Floor Space Available at Remaining Employment Allocations.
Yep.
And in a table at 4B, we can see you've got ref A1, A2, A3. Those are the same allocation numbers that we saw in the plan, aren't they?
Yes.
Just going to pause. So what I'd like you to do, please, I hope using this information, is to just explain to the inspector where Swale is at this moment in terms of its supply.
So, obviously Swale is a plan part of the way through its plan period. So you wouldn't expect a plan part of the way through its plan period to be able to demonstrate its full 15-year, 20-year supply. But we still have quite a considerable residual from the adopted plan. So there's 100,000 square metres of economic land awaiting development that has planning permission. And we have a further 68,000 square metre capacity on remaining allocations to come forwards. So we do have land, but we obviously don't have a planned period supply.
Those figures are from the adopted one.
This is the current pipeline as of today. So obviously when the plan was adopted it had a much larger land supply plan period, but a lot of that's been taken up. So this is what we're left with.
Right, okay.
And can you help the inspector, given your 11 years through about a 17-year plan period, depending on how you do the maths. How is the take-up comparing to the passage of time?
Land is being taken up as we imagined, as the plan made provision for. Most obviously, since the plan was adopted, or around about when the plan was adopted, we had a new Aldi regional warehouse developed up on the Isle, and in more recent years, and very recently, we've had a site which has long been called Gaisley, but now Panatone, that has just been taken up today. But that land has been land that's been allocated all the way through the plan process and even predating that.
It was somebody else, was it, took it up, and then Panatone took it over?
Panatone used to have a different name, so you often find it called G Park Gaisley or something like that. But it's the same site. It used to be branded Gaisley. It's recently been bought by Panatone and it's been developed by Panatone. So
it's an old allocation, is it?
it's
Free local
it had its planning permission had been extant for 20 years. And as I set out in my evidence, and no doubt we'll come on to it later, it was permitted for 20 years. The developer kept telling the council it was on the horizon, it was coming. It never did for 20 years. It only came forwards in the last couple of years.
Right, I see.
So-
Is it completed now?
I think it is. If you go up to site, you'll find three big industrial logistics buildings on that site.
Eurolink up there somewhere.
No, it's at the back of where Morrison's is. So it's Kempsey.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Next stop, please, is the 2023 ELR update. So this is CD 15.7.
You mentioned that you'd just done another, just very recently completed a review.
Yes.
Is that subsequent to this one we're about to talk about, or is that?
No. This is the up-to-date Swale document. I think the one which I've just literally completed is for Medway next door.
Oh, from Medway.
So Medway has a 2025 brand new document.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the Swale.
Right. Okay.
No, that's all right. CD 15.7.
Yeah.
That's the. So this is the Employment Land Review update. You confirmed you're responsible for authoring this. Published October 2023. For the purposes of identifying the position, how up to date do you say this is to the inspector?
It's up to date. The general rule of thumb is around 2 years. That's when you submit your plan. So it's not out of date. It's prepared post-COVID. The R&D market has moved quite substantially since then, which we'll come on to, but it's not an out-of-date evidence-based document. And obviously the PPG and the guidance that it applies is the same from 2023.
Thank you. Now, if we, just to set the context for this, if we go to PDF page 11, which is section 1, the introduction.
Yep.
Okay, we can see the context for it. 1.1 and 1.2 talks about COVID and Brexit,
Yep.
and the forecasts of the 2018 ALR being out of date and various changes. There's then a summary of what the 2018 ELR concluded.
Yep.
And then in the box it's recommendations. This is over the page. And then at section 2 there's a review of policy and changes since the 2018
Yep.
ELR. And at 2.4 it notes the various revisions to the national planning policy framework. At 2.5 the revisions do not change the overarching economic planning objectives, continue to emphasise the need to support economic growth and productivity, etc. But then at 2.6, one significant change is the introduction in 2019, paragraph 83, which supports storage and distribution operations, knowledge, data-driven creative high-tech industries. And then at 2.8, you, as the author of the report, acknowledge the recognition of the needs of storage and distribution operations was long overdue, reflects the growing role of that logistics and distribution that
Yeah.
logistics and distribution plays in the wider economy. So that's the context for it. There's then a reference to the PPG. If we look at 2.10 and 2.11 across the page, recognition that the PPG expands planning guidance for logistics and warehousing. 2.11, reference to strategic facilities serving national or regional markets likely to require significant amounts of land, and so on. So these are all things you've acknowledged at the start of your
Yes.
report. Okay. So I want to excuse me. I want to start, please, by looking at the industrial and logistics side of things. We'll come on to the research and development side of things later, but industrial and logistics. So if we turn up, please, page 39 of this document. It's internal page 29, PDF page 39, paragraph 4.47.
Yes, got it.
Okay. And you start by talking about the previous assessment, what was happening at the time, and then at 4.49 in this update, because of the strategic nature of this type of accommodation, we've looked at the wide Kent market to see what activity's been occurring in and around the Swale market. And you said earlier that you put your head up above the parapet to see what's going on outside Swale. There we have it. Now, you undertake a review, and then I want to take you to the conclusions section, and then ask for your comments, please. If you go to PDF page 42, internal page 32, para 4.58.
Yes.
You've got 3 paragraphs of conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
First one recognises the market's got stronger. Space is being occupied by a range of sectors. Some cooling. The next one recognises space is being developed across Kent, most of which is in better locations than the space available. Now, the reference to G Park, is that now the Panettone site?
Yeah, so G Park accommodates the Morrison's warehouse, which was developed 15 years ago, 2011 I think, but then the rest of the land at G Park remained undeveloped until recently. So the reference to G Park here I think was talking about Morrison's. So Morrison's is there, but yeah, the paragraph 4.59 is pointing out that although we had spare land at G Park, it wasn't being taken up, and it wasn't being taken up because the market commentary at the time was that there were better sites in Kent to take that need. So I think there's a common theme that flows through a lot of our industrial and logistics land supply, which is that we are not a favoured location if there are better sites located elsewhere. And historically what we've seen is that those better sites located elsewhere have been taken up in preference to land that the adopted plan made and the older plans made. So we're at the end of a chain essentially, that when the market's tight elsewhere it will turn to Swale, but the second that there's better land elsewhere, developers will turn elsewhere. It's natural.
It's just been developed, that land now. Is that what conclusions would draw from that then?
The logistics market post-COVID has gone through a really big cyclical boom. We're now over the hump of that, but it was the case that for a period of time the regional and national market was incredibly short, incredibly tight is the correct phrase. And when the rest of the market is incredibly tight, then we do see that demand being displaced to us. But there's we know we've gone through a big logistics boom. COVID absolutely supercharged the take-up of logistics space nationally. So there was a short bubble.
And that's when the development happened.
Yes, because that site had sat there for 20 years with planning permission, and it was never progressed. It was only in the last few years that it's become viable to deliver that space. I know we might get onto viability at another point, but we have evidence in Swale going back to the older plan that in points in time it was simply not viable to deliver industrial units here. But the market strengthened quite strongly and our land was taken up.
Thank you. And just on that theme of land and take up, if you just look up the page a little bit, there's table 4.12.
Yes.
Which has Kent development opportunities,
Yes.
strategic warehouse.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's just a little bit up the page.
what paragraph is?
Table 4.12.
Oh, the table, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we can see there are three sites, if you like, mentioned in Swale.
Yeah.
They all look like they're on G Park, and then there are others elsewhere in Kent.
Yes.
That's the position then. Has that changed now?
No, we're still competing with our neighbours. Particularly, we have a large, as I know because I've just completed Medway, we have an exceptionally large brownfield land supply in Medway that has permission and for warehousing, logistics, industrial development. As I discuss in my evidence elsewhere, there's still remaining land at Dartford and around the M25. It isn't that the cupboard is bare.
Yeah.
So is that more favoured then? Sorry, yeah, is that more favoured?
I think if you think the closer you get to the M25, the better you are, because Kent is at the end of a peninsula, shall we say?
Yeah.
If you operate your regional distribution hub from Kent, then you've always got to go back up the M20 or the M2, round the M25 to get to your big market. So if you just think logically, we're not in the middle of the country, we're not in the middle of the southeast.
So where's the big market?
Further north, up towards the M25. Because as we know, London is a big driver of demand, and logistics operators want to be closer towards the bigger centres of population.
Just going back to 4.12, does this take into account the take-up of Panettone recently or not?
No, I don't think so. I think actually that might be the Unit 2 and the Unit 1 at G Park, to be fair, but of course that's now been taken up.
Yeah. Okay, and then the conclusion at 460 is that new sites need to be allocated to meet the demand for strategic distribution space, right?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the end
It's,
of it.
it's a recommendation of this report that we need to top up Swale's land supply through its plan review.
Right. Now, staying again with the logistics, let's then see what you did. And I think the place to take this from initially, let me just see. Yeah, if we Yeah, if we go, please, in this same document to PDF page 54, it's the start of section 5. Okay.
Yep.
And as with the structure of this report generally, I think it starts off by talking about the 2018.
Yes, it was prepared as an update to the 2018. Yeah.
And then it moves forward, and what you're doing here is looking at past trends, which ultimately is the basis on which you
yes.
formulate your needs, isn't it? So we've got various, if you look at table 5.2, we can see you've looked at completions over a period of years, yes?
Yes.
And then you've also, and we see this at 5.7 and 5.8, you've looked at what's lying behind the figures.
Yes.
Particularly the larger distribution development you've had, the Morrisons and the Aldi, which you mentioned at 5.8.
Yes, I think there's often a criticism made of a past trends approach, in that it blindly projects forward what has been taken up in the past, and there is always a risk that it carries forward a period when there wasn't sufficient land. So we interrogate exactly what happened in our trend period, so we understand what the land supply position was at the time and what the relationship was between that land and that take-up. And we also looked at the trend to work out what type of take-up was being attracted to Swale as a guide to what type of land we ought to be providing for in the future.
Okay, so you're examining your past trends. At 5.12, you reach this conclusion. You say that 5.12, that's on page 56 going over to 57. You say the comparatively high take-up in the most recent 6-year period very much aligns with the positive industrial demand that was identified and projected in the 2018 ELR, and you then discuss what trend period you should use, because obviously there are different things happening over different times. And just to give a reference, you also discuss this in your proof at 2.16 to 2.26. And I think actually because you do set this out very neatly in your proof, let's just turn that up if we might, please. So it's CD 38.5.2. Uh, 2.16, that's PDF page 7. And there's a heading, the Council's approach.
Yes.
And we can see some of the data that is obviously picked out of the 2023 review. And I want to draw your attention to your paragraphs 2.19 to 2.26.
Yep.
Just remind yourself what you say there. This again is unpicking the trend to see what's been going on.
Yeah.
And then you say this at 2.25, having referred to the 2023 ELR. In summary, the choice of trend period reflected a period of strong market-led delivery when we observed that long-standing allocations were, after many years, being taken up. The ELR set aside lower longer-term trends because they were not considered reflective of demand looking forward. And then at 2.26, the Council's past trend approach assumes that similar levels of large warehouse demand would emerge over the planned period.
Yeah.
So, can you explain the gist of the judgment that you've made when using the trends approach?
So, two points to noting. Although we're talking about trends, which looks very dry data, following the PPG, of course, the decision as to what trend to use is informed by the wider market signals, market consultation events, speaking to agents, etc. So we're looking at the data, but also trying to manage that with market signals and market intelligence at the time. Now, one thing that flowed from that wider basket of consultation and evidence was that there was a reasonable prospect that if Swale could provide further rounds of larger unit land, so sites more suitable for regional warehouses, then there was a reasonable prospect that we would pick some more regional warehouse demand up. So when we looked at the trend period, I think it's stated at paragraph 2.22 of my proof, we were actually looking for a trend period where we were actively delivering land and there was no sign of a land shortage in that period. So we were looking for an unconstrained period to project forward from, and in that unconstrained period we found one large regional distribution warehouse, and we found strong take up on Eurolink, the final phases of Eurolink that have been allocated in the 2017 plan. So in our view, it was an unconstrained period and a sensible trend period to base the assessment on.
Thank you. And happy to carry on? Thank you. And if we pop back, please, to the 2023 Employment Land Review, and then we can see where the trend that you chose to use takes you.
Yeah.
If we look, please, at PDF page 60 of that document, that's paper page 50 and paragraph 5.26.
Yep.
You've got a table, Swale Industrial Balance.
Yep.
And you've got demand, supply, the difference between them.
Yeah.
You've then got a margin, and then you've got something called balance.
Yes.
With margin. And if we yeah. Can you explain to the inspector, please, what this table is showing, and also what the relevance of what the role of the margin is that's added in there, please?
Yeah. So the top line is the product of the past trends projection. So if we follow our past trends based upon our 6-year period, we get a requirement over the plan period for about 400,000 square metres. That's the 394,593 figure. Against that, at the current moment in time, we have a supply, not the current moment in time because this was the 2023 study, but at that point in time we had a supply of 200,000, which was the balance of land with planning permission and the balance of remaining land allocations. So we know in this study, we know that we need. Oh, sorry.
To interrupt you, was the supply was just planning permissions and allocations?
Yes, it was the remaining land allocations and land with planning permission.
Sorry. Yep. Okay.
So we know that we have a shortfall because, as discussed, we're part way through a plan period. It would be highly unlikely that, as part of an update, I could identify a plan period supply. So we get a deficit of 191,000 square metres. Now the added adjustment here is at line M, which is the margin that was just mentioned. Now, there is no requirement in the planning policy guidance to add a margin on top of your past trends numbers. Many studies don't. Many of my studies, when I'm concerned that land is in short supply, I will address risk and margin by pulling land from the back of the plan forward, following the same logic as we do with housing, that we pull sites forwards from the back phases of the plan. But because the take up here has been very large, or partly driven by very large units and rapid take up at places like Eurolink, it seemed appropriate to be even more positive in Swale's case and to purposely over provide land compared to my strict assessment of per annum need. So in this case, we made an added adjustment that equaled an additional 5 years of demand. So we're over providing land to provide contingency, flexibility, to allow for the fact that past trends may increase or take up may increase above our past trends. It's a very large positive adjustment, and as you can see from table 5.5, it increases the requirement from 47.8 hectares up to 72.7. So this is the land remaining to be found, but it's a very large positive adjustment, and it's there because we're recognising how the swale market works, and the swale market is quite lumpy. If we hit the right point of an economic cycle, land in swale gets taken up.
So sorry, this margin then?
Yeah.
You said it's basically drawing land from later on in the local plan periods, is it?
No, not here. That's one approach that you can adopt.
Oh.
Here, we've made the conscious decision to inflate the need requirement.
Mum, if I can draw your attention to, if you look in the, perhaps I should have done this before asking the question. If you look in page 61 of the document, the 2023 update, and paragraphs 5.32 to 5.38. I wonder if I might just ask you to cast your eye over those. It will only take a minute or so.
Does that explain it? I can do it later then.
Yeah, 5.32 to 5.38.
Yeah. It also explains the logic for the margin at 5.29. I think that's where it first comes in.
If I ask you to cast your eye over that, and then you can ask Mr. Pestle some questions.
So hang on a sec, because I've just got this about pulling land from later, which I understand because it's similar to housing land supply buffers.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Mr. Pestle said that's one way it could be done.
But you're just saying that's one way.
That's one way it could be done, and it would have resulted in a much lower requirement number. So if we'd have done it that way, we would only be providing for the 47.8 hectares shown at table 5.5.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Just go back to that table. So if you've done that, choose.
Yeah.
Just get the 47. providing another 24.9.
Yeah. So essentially, I could have drawn a line underneath the 47.8
Yeah.
and then told the council that to manage flexibility, they should pull land forwards from that 48 if there was a shortfall. But here, because as explained at paragraph 5.29, we've been very cautious with the margin. We've adopted a different approach, a much more positive approach, where we've added an additional 24.9 hectares.
So you have drawn
No,
drawn
we've
some from the back then.
no, we've increased the quantum. So I could have said that the plan should provide 47.8 hectares
Yeah.
and manage its flexibility within that 48, within that 47.8, because that 47.8 is still a 15 or 18 year plan period number. We
Yeah.
still expect it to come forwards over the plan period, but rather than suggesting that we pull that, we manage our flexibility within the 47.8, we've added more land, because here, as we say at paragraph 5.29, we want to provide more flexibility, more choice, and we recognise that our land take up in the past has been quite volatile, i.e. it's quite lumpy.
Well, no, I understand all that.
Yeah.
But so you said you've added more, like 24.9 is sort of extra. But what the 47.8 is still there, so presumably that's from later on in the plan period, is it?
No,
Or
47.8
is
is...
that just a figure that you've just put in there to add? I mean,
So if we only applied past trends and we only followed exactly what the past trends would tell us,
yeah,
we would require 47.8 hectares.
I see.
But because there is uncertainty in the past trends and there's uncertainty in the rate that our land supply will be taken up,
Yeah,
we've been more positive than that, and we've suggested that essentially Swale should over allocate compared to a strict past trend approach. So I have essentially over allocated, based upon a past trend approach, a further 24.9,
so where does that, how did you get that figure then?
because
24?
that is an additional 5 years
Oh, I
of
see.
take up.
Okay, I think I understand that. But you say it's to be explained.
I should have done this first, but yeah, if you go to paragraph 5.33 onwards, 5.33 says applying a margin for choice of flexibility, and then 5.34 onwards very transparently kind of discuss the ins and outs of applying or not applying a margin.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So I say it's a choice. We've made a positive choice to do it here.
Thank you.
So just in that section, you talk about the risks of land not being taken up, and on the other hand, the advantages of having the land available.
Yes. So paragraph 5.35, yeah, I say our opinion is that allowing for the margin is clearly preferable because it helps address risk in a very uncertain market.
Yeah. And then 5.37, if demand is higher than expected, land in the portfolio can be brought forward earlier than expected.
Yeah.
Land supply should preferably be front-loaded, and if this is not possible, greater consideration given to the margin. Either way,
Yeah.
closely monitor. Now, the next thing I want to ask you, please, is then, having identified this need, what the council's view is and strategy for how this need should be met. And if we go, I think, to your proof, you have an appendix 4C.
Yeah.
Which starts, the cover sheet for it is on PDF page 82. And then on PDF page 84, the inspector will find a table with a list of sites with a reference on the left-hand side, site name, positives, constraints, and site size. And then there's a total at the bottom left right-hand side column, hectareage, 72.7.
Yeah.
Can you explain where this is taken from and what it's saying?
Yeah. So, of course, this is the evidence-based document. Its primary purpose is to inform the council and inform the members and assist with the emerging local plan. So, given this study has identified the need for 70-odd hectares of industrial land. The council has run its call for sites exercises, it's run its normal site finding process. The council has agreed, the committee has agreed that there are sites that sum to 72 hectares that they wish to take forward as part of the emerging local plan. So interestingly, as I said, there was a choice about a margin. The officers and the members have accepted that they want to plan positively, they want to plan for that margin, which is why they're trying to find 70 hectares of land.
They accepted these sites then?
My understanding is that these are the sites that will be taken forward to the Regulation 18 plan.
19, isn't it? Or have we gone back to 18?
May have gone back to 18, or it may,
Really
be,
understand.
may be going straight to 19.
No. Sorry, they're going to Regulation 18. That's just not. It's in the local development scheme. They're going to Regulation 18 later on
Right,
this year.
Regulation 18, right, okay.
So these are the sites that they propose to go out for consultation with. Of course, it's a consultation, it's under Regulation 18, but the council has at least identified a potential land supply for further work, further testing, further consultation.
Thank you. And in this list of sites, I want to ask you about two of them. We've got the Faversham, under the heading Faversham there, land adjacent to A2 at Love Lane and west of Salters Lane, likely to be market attractive, landscape constraints will limit possible scale, Bentley Corner junction issues, 20 hectares. I think that's the Duchy, or at least one of the Duchy sites, isn't it? And am I right in, if you can confirm, is that the Duchy site where there is the planning application live at the moment?
There is relevant to this, there is a site just to the north of that one, which doesn't sum in this 72.7, because the members made the decision that it was not to come forward as a pure employment site, it was to come forward as a mixed-use site. So there is slightly more land in debate for the plan of Faversham than just that single application, straight allocation.
And if you can't answer the question I'm about to put to you, it can be put to Mr. Dygan. But the applications being processed, are you able to help the inspector with your understanding of the junction issue, first of all?
So for many years as I've worked for Swale, and particularly relevant to the adopted plan, there were major concerns about... There were major concerns with Brindley Corner, the junction at the eastern side of Faversham. But that has received infrastructure funding, RIS funding, and whilst no site ever gets a perfect green light from a highways officer, my understanding is that there's no strategic problem with that. But I appreciate Mr. Dygan might be the better one. He's closer to the applicant. He is he's working with the application. But my feedback from the policy team is that they're not concerned about the deliverability of that.
Are you able to assist with the quantum of commercial floor space in that application?
The proposed allocation was for 20 hectares. The application, I think, has about it has 70,000 square metres of economic floor space in it. So they are promoting economic floor space.
What, industrial and logistics?
Partly, yeah.
The other large site that's mentioned is Wooden Dock, which is just above the Faversham Tree.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say about that?
It's a brownfield site for dock. As I say, we've got a possible loss of wharfage, but it's promoted for new industrial development. It's a sustainable, sensible site near Sittingbourne.
Time. I quite like to finish the kind of council section of Chief, if I could, and
Yep.
I'm not going to give a. I'm not
We
going to.
haven't been going an hour and a half yet, have we?
Yeah,
It's not 10:30.
nearly an hour and a half. So
Just keep going for a bit
Yeah.
longer.
thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Now we've still got a little way to go on the council position. Just for everyone's note, and if we've got time, I'll go to it. But if we don't have time, I won't. You'd mentioned that the council had, at least for this stage of the plan making process, agreed to put forward these sites.
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask anyone to turn it up now, just for a note, but I'll go to it if we've got time. CD 28.24 is the relevant core document that records that. It's a report, cabinet report, I think. Okay, now still carrying on. I want, please, you to help the inspector with how your figure. Yes.
Before we leave that table,
Yes.
just to confirm, I think I know the answer. I can't see it, but it's very small print. There isn't the Kent Science Park, isn't in there?
No. The members chose not to take forward Kent Science Park. It was in an earlier table, and I think 40 hectares was what it was running at. But we probably wouldn't be here if the members had accepted that.
So
But
is that one of your recommendations?
we will come on. It's in various proofs. So we assessed it. We recognised that in its current state, as a potentially large expanded employment site, if I remember, we had a concern that it wasn't well related to the existing main employment sites in Swale. By the main sites, I mean the industrial sites, because the proposal, I think, was for 40 hectares, so well in excess of Science Park demand.
Oh, so was it 40 additional
Yeah,
hectares?
it would be 40 additional.
Yeah.
So when we discussed it, we recognised that it was currently highly constrained. It doesn't have good access in and out of Sittingbourne in its current state, and it's not attractive in its current state to industrial and warehouse uses to take up significant quantums of land. But what we did say, and we caveated, was that obviously that would all change if we put a junction through, but putting that junction through at the time we were doing that work, it was considered unlikely that that junction would come forwards. And obviously we are currently in an inquiry because the council considers that junction can't come forwards. So we've always caveated our advice regarding this site that it is dependent upon improved access, but that improved access has many more factors in play than me with my narrow employment hat on it.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Now, I want to ask you please just to clarify something, and it relates to the comparison between your assessment of need and the Savills assessment of need. And if we go to your proof, please, PDF page 9, paragraph 230. So this is in your section in your proof dealing with industrial logistics.
Yes.
Need, and you've summarised the council's approach, which we've now gone into in some depth. And then at 2:30 you say the council assessment is in the middle of the two Savills scenarios.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, you for reasons you set out in your evidence and will come on to, have some serious concerns about the Savills modelling. But put that to one side. In terms of the numbers, you make the point at 2:30 that your assessment of need on a 15-year period, 4, 3, 4, 5, 10, is between the two Savills scenarios, their baseline and their upper.
Yes.
And can I take you next to PDF page 42 of your proof?
What paragraph number?
Yeah, it's a table 6.4, but it's paragraph 6.27 at the top of that page.
Yeah.
We probably need to just go to the previous page just to get the... Yeah, sorry, let's start at 6.23 so we get the full context. 6.23 off the proof. 6.23, PDF page 41. It's paper page, yeah, got it. Yeah, if you look at 6.25, it says, well, the context of this is you're trying to help the reader make comparisons between your assessment and Savills' assessment because they're looking at different periods. So 6.25, Savills' calculations are not for the plan period, but instead for 15 years, 25 to 40. But you need to draw comparisons with the council's evidence.
Yes.
And then your 4, 3, 4, 5, 10 of need is gross need without any consideration of existing supply. And then you say at 6.27, to allow for direct comparison, I've adjusted the ELR calculation, that's from the 2023 assessment, by reducing it by 3 years and also not factoring in completions over those years, and that's so you can get up to a 2025 start date, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Equivalent to Savills.
Yeah.
And your table 6.4 is intended to help the inspector understand that adjustment, isn't it?
Yeah. I say, you're right, because Savills address plan period need following the PPG, but they do it for a slightly different period. So this has just tried to align it, but as you can see, when I align our evidence with Savills, we are not very different on the square metre need. So the council thinks that the need is about 434 using our past trends. That includes the margin, so it requires 109 hectares. Savills baseline, because Savills run two different variants of their model, which we might come on to in evidence about whether we should. But in the two Savills model runs, we get a square meterage of 378,700 as their baseline, which is lower in terms of floor space than mine. Their upper scenario does go higher, it goes 491,400. So it is higher than the council's assessment. The council's assessment, as was set out in the bullet points we were looking at a minute ago, in terms of square metre floor space, the council's sitting in the middle. And that's just our simple past trends PPG approach with its margin as discussed.
And then in the supply part of that table, where it says on the right-hand side, where it says Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, I think that should read Appendix 4A and 4B, which we've looked at, haven't we?
Yeah, that was, apologies, that should have been Appendix 4A and 4B. But
yeah, on the right-hand, in the middle section of that table, which is this in the supply bit, Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 should say 4A and 4B, which we looked at earlier on.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom on the right-hand side, where it says Appendix 3, sites proposed to be taken forward, that should say Appendix 4C, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, that's us, because for the purposes of this, you've got a column on the left-hand side, which is the simple employment land review. Very little else changed with it, and then the Rapley's update is us with planning permissions, etc., as of today. So it's a slightly more up-to-date view than the employment land review gave, but Savills had updated the supply and the pipeline, so as part of this trying to get like for like.
So it's not really comparable then with the other. It's as of today.
No, they're all, so the Savills are all today, as I understand, but the left-hand side, the ELR, is that document without its supply updated. And I think you can see quite obviously in the ELR adjusted one, we hadn't had Panettone being built out at the time. So Panettone is now built out. In the Rapley's update, we recognise it's built out and we treat it as vacant space, the same as more or less the same as Savills do. But the simple thing with all this is that you can get blind with numbers. you really can. But the simple takeaway is that our big demand assessment is not so dissimilar from Savills. They use different approaches, different methods, and I don't think that the Savills method is sound, as we'll come on to. But the council has a positive requirement looking forwards and intends to try to meet its positive requirement.
He said he doesn't think
forwards.
it is sound, the Savills method.
You said something about sound, but I couldn't. You either said it was sound or wasn't sound.
Savills wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, there's one other bit I want to do, if you'll bear with me, and then we can be a good time to take a break. Before we take a break and then look at Savills afterwards, Science Park and research and development.
Yeah.
Council's approach. And I want to go back, please, to the 2023 update.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to be in page 51, paragraph 4.88. So this is the 2023 update.
Mm.
4.88.
Oh, 4.88, sorry.
Yeah, 4.88, PDF page 51. Okay, so you here review the Science Park sector. 4.88
Yeah.
refers to the Golden Triangle, London, Oxford, Cambridge.
Yeah.
4.89, similar. And then you have a figure 4.7, which sets out investment over the past 12 months.
Yeah.
And then at 4.91, you have a section Kent
Yes.
as a science park location.
Yeah.
And you acknowledge the Kent Science Park. You then, and what's happening there?
Yep.
4.92, the wider market, Discovery Park, Sandwich, has experienced positive levels of lettings and renewals.
Yep.
32 new occupiers over that period. And then you've got a conclusions section, and 4.94, life sciences offer at Kent Science Park, comparatively small, not have the infrastructure in terms of university to support its research and development offer, despite its constraints, seen recent activity. 4.95, science parks remain ambitious but risky for any council. 4.96, we support the aspiration to grow the Kent Science Park where possible. To extend or intensify activity on the site would support that. This would not be because we consider there's a robust need case, but because we recognise the sector is competitive and without supply of space to offer, the site's not as attractive as an inward investment. And then you refer at 4.97, incremental growth may not be possible due to the need for a big bang investment to unlock the site.
Yeah.
Again, what do you ask the inspector to take away from the commentary that you're giving there, please?
I think the commentary, most obviously we support the aspiration to grow the science park. Swale does, Swale's members do, etc. So, and actually the current policy for the science park doesn't restrict the growth of the science park on a need case. It never has. The science park has always been limited by its ability to grow within its recognised constraints. So a need case for the science park has never ever been core or pivotal to it, recognising that constraint. What I'm also raising attention to here is probably the really critical point, that Kent Science Park has to compete for its inward investment. It's competing with the Golden Triangle, it's competing with very well established, nationally significant clusters of research and development, clusters that have at the core of them major academic institutions of Oxford, Cambridge and the London universities. And these are not locations which are looking to turn away investment in research and development. They are locations that are desperately trying to grow as fast as they can their own R&D market. So I think in evidence I've pointed to the London plan policies where the mayor is desperately trying to encourage growth. Cambridge is doing the same, Oxford is doing the same. So we are in a very competitive market, and we're in a very competitive market with places that are making incredibly large positive provisions for R&D growth that we're competing with.
Now, because of time, I'm going to ask you a few questions, but refer to document references, but not ask you to turn them up, just to get the gist of your evidence on them, and then we'll take a break, okay? So, you've mentioned the Golden Triangle, what's the gist of the position in London in terms of London meeting demand for these kinds of uses?
So London is currently concerned about an oversupply. It has had in the last couple of years an enormous, and I mean monumental, increase in its pipeline of space for R&D activities. I think the statistic quoted is it's growing 7 times. Its supply is growing seven times larger. It is a very large increase in London. I say they're worried about an oversupply and a softening of their market.
Thank you. And just for reference, CD 28.20 is the London document, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cambridge next, please, which is the other point of the triangle.
So Cambridge is a similar position. They have just, at the end of last year, they published an updated needs assessment for R&D uses. That need assessment was required partly because the council was struggling with the weight of applications it was receiving in Cambridge. The summary of the Cambridge evidence is that Cambridge does not have a shortage of space over its emerging plan period. So they have an enormous pipeline supply, the same as London. If they've got any minor gaps in their R&D market, that document recommends that that's just topped up through their local plan.
Thank you. And that's CD 28.11.
Yep.
And then Oxford, what's your knowledge of Oxford, which is the final point in the triangle?
Yeah. So Oxford, I say we're currently commissioned to update Oxford's evidence base. As I said and stated in my proof, at the inception meeting to that study, the council presented us with a pipeline list of exceeding 250,000 square metres of space that they have just granted planning permission for. So 250,000 square metres of R&D space that they've just granted planning permission for, and they have in progress, they think, about 400,000 square metres of R&D space. Now this is all pipeline that's been added in the last 2 or 3 years. All the planning applications are 21, 22, 23 applications.
And then I think finally on this, the national picture, because Mr. Dobson had mentioned in his report the National Industrial Strategy.
Yes.
And the reference to, are they called hubs or
Clusters, I
clusters?
think, yeah.
Clusters, that's it. And the strategy's now been published, and the technical annex identifies those areas which are earmarked by the government as clusters. Again, the documents in the core documents, but what's the gist of the message that you ask the inspector to take from that, please?
Kent has not been identified in the appendix to the industrial strategy as locations for R&D or advanced manufacturing. The appendix presents where the government intends to invest in those clusters, and for right or wrong, Kent isn't identified.
Thank you. Madam, that would be a good time to take a break, and thank you for your forbearance. Yes, well, we've been going for over an hour and a half, which is quite a long time.
Oh, well, that's fine. It's so much cooler. It's
better, isn't it?
Isn't it? Much more pleasant. So thank you. So, okay, so we'll have a 20-minute break, and we'll break then until 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
just check where the current core document list is? Because I know we've just put stuff in, and I could just do with somebody directing me to the electronic versions. Hang on,
Yeah.
because I keep finding old versions. Oh, there's 27th of June. I've got it. Yeah, yeah.
There's So it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just one thought actually about Monday, as it's going to be very hot.
Yeah.
It definitely makes a difference if there are a lot of people in the room.
We've had the same thought, yeah.
Yes, so I think on Monday, which is going to be exceptionally hot, that really only those that are, well, I mean, obviously I can't stop anyone from being here, but preferably only those that are sort of involved or whatever, because, and obviously people can watch it online.
Of course, yeah.
You know, on the live stream, but I think the less bodies we have in the room,
Agreed.
better, really.
Well, the good news is, I suppose Monday's Mr. Dobson, isn't it? So
Yeah.
no Rule 6 parties, no Kent or
Well, I'm not
Dutchy
going to
or-
restrict anybody from.
No, of course,
If
of
there
course.
wants to be a Rule 6 party here, that's fine.
No, I'm just talking in terms of the
Yes,
the advocates
yeah.
and all of that
But,
stuff.
and you know, obviously, people who feel they've got to be here, that's fine as well.
Yeah, okay.
And you know, the council, obviously, whoever they think is necessary. But it's just to, you know, we haven't got many people today, to be quite honest. You know, I think that's probably all right, but you know, probably not more than what we've got today. Will probably help.
Tuesday will be a similar-ish challenge. I think,
don't.
but
Well,
we'll see.
Tuesday's a bit different because we're on
I
viability.
know.
So, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, I'm not going to say that, but I'm just thinking for Monday.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, it is possible that we could reduce the number, possibly. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, Mum, I've noticed that the five parishes group are actually due for a 30-minute comment on Monday, so the barrister will be here on Monday.
Are they?
Yes,
Oh,
it's on the programme.
I'm
I
sure
didn't
you're
realise
right.
that. I
I
didn't
totally
think
missed that one.
I've just looked, Monday the 30th, starting at 11.
It
Well,
wasn't on
Hang
the...
on.
It's
for me
got
then.
EIC 2 hours, SBC
yeah,
3, 5
sorry.
parishes, 30 minutes, Mum.
Thank you.
okay. No, don't be sorry. That's
I should have
fine.
checked with Mr. Bell.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I expect they put something in their planning, in your planning, in the planning evidence, probably, that they wanted to explore. Well, that's fine. You know, they've obviously got to be here. So,
Mr. Young won't be here, will he? That's...
why do you think he creates a lot of heat? Oh. No, well, that's fine then. Well, let's just see how we get on. I think all we can do is just carry on. Just carry on. So, without more ado, thank you very much, Mr. Pereira.
Estimate, and I'm... No.
We can incidentally, probably about 1:45, I think.
Do you want to break for lunch at 1:45?
I think so, roughly. I mean, it's 11 now, so that's going
Okay,
to be...
well then I will go on after lunch, but I'll stick to my... I think that's right? Oh no, 11, 12. No, so yeah, we might be done by then.
Another hour and a half. We've done an hour
Yeah,
and a
let's
half.
see.
haven't
That'll be... Yep. Let's see how we go. Right. Good. Are you good to carry on, Mr. Pestle?
I could do with proper coffee as opposed to Nescafe, but
Channel... Yeah, put your jacket and tie on, channel your inner Christopher Young, and you will be fine. We just carry on. We carry on. Right, good. Now, I want to, having given that overview, and in some respects, deepening of the council's position, I want now to switch to Savills' approach.
yeah.
Okay. Now, just to set the context for this, that there's a very obvious issue between you and the author of the Savills report about the reliability, credibility, however you wish to put it,
Yeah.
of the Savills model. Can you explain to the inspector, please? We've got your detailed points, some of which we will go through, but in broad terms, what's your position on that and why?
I've got two main points, which I would summarise basically as past experience almost, and then technical method. So one challenge I have with a lot of the Savills evidence is that it isn't referenced. There aren't clear cases where their method has been accepted or approved. However, there are clear cases where their method has either been rejected in a plan-making context or a decision-making context. So it makes it very difficult for me preparing evidence for planning, development plans and planning inquiries. It makes it very difficult for me to engage with when I can't see a pedigree for it, essentially. And all I can see is inspectors' criticisms of it, which we will, I know, come on to. But secondly, so there's this in principle experience point. Secondly, it starts from an assumption that Swale and North Kent generally has chronically undersupplied land in the past. So its starting assumption is that the adopted development plans in Kent are all factually wrong. They didn't provide enough land in the past. The land supply strategy for Swale, well established, is incorrect. So I don't consider that we're starting from a point where Swale certainly has suppressed its supply. Yeah. As noted earlier, we've only just had planning applications built out, or planning permissions only just built out, that are 20 years old. So I don't think there's a suppression point for the industrial sector, and we'll come on to the I&D. Mark, not the I&D. We'll come on to R&D in a second.
And the inspector may already be aware of this from her own experience, but just to say it out loud, is the Savills model something you're familiar with and that you've come across frequently in your experience?
It is being submitted to various councils, but as part of site promotion documents. It's a method I am very familiar with because it has been presented to me before. It's been presented to me in plan making. It's been presented to me in decision taking, and I always revert back and ask the same questions that flow starting from Warrington, but then other cases, and I've never had an answer.
Thank you. And you mentioned Warrington there, which is, let's look at that. That's Warrington, as you refer to it, is the examination inspector's report on the Warrington local plan, CD 28.29.
Yeah.
And CD 28.29, I think. Okay, so this is October 23, so 18 months or so ago. Can you help the inspector with what she should take from this?
So this, as far as I'm aware, is the first time that the Savills model was properly tested at examination, and Warrington was a fairly drawn out examination. There is a major issue about strategic warehousing and the appropriateness of releasing greenbelt land for strategic warehousing. So it is the first time I understand Savills model was used and thoroughly tested, and the simple takeaway is the inspectors rejected it. They did not consider that the Savills approach was a sound approach. They say they had significant doubts about it.
Can you take us to the references, please?
Was this in relation to promoting a site or something like that?
Yeah. It was in relation to promoting an industrial warehousing site. So the inspector discusses Savills on page 21 of their report.
Yeah, that's PDF 22, or it may be 23, paragraph 88.
Yeah. So,
And it's under the heading Alternative Approaches.
yeah. As I say, this in my circles is a very, very well-known inspector's report because exactly what it says at paragraph 88 onwards regarding Savills. So if you think we all keep being given Savills model, but we never get an answer to this. So a few things to note specifically about paragraph 88 onwards. The first thing is the fact that it is described as an alternative approach. The approaches above are the standard PPG approach. So the inspector here has deliberately distanced Savills from the PPG and the standard approaches. It's fair to say that's how other inspectors in other cases deal with it, which we'll probably come on to later. But the first thing is it's an alternative approach. Paragraph 88 goes on to recognise that net absorption, which is the metric Savills use, is useful, but the inspector concluded that the Savills net absorption model is likely to overestimate the demand for new build accommodation, which is related to the need for additional land. Now, there's quite an important concept that here, planners, we are dealing with the need for additional land. The Savills model only addresses the need for floor space measured via net absorption, so leases in and leases out. It does not engage with the need for land, and the inspector considered that when it was presented to them as a measure of land, it was too high. The inspectors go on at paragraph 89 to basically say that the Savills model, which has drawn a statistical relationship between vacancy rates and the demand for land, very simply they say that life is far more complex than that. They've tried to dramatically oversimplify it. The latter end of that paragraph, so the beginning of the paragraph deals with suppression, 8%, and they say it doesn't work. The latter of the paragraph criticises Savills' approach to e-commerce and the fact that at this point they were using a very short forecast for e-commerce looking forwards. Now, e-commerce is an incredibly dynamic sector, and the inspector had serious concerns about the Savills approach. That approach is exactly the same as now. The Savills have rolled forward the model by 2 years, but it is still an exceptionally short projection period. So the criticism that the inspector made about e-commerce isn't addressed. The overall comment at paragraph 90 is that they have doubts about the validity of the approach. It was generating very high numbers of demand that the inspector, I think there might have been two, but yeah, the inspectors couldn't reconcile. It was generating numbers that they couldn't reconcile with the other approaches. Hence why they simply set it aside. Now, I say this is a very well-known inspector's report because we all get given Savills models all the time, but Savills make no mention of this in their report. They omit any mention. They don't provide any pushback to it. They don't provide a commentary that I could then use and think, all right, they've addressed the inspector's concerns, let's move on. They are entirely silent.
And just to get a handle on the figures it's generating, we can see there 494.62. That's a new one. Paragraph 90.
Yeah.
It results in an estimated need of 494.62 hectares.
Yeah.
And if we just scroll down, we can see at paragraph 99,
Yeah.
for example, the level of provision proposed in the local plan would achieve this and provide a reasonable amount of flexibility. This suggests a basic employment land requirement of 129 hectares and a total requirement of 168 hectares after a buffer.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
That's the same as the conclusions at paragraph 103, 104.
Yeah.
So the inspectors more than halved what Savills' estimate was.
And to be clear, Savills in their rebuttal have referred to other cases where their approach is, to put it neutrally, considered
Yes.
or used to support things. Are you aware of any decision where the outcome of their modelling has been endorsed or accepted, the figures that the model generates?
No. I've spoken to the author of the model, and he cannot give me a single case where their evidence has formed part of the ultimate decision. He is adamant that he keeps putting these studies in, and I think he quoted to me that he had 200 current cases, but not a single sound decision based upon it. And when you follow the audit trail of the documents that he thinks is supportive, when you actually read them, they're not. He's taking paragraphs and quotes out of them and applying them out of context.
Okay, well, that can all be explored.
Up the paperwork it's relating to, they don't actually support Savills' case. You find that the Savills method was either ignored by largely ignored by the inspector, or set aside.
Yeah, that's why we put in the Hinckley and the Crawley extracts.
Yeah. So they're putting Savills use them in support, which they're not.
Okay, thank you for the gist of that. Now let's look at things in more detail, and as we did with the first part of your evidence in chief, I want to split up, initially at least, the consideration between the two kinds of land we're looking at, R&D and industrial and logistics, although there's some overlap eventually in the methodology. But let's start with the research and development, and I think we need now to just remind ourselves what the planning practice guidance says. CD 28.23. CD 28.23. So that's the section on housing and economic needs, and I think we can go all the way to the end and then work backwards, probably the easiest way. Mm-hmm. So if one scrolls to the end of that document, okay, is everyone there? Okay. We're going to deal with R&D first, but just so we don't have to revisit the document, let's just look and see what it says about logistics. So that's the previous page, the paragraph with a reference 31. And this is picking up on what you noted in your 2023 ELR, the emphasis on logistics, critical role, etc. And then second main paragraph, strategic policy making authorities should collaborate with other authorities, infrastructure providers, interests to identify the scale of need across the relevant market areas, informed by engagement with logistics developers, analysis of market signals, including trends, which is what we looked at before, right? Economic forecasts, local enterprise partnerships, and so on. Need to consider the most appropriate locations, and then the extent of policy support. So that's what it says about logistics. But now I want to look at the next paragraph, which is about specialist new sectors.
Yeah.
So I'm always a bit confused about the different, well, what R&D, research and development. So logistics is the big sheds, isn't it? Is that right? The warehousing type stuff.
Yeah, the logistics is our technical name for warehouse.
Right, okay. And then research and development is more the sort of data centres and that sort of stuff, is it?
In this context, it's more labs and associated office space that goes with those labs. We have one small data centre in Swale, but
would that come under the heading?
Yeah, I think for the purposes of this, we're talking about logistics as in warehouses, and then the term I&L will turn up, industrial and logistics. That's warehouses and manufacturing space as well. So we've got distribution warehouses, factories in that, and then in the R&D, it's mostly labs, office space associated with labs or science activity.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's all right. And we can see in the last paragraph there about new sectors, there's reference to clustering as being relevant, and playing an important role.
Sorry, which bit are you looking at?
Yeah, there's the heading, how can specific locational requirements for specialist or new sectors be addressed?
Yeah.
When addressing what land and policy support may be needed, be important to understand whether there are specific requirements. Clustering of certain industries, 4 lines down. High-tech engineering, digital, creative, logistics can play an important role.
Yeah.
And then there's this paragraph, the last 3 lines. These needs are often more qualitative in nature, will have to be informed by engagement with businesses and occupiers within relevant sectors. What's that getting at, Mr. Pestle?
I think it's warning us not to try to overcomplicate things. These are smallish but dynamic sectors, difficult to spot through national statistics, difficult to spot through land use property data. It's a warning not to overcomplicate it, listen to the market, and accept that some of this is far more qualitative and the answer doesn't come out of a spreadsheet.
Okay. Now, if we turn, please, to your proof. And I want to turn up the your R&D section starts on PDF page 17, section 4, right?
Oh, hang on.
Yep. And you start this off by pointing out, and this is around paragraph 4.5, that Savills' model, and hence their view, is that there's been suppressed demand in the market over the
Yes.
past
Yeah.
years.
They introduce the R&D market, and when they introduce it, one of the first things they point out is that in their view, it is suppressed because it has 5% availability.
Right, and we'll come on to the 5% and everything later. But you then, when you're discussing this in your evidence, talk about available space over the period that Savills say the market's been suppressed.
Yes. Yeah. As I said in the introduction, I've worked for Dover before, a few years ago. I've just completed a study for Medway, and I am acutely aware that both districts have made positive provision for R&D activities. They have made positive allocations for such, and while Savills claim that the market was suppressed, this land was not taken up.
Thank you. And we can see all that set out there in your evidence, but let's just look at some of it in a bit more detail. If we take Discovery Park, for example,
Yeah.
so that's PDF page 19, 4.32, formerly Pfizer's European Research and Development Headquarters, 220-acre site, part of a global program to reduce costs and consolidate their sites. So that's how it became available. 1.6 million square foot of laboratory, office and manufacturing facilities at Sandwich vacated. Pfizer sold it.
Yeah.
4.34. You then refer to public funding it's had. Is that
Yep.
right?
Yeah. It's got strong support from LEP. It has attracted government funding. It's attracted government funding to refurbish lab space and refurbish buildings and bring them back into use.
Now, there's a law case going on about vacant space and religious worship. Put that to one side. 4.37 and 4.38.
Yeah.
Just first of all, what's the position in terms of vacancy at Discovery Park? What if the inspector went to Discovery Park? What would she see? What is it?
It's the second Kent Science Park. It's labs and office buildings and vacant land awaiting development. So there's two science parks in Kent, Discovery Park and KSP. This is the second.
And so,
buildings, office buildings, lab buildings, and vacant land awaiting redevelopment.
Buildings and lab buildings that are there, are they occupied?
No, the problem is that Discovery Park has a problem with surplus vacant space. So I think we'll come on to the vacancy rate at Discovery Park, but when we
just in answer to the inspector's question, you say at 4.37 there's 15% vacancy at Discovery Park.
Yeah.
So is there some occupancy at Discovery Park?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So she wouldn't see a whole load of empty buildings.
No, they do have problems with empty buildings, but not every building is empty.
Right. So there's 15% vacancy in what's been built, and then I think you say at 4.38, in addition to that 15% vacancy, so 85% not vacant, there's 50,000 square metres of development land.
Yes. There's a new allocation in the Dover plan to expand.
Sorry, did you say there was a planning?
Yeah, there's an allocation for 50,000 square metres of additional space. So Discovery Park has buildings, but it also has development land.
I see.
So some of the buildings are occupied, some are unoccupied, some of them have churches in at the moment, and then we have additional land.
And the reason they have churches in is not because of some spiritual endeavour, it's because it's a way of avoiding empty building rates, isn't it?
Yes, that's the bone of contention with the
And
district council.
that's what the litigation is about.
Yeah.
What, the churches in the empty buildings, are there?
Yeah, I think there are religious uses being put into some of the empty buildings as a means of avoiding rates. There are no rates on religious buildings.
The assertion from the district is that by classing these units as churches, they have avoided paying millions in rates to Dover. Now it's only quoted in millions, and of course if you approach them it's in the middle of the High Court, so you won't get any further than that. But the public understanding is that Dover's at the High Court because they're expecting millions of pounds of rates, and Discovery Park have classed parts, I think 60 hereditaments have been classed for rate purposes as religious places of worship. So
Planning Commission, presumably.
as relevant for this, it is just the relevance to this is that there is a vacancy problem. I think we can agree at Discovery Park, and that vacancy problem isn't reflected in a 5.5% vacancy rate that Savills have got.
Thank you. And then, so just to be clear, Discovery Park is an operational science park.
It is, and it has strong government support.
Right. And then the other, another site you refer to, 4.46, is Innovation Park in Medway. That, I think, is located next to the junction of the M20, is that right?
Yeah. So it's not far from here. It's the former Rochester airfield. It is more or less sitting on its motorway junction.
And you tell us at 4.52, 11.6 million public funding spent on it so far. There's an LDO in place that I think was adopted in end of 2020, beginning of 2021, around then.
So Medway undertook an exercise, Lichfields did it, to look at how Medway can grow its economy. They actually looked at KSP, they looked at Discovery Park, and they advised Medway to promote 100,000 square metres of, Savills call it Science Park. I think the technical name that they would use is an innovation park. But it was run through, in order to give it the best chance of success, Lichfields and LDA, who were the master planners, promoted a local development order on the site to try to de-risk delivery on it and try to stimulate advanced manufacturing, innovation activities to come forwards. The unfortunate reality is that despite spending £13 million and getting a local development order on the site, they received virtually no interest from the R&D, high technology, advanced manufacturing sectors. The council was running a very large budget line for the site. It's empty. They had to draw a line under it because they were pouring money down the drain. They got new commercial advisors in 24 and into early 25. The advice from their commercial advisors was that there was little prospect of attracting high technology, high value interest at the moment. They advised Medway to rescope the site. They advised that on part of the site they should promote it for a care home, because a care home was one way one way that Medway Council could try to reclaim some of the £13 million they'd spent on it. They advised that parts of the northern site should be used as temporary car parking for the foreseeable future associated with BAE. They advised that the local development order, which was deliberately put in place to attract high technology industries, should be revoked and withdrawn, and the council should accept more general employment on the site because there was no demand for R&D. I think the best summary, and it's a political member from Medway, the deputy leader of the council, I think, summarised the position as that the previous administration had adopted a build it and they will come approach, and of course they did not come. The exact quote's in my proof. If you don't want to get my garbled word of it, let me just see if I can find it. Yes, so paragraph 4.54 of my proof, the exact quote given by the councillor, the Labour portfolio holder for economic and social regeneration and inward investment, is quoted as stating, the optimistic build it and they will come approach that the last administration hasn't worked. Businesses haven't come in the way they needed to, and where a couple have been interested, it has been on the basis that the council takes on the risk, financial and operational. We weren't able to support in the current climate of local government finance. So it's quite clear that there was no demand for the site, and anybody that was interested in the site would only take it on if the financial risk was carried by the borough council, which again is a very strong market signal that there is no viable, or there is limited, shall I say, viable demand for R&D. And this is a site that was available with its LDO at the point where Savills are telling us that the market is undersupplied, that it's suppressed, that Kent needed more land, whereas Kent clearly did not need more land because there is a whole brand new site, £30 million spent on it, that's now being pulled.
Was it, to what extent did the buildings get built?
The model the LDO adopted was to parcel up the site.
So service parcels, was it?
Essentially, and allow, part of the logic of the LDO was that interested parties could come and develop within the limit of that LDO quickly and efficiently, because of course an LDO is...
Didn't need planning permission, did it?
Yeah, LDO is the best way that we can de-risk delivery, because then you don't need to go through repeated planning applications to get your space. So the LDO, I say, was prepared by independent experts, well known in their field. It was their professional advice at the time, but as the deputy leader said, or the councillor said, it was predicated on a they will come.
So was the idea then that the whoever came would actually put the buildings up, or build the building?
Because a lot of the demand is quite bespoke.
Yeah.
And the idea of the LDO was that you could come along and build your own building exactly to your specification. So if you think Discovery Park, as we discussed a minute ago, had a problem with vacant space, and they were trying to provide land, the route that was taken in Medway was to de-risk the delivery of that land and offer it as flexibly as the council could to any interested tenant that wanted to come along.
So all the money they put in was basically putting in all the services and stuff, was
I
it?
think so, and the LDO. I know the bill's 13 million, and that's what they were worried about, and they couldn't continue
I think they were.
with that approach.
No,
And
okay.
the sites were marketed. They tried.
Thank you.
You say in your evidence that this, in your view, shows that there isn't an undersupply and that there hasn't been suppressed demand or supply, and that the problem is with the market.
Right. If Savills were correct in their diagnosis of Kent, if they were correct that we had chronically undersupplied, that there was a shortage, and we were turning tenants away, which is essentially what they're saying, because they're saying that we lost opportunity, and if we'd have had more land, we'd have delivered stuff faster. That clearly isn't correct. Their starting position that Kent is starting from a supply shortfall or a supply shortage isn't correct. We had land, we had property. It's unfortunate that it wasn't taken up, but it's not a planning barrier why that space wasn't taken up. And I say an LDO does its damnedest to enable the delivery of space. And Discovery Park would love more tenants, as I think the Kent County Council papers say.
Thank you. Now I want to just look into what Savills say in Mr. Dobson's rebuttal about this. So this is CD 37.9.5, and it's section 2.2, which is on of the appendix. It's PDF page 5. So CD 37.9.5, section 2.2, which is on paper page 3.
Let me just find missing this rebuttal. Pardon? Yeah, I'll look at it. I normally mark them up on paper, so I know what I'm doing. But don't worry, I'll dig the CD out. That's fine. No, there's too many blue documents. So give me a second, I will dig it out off. I'm still slightly old-fashioned, and if I read it on paper and mark it up on paper, it tends to go in my brain a bit better. So CD
37.9.5.
Got it?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be popping back into it from time to time, so if you can keep it
Yeah.
electronically handy, that's good. All right, 2.2, R&D supply. Various criticisms made of you here. 2.2.2, that you're giving a misleading impression.
Yeah.
2.2.3, they say one of the most prominent examples is the Recifarm site. 2.2.4 and 5, they suggest that you're confusing land and buildings, and then various other points, let's put it that way. Can we have, in short form, your response to that, please?
I don't understand why land is not part of supply, why you should just simply set aside development land. That is essentially what we've got here, a proposal for more development land, so it just seems quite inconsistent. To create a misleading impression of oversupply, I think £30 million down the drain at Medway, they would agree that there is an issue with oversupply. I'm just trying to think. Recifarm is a site which has just come onto the, well, it hasn't come onto the market. The Recifarm occupier who manufactured and filled vaccines has closed their site in the borough. They were part of our science ecosystem, but they've actually declined.
Does the point that you're making about the contrast between what Savills are saying and what the market's telling you, does that turn on Recifarm
No,
specifically?
no, because Recifarm is a site here. The bigger points are that we have two main sites east and west of us, a science park and an innovation park, both trying to grow. Recifarm is unfortunate, it declined, but nothing turns on it. I find a lot of this is Savills almost trying to distance themselves now from Discovery Park. They made very strong links between KSP and Discovery Park in their evidence, so now trying to say, oh, it's different, it's separate, it's got different issues, doesn't align with their main case to us, and they're trying to separate off KSP.
Those links being to show that there's a kind of cluster developing around here.
Yeah.
Okay.
ASP, what?
KSP.
Oh, KSP, oh right.
Kent Science Park.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Now, next, staying with R&D, I want, please, you to help the inspector with your insights into Savills' capital investment approach in their model. I think we can take this from, if we go to the Savills main report, which is 28.1.
Yep.
And if we go to PDF page 36, so 6.5.2, the model used to forecast future demand for S&T space, science and technology, is detailed in the following paragraph and visualized in 6.2.
Yeah.
And we can see there that the start of the visualization is establish relationship between capital investment and jobs growth. You then model the future jobs growth based on the rates of capital investment. You then convert that into an employment density,
Yep.
and that then generates some future demand for S&T space.
Yep.
Science and technology.
Yeah, I think they're using science and technology. Yes. in this sense, yeah.
I think Mr. Dobson's nodding. I'm assuming you're Mr. Dobson. Yeah, Mr. Dobson's nodding with a smile. So.
Yeah.
So we then we then have a section that talks about the rates of investment and apportioning, therefore, some floor space to Swale.
Yes.
Now, as far as a relationship between capital investment and a need for land is concerned, where do you stand on that, first of all, as a principle?
There is clearly an association between capital and land, because in the definition of capital investment is all expenditure on real estate, all expenditure on equipment and software. So real estate is part of that definition. So there is an association, but I can see no evidence here of how the relationship has been established between capital investment, jobs and growth. There are no sources, there are no examples cited as to where this model has been used. It is floating without any audit trail to it, either where it's being used successfully in planning evidence or even where many of the main relationships and links go.
Okay, and you give us an example, which Savills then push back on, the reference they make, and I think it comes in section 5 of their evidence, to the London array.
Yeah.
If we turn up page 23 of Savills, section 5, so it starts with an introduction and summary, and investment is one of those. And if we go to table 5.1, PDF page 24, key financial indicators by S&T sector. Yeah, sorry. I'm in the start of section 5, science and tech demand drivers, and investment is mentioned as the opening one.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5.1 table over the page. We've got figures that are being set out in the evidence, including renewables and clean tech. And then if we go to table 5.2 across the page, capital investment in businesses in the PMA. The PMA is the area that Savills are concerned with.
For this purpose, they use the whole of Kent. So, yeah, this is Kent-wide. It's not Swale specific.
Is that the same as North Kent? Is that when you
No,
say
for
different?
industrial, they use a different geography, which is just North Kent.
But for R&D, they use Kent.
Kent as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a table setting out investment, table 5.2.
Yeah.
And in the figures in the text that follows that, they talk 5.2.5, driven investment in this period was driven by private equity investment in renewable energy projects, e.g. London Array,
Yeah.
717 million, 5.2.5.
Yeah.
So is this the wind farm out to the
Yeah. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that again comes up, we can see in figure 5.1 in the green blocks in the graph, renewables and clean tech. Quite prominent there.
Yeah.
The London Array would be included in the R&D sector, would it?
Part, in this sense, they're claiming it's part of renewables and clean tech. Now, I think these are provided in this evidence to support Savills' case that there is strong demand for venture capital investment here, and it links to their conclusion that the space paragraph 5.28, drawing on this analysis, that the distribution of capital investments in the PMA highlights that the science parks are hubs for the region's science and technology sector.
I see.
But I think one of the main issues, and I draw attention to it in my evidence, is that as you have noted, London Array is a wind farm in the middle of the sea. Its impact or its implication of that 717 million that Savills draw our attention to has very little relationship to the demand for floor space and land. I checked with the council, and all they are aware of is that London Array operate a little dock terminal to go out and service their thing. So Savills raise its profile here. They're citing very, very big numbers here. They're telling me that these big numbers demonstrate that Swale and or Kent as a whole are really attractive to these investors. And of everything at table 5.2, the table at 5.2, 717 million of it is London Array.
Yeah. Now, you in your evidence pick up on this because you question the relevance of it, and we're then told, I'll just give you the reference, I don't think we need to turn it up, we're then told, to be fair to Savills, they then tell us actually the figures that they've set out here in relation to London Array are not part of their model.
That only appears in their rebuttal.
Let's just put the reference for that. That's Mr. Dobson's Appendix 1, paragraph 2.3.4. We don't need to turn it up.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Are you able to understand what the figures are trying to do, or what the inspector should do with them, given they're set out here, but then we're told in the rebuttal actually they're not part of the model.
There, as I say, there is almost nothing in the original document that tells us how this model has been developed, how it relates to the sectors that they're talking about, how it relates to the capital investment that they're flagging up and putting in bright shiny lights. There is no analysis or nothing in that document which then cleanly links the demand to land. And I know, and we might come on to this, elsewhere where we have this very large pipeline of R&D space that I was talking about, London most obviously, London does not allocate land. London's pipeline of R&D floor space is redevelopment and intensification. Its link to land is distorted. There is no direct link between what Savills are presenting and the demand for land. As I say, there is an association between capital investment, but Savills have drawn a statistical link to the nth degree, and I cannot see the basis for that.
Thank you. Now, let's move on. Suppressed demand.
Yeah.
First of all, what's the origin of the term suppressed demand?
Its origin in this context is essentially Savills. It comes through the Levelling Up Logistics report.
Who are the author of the Levelling Up?
Savills.
Right.
A lot of the references are entirely circular. They go back to Savills all the time.
In fact, can we just, because you've mentioned it, I think it's worth just turning that up, the Levelling Up Logistics report, because that's referred to by Savills to show that this is regarded as best practice.
Yes.
So let's just look at that. It's CD 28.14.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Are you there, Mum?
I am, but who's the promoter of this document apart from Savills?
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, I just wondered who's the promoter. Was it a government document?
No, it's not. It's the BPF.
Who are they again? Oh, British Property
Yeah,
Federation.
who commissioned Savills to write the report. And you can see that if you go to PDF page 42, at the very back,
Oh.
you can see there's acknowledgements, commissioning team.
Oh yeah.
And the first one is the BPF, and then there are various developers of logistics,
I see.
warehousing. And then if you scroll down, you can then see report authors in the green box,
Oh yeah.
and it's the Savills team.
Thank you.
I think it's just worth noting for context, the part of the reason this document was prepared was to lobby government for changes to the planning practice guidance notes, because Savills, as you can see at the top of page 20,
Page 20.
I've got Yeah, it's page 20, PDF and...
Yep.
So part of the reason they're promoting this model is because in their opinion, the PPG is not fit for purpose. They lobbied for changes to the PPG.
Where does it say that, please?
At the top it says current NPPG methods are not fit for purpose.
Oh, I see.
And elsewhere in Savills evidence it talks about them engaging with central government, etc.
And just while you're,
Yeah.
to interrupt you, if we go to PDF page 40, final recommendations. We can see in the last sentence of the main paragraph. Well, firstly, let's look at the whole paragraph. Reports evidence the need for improved methods in order for the sector to grow to its full potential and generate jobs and investment in the national economies. The planning system has to better estimate future land demand. It's recommended that the Savills and St Modwin quotes suppressed demand methodology is incorporated within the MPPG to help inform local plans. And has that been done?
No.
What was the date of this document?
Hang on.
It's
A couple of years. Where is that? I'm trying to find it.
good question.
20. I get a first reference to it in 2022. So British Property Federation, the date it's giving me is 2022.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Savills released it on their website 22nd of April 2022.
Thank you.
So I say it's not new. It's well in circulation, which is like Warrington, etc. So it's not fresh out the box.
Okay. So this is the origin, or at least the first reference to it, and the context for how it
Yeah, because actually also
how it
there's no reference to the word suppressed demand in the PPG. It is a Savills invention. Might be unfair to say it's an invention.
well,
Yeah.
we can let the inspector decide that. Now let's just get a handle on what the suppressed demand is, or what it means. Can we go back to Savills' main report, CD 28.1?
Yep.
And I want to yeah. So we need to go a little bit slowly here, because it's not necessarily straightforward. If we turn to 11 point, this appendix, Appendix B in the Savills report, is the explanation of the Savills suppressed demand methodology. So
What
starting
page is it, please?
at PDF page 79 of the Savills report.
So
Is it just relating to industry and logistics.
Estel?
Sorry, I'm just turning the page. I think this one does. They have two when they come to estimate future demand. We've got two models. Well, not we. Savills are progressing two models. The capital investment model for the research side, and then the suppressed demand model for this side. Both start with an assertion that both markets are suppressed, but once that diagnosis has been made, they use two different methods for different sectors.
Okay, now, if just to start, there's an 8% figure that's used in this, which is the foundation of the suppressed demand point.
Yeah.
Insofar as we're talking about industrial and logistics, what does the 8% mean, and how is it used?
So 8%, or I tend to use 7.5. We would like, in an ideal world, we always like to have surplus vacant stock in the market for market choice, churn and friction. Now, the way that I deal with the 7.5%, 8% Savills, and all my colleagues do, because suppressed demand isn't adopted by anybody apart from Savills and one study elsewhere. But everyone else, the wider the market, what we do is we calculate our need based upon past trends, labour supply, whichever PPG compliant approach we use. Then if we spot that the vacancy rate in the existing stock is lower than the 7.5%, we make an adjustment for our numbers to increase the amount of land straight floor space we want to provide in the plan, to mean that at the end of the plan period we have taken all of our demand up and we have 7.5% vacant floor space still.
Is that your in that table we talked about earlier, the
margin?
Margin.
No, it's the stock vacancy adjustment. Let me just go back to.
So the margin related to land, didn't it?
Yes.
And the 7.5 or 8%, whichever figure is used, does that relate to land or does that relate to built floor space?
Well, it relates to floor space because we like it. If you looked at land, the benchmark measure for land is 5%, 7.5, 8% for floor space. So land operates with a lower number. But where you can see my adjustment is if you go to the 2023 ELR again, and I'll try not to bombard you with numbers because I know they start spinning around. So CD 15.7.
I might have closed that one down now. Hang on a minute. $15.7.
So in that table, which is a more complicated table than we were looking at earlier.
Which table? Where we?
Table 5.6, page 51 of my printed version.
Further on, I think. Hold on a minute. 5.6. Industrial balance.
Yeah. So the exact numbers in here aren't hugely relevant, but if you see at line D.
Hold on, I'm just going to have to enlarge this. Hold on a minute. Hold on. sorry, line E.
D.
E.
D for
E,
Delta.
D. Okay.
So where it says there, existing stock vacancy adjustment, because we noted that the vacancy rate was below 7.5%, I think we use here, we increase the need very slightly. So if everything else goes according to plan at the end of the plan period, we have 7.5%.
So
Vacant
I
space.
see. Right.
So we make a one-off adjustment. I say, along with virtually everybody else in the industry, it's the standard approach to this.
Just pausing there. So when in Mr. Dobson's rebuttal or Savills' response, they refer to other authorities using 8% or whatever it might be, is that controversial as far as you're concerned, the particular use they're making of that?
No, I'm surprised it's provided, because all it's providing is more examples of where the 7.5% is being used and applied exactly as here.
Yeah.
None of those examples use a Savills approach.
Yeah. And when you say as here, you mean as you do?
As I do, and as I've done in Swale.
And to be clear, that the issue you have isn't with whether it's 7.5 or 8, it's about what's being done with it. Is
Yeah,
that right?
exactly. The fact that I recognise 7.5%, I clearly recognise 7.5% because I use it.
Right. So you have you predict your needs, and then if the occupancy rate, if the vacancy rate is less than 7.5 or 8, you top up the assessment. And you explained earlier that's so that there's less friction in the market and more churn.
Yeah, it's been a standard adjustment for as long as I can ever remember.
Right. Now, that's what you and, as you say, others do. What we need to help the inspector understand is, what is Savills doing that's different?
So by reference to this 7.5%, which we use differently, or 8% as they say, they look back over history, and any year where they see the vacancy rate being below 8%, they assume that there was floor space, 8% floor space, because they say Savills don't deal with land. So when they observe less than 8%, they diagnose that as being a suppressed year, and they think that in those suppressed years, the council lost, I think the phrase they use, lost out on an opportunity. They think that if the vacancy rate had been higher in the built stock than 4 or 3 that's recorded here, they think that there was automatically someone waiting in the wings, waiting to have arrived into Swale, and they were unable to do so because there was no space for them. So their criticism of my past trends approach is that they think that by projecting forwards past trends, I'm projecting forward suppression. We've discussed that, and we actually had a land supply at the time. But they use it to look backwards.
Then, and if we take the inspector to the Savills report, PDF page 83. That's all right.
What's the paper?
Yeah, PDF page 83 of the Savills report, paper page 82.
Yeah.
We can see the steps set out explicitly.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of maths in there as well, but the words are the words tell us probably
The words are enough.
11.2.18. Page PDF 83, paper page 82. there's a graph.
It's that, isn't it? It's that where we are,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
that one.
So, 11 point, well, I think
11.2.18.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You there now?
yeah.
Okay, so they say the individual steps for calculating the PMA's suppressed demand are as follows.
Yeah.
So step 1, years where availability has been below the 8% equilibrium threshold. So that's when the level of vacancy below 8%, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
We calculate the quantum of floor space necessary to achieve 8%. So what would needed to have been available in the market to get it back up
Yeah.
to 8%. Now they've then, at step 2, they then take an average and
Yeah.
they use this expression net absorption. Can you just say what net absorption is, please?
Net absorption it's a property phrase. It refers to leasing deals in over leasing deals out. So it's nothing to do with building land or building stuff. It is transactional. It is somebody taking a new lease in that building and then somebody exiting that building or another building. So it is the balance of leasing. Yeah.
So that then, we'll come onto the table in a minute, that then generates an average
Yeah.
percentage figure. And then they apply that average to estimate the floor space that would have been required to achieve 8% each year.
Yes.
And then, having done that and got that figure, what do they then do with that past amount of floor space that they've identified?
They add it to future need.
Okay. Interesting, isn't it? So we have their calculation at table 11.1,
Yeah.
and that's the maths that matches the words.
Yeah.
And
So
I think-
this is where, they, through this table, they've calculated that there is a suppressed demand average of 69,800 square metres. So that is space that, in their opinion, we should have had in the past to avoid their view of a suppressed market.
and is that every year, or is that over those?
That's every
11
year,
years.
because this is the average over those 10 years.
Right. So when it says then step 1D below that table, 25.8 million square foot, that's 2.4 million square meters.
Yeah. So they add as their final step, and you can sort of see it, I think 11.2. So they take their baseline demand, which is calculated from their net absorptions, leasing in, leasing out, and then they add on top at line B the suppressed demand. So the product of their quantum is not quite 50-50. I think the annualized suppressed demand is slightly lower, it's 80%, but their total is an addition of past trends plus suppressed demand. And it makes, as you can see from the table, it provides a very large uplift.
Yeah. Okay, now it's got a few things to ask you about that. What's the evidence, as far as you're aware of, that shows that this calculation is generating demand now and into the future?
Well, there isn't, because that demand didn't materialise in the past. It doesn't provide a good view of what might happen in the future.
And what's the assumption about whether the demand is kind of still waiting, like we've been behind a dam, kind of waiting to come out in swale over the plan period, or what?
It must have gone somewhere. This is a suppressed 10-year period. It isn't. It's a long-term feature of the market, in their view, and it spans multiple local plan reviews.
And what evidence have you actually seen of real occupiers going somewhere else over this plan period because of vacancy being at less than 8%?
I don't think we have, because Swale and the local plan that we talked about right at the beginning has tried to be as positive as it can be. And as we know, it is only in the last couple of years that those 20-year-old planning applications have been built out. They were available to be built out all the way through the supposed suppression period. So when I'm looking at my bit of the market and trying to understand how the market's worked, I'm trying to take the positive view and attract demand into Swale, take a positive view with the adopted plan, take a positive view with the emerging plan. We want demand to come here. We don't think that we've suppressed it.
Okay, now I want to look at how this similar kind of idea applies to their R&D assessment, and I think we can take that up in your proof, PDF page 17. PDF page 17, section 4.
Yeah.
We've talked about capital investment already.
Yeah.
You then say at 4.4, that's Savills, make the case that need is urgent and pressing. This is R&D now. Because the market has been suppressed in the past, Kent's effectively lost out on past demand because it didn't have land available. And you've talked about innovation and discovery. We don't need to go back there, but it's the nitty-gritty of the methodology I want you to comment on now. 4.5, this suppression case straits in the existing stock of R&D space, rates below 8%. Savills consider the market suppressed when availability of build stock falls below 8%. So similar point there again. And then what I want to ask you about is, you say you make a simple point about the just the maths and the level of vacancy on the Kent Science Park, and I'm trying to find the reference now, so perhaps you can find it
Hang on.
before me.
Yes.
It was the 16%. I can do a search.
Yeah, paragraph 4.26, I think.
No, it's Kent Science Park. It's 4.97, I think. Yeah, it's 6. If you want the reference to Savills, it's 6.31 of Savills, and you deal with it. You deal with it.
So
Mr. Pest.
paragraph 4.26, I think. I'm going to bore you with a tiny bit of maths. Tiny bit.
Yeah, 4.2. Even this, I could even do this maths, I discovered, roughly. 4.26.
Yeah.
So go on.
Yeah, so Savills' main case for the market here is vacancy is at 5.5%. as discussed. They tell us in their proof, well not their proof, they tell us in their report that 16% of KSP is currently vacant. They tell us that KSP is 34% of their market, of the market. Now, logically, mathematically, I can set it out in a spreadsheet. If KSP is 1/3 of the market and KSP is 16% vacant, mathematically there can be 0 vacant space anywhere in the market for that number to add up.
Yeah, because 1/3 of 16 is roughly 5,
Yeah.
5 and a bit.
So I picked up the Savile, it just failed its common sense check from minute 1. So KSP is 16% vacant.
That makes sense, right?
KSP is 1/3 of the total relevant market. So, no, this here is the whole of Kent. Yeah, they changed geography. But if you, in order for that number to balance,
This is Kent being at 5.5%.
yeah, so mathematically, if we are 1/3 of the stock and we are 16% vacant, we alone are that 5.5%. Mathematically, there is no other vacant space in order for Savile's 5.5% to work.
Because if you multiply up the 5.5% by 3, you get to about 16.
So the starting point for Savile's that that we're suppressed, etc., and we're suppressed because it's a 5.5% vacancy rate. Even before you've dealt with churches at Discovery Park and all that kind of stuff, even taking the sole number that we get for Discovery Park, we take the sole number we get for KSP, mathematically that 5.5 cannot possibly hold true. So my point is the starting point for the assessment, and then the starting point for the positivity that comes through the capital model is starting from a fundamentally incorrect view as to Kent's market.
It would be much higher, wouldn't it?
Yes.
5.5%.
Yeah. No, it must be. So we think that there's 16% vacant space at Discovery Park, ex-churches, etc. Of course, it's not vacant space because Innovation Park wasn't built, but there's lots of vacant land. So in terms of this, has Kent suppressed its market? Have previous Kent plans essentially done bad things and constrained Kent's potential to grow R&D? There has been plenty of floor space and plenty of land, and Savile's are only drawing their conclusion that we are suppressed and there's rampant demand waiting in the wings because they've miscalculated a vacancy rate.
Just to be clear on the evidence, if they had calculated it correctly, would you then agree with the suppressed demand in relation to R&D or not?
No, because if it was calculated correctly, it's always going to go above the 8% that they claim is suppressed. So the whole concept of a suppressed and constrained Kent R&D market falls away.
Sorry, I'll put it another way. If the vacancy was actually 5.5% in R&D, would you then agree with the suppressed demand or with the same points that you've made before?
No, because the 5.5% is only related to the built floor space. The fact that we've got land awaiting development with planning permission or LDO is a separate but highly relevant source of supply. If you're looking for R&D science space in Kent, you will be looking not only at built space and second-hand space. If you are a large investor with a lot of capital investment behind you, you will be able to go and buy your site and build your property to your requirements, which is what often happens. So the 5.5% only relates to floor space, not land.
Yeah, and just to finish this point off, if we go to CD 37.9.5, which is the Savills Appendix Dobson rebuttal.
Yeah, let me get it back.
CD 37.9.5. Section 2.6.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, CD.
CD 37.9.5.
Sorry, I had it a minute ago and I moved away from it, from the core documents.
It's the Savills rebuttal appendix. Yeah, CoStar.
7. So I'm not finding it under 37.
CD 37.9.5.
It's the rebuttal to Mr. Dobson's
Yeah, sorry, the list
pen. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought he had it in hard copy.
hang on. The list I was looking at, because there's a different version.
Microphone document, come on.
No, let me.
Have you got a hard copy? Take your time.
Yeah, I had a hard copy, so give me a second. For some reason I can't find it. Oh, hang on, it's here. I haven't got it on page turned over. Yeah.
Section 2.6, you've got a paper copy, so it's page 7.
Yeah.
And turn your microphone on, please.
There you go.
And here we have some material in rebuttal commenting on the 5.5 and some of the points you make in your evidence. I want to ask you first about, towards the end of 2.61, Savills do not use suppressed demand modelling for R&D. Can I have your take on that, please?
It's true that the model they're using for future demand is their capital investment model, but their starting assumption, based upon 5.5%, is that the market is suppressed.
And then 2.6.3, it's said that you conflate concepts of availability, space available to be occupied, with vacancy, unoccupied space, which may or may not be available. And you do this throughout the proof, and you mistakenly refer to land and vacant space, etc., etc. Can you help the inspector with that, please?
The simple thing is Savills don't consider land as a source of supply. They choose to only count floor space using their net absorption measure. I know they don't use net absorption for modelling here, but they dismiss the fact that plans have allocated land and that land has not been taken up. They just simply say that's not part of supply.
So just to get this right, if their analysis is showing a vacancy rate less than 8%,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, does it or doesn't it matter how much land there might be available in the market to meet the need?
They don't take that into account. So the solution to their 5.5% is their solution to their model is to inject more land, but they don't actually look to see what land has been made available by the planning system in the past.
There we are. Okay. What time was it you wanted to start? Was it 22?
It was 1:45.
Let's carry on.
Just to check, is it likely you'll be finished at 1:45? Because I'm thinking about, I know Mr. Pestel's not, I'm just mentioning. No, I know, but I've got, I'll need all afternoon is the point to do cross-examination. And if you're still going, I won't have all afternoon.
I'm all right on my time,
It's been over 3 hours now. You're well over 3 hours now.
Including break?
Yeah. Not well over. Over. Sorry. It's fine as long as.
I am 15 minutes over.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll do my best. I think
As long as if it finishes at 1:45, I'm fine. It's fine.
let me stop talking now. And then we'll see where we get to. So the next topic I want to ask you about, again in relation to the Savills model, is London. Okay.
Yeah.
London and London uplift and London market. Now, we've already talked about London in the context of the Golden Triangle.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go back there. What I want to ask you about, please, is, in fact, let's now go on to the industrial and logistics and London. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if we go to Savills' main report, page 91. I think that's right. Yeah. Sorry, PDF page 90. We have a box accounting for lost demand from London.
Yes.
You there, ma'am? And then 11.2.34, the PMA's proximity to London means that some of its demand will arise from need to serve London's economy in the context of sustained diminishing industrial employment land in the capital, according to Savills research, etc., etc. And then if we go on to 11.2.37,
Yep.
so they set out some of their bits from their research. 11.2.37, this is consistent with the 2017 London Industrial Land Demand Study, which provided an indication of the potential to service London economy from outside by illustrating drive time catchments.
Yep.
As illustrated by the map, the PMA is almost fully contained within the 90-minute drive time catchment from central London, which makes it ideally placed to attract demand from I&L occupiers who service the London economy.
Yep.
That's Savills' view. And then we've got the drive time thing, and so on. Now, can we turn up, please, your Appendix 3 in your report, where you start to address this? So this starts on PDF page 71.
Yep.
So we saw, first of all, just as a point of fact, we saw reference there to 90 minutes being referred to as ideally
Yeah.
placed. If we turn to your 0.18 in that appendix,
Yeah.
you've extracted the relevant part of the relevant GLA document that they refer to. Yeah, 0.18. It should look like that. What's that telling you about 90 minutes?
Savills, as I know, Savills don't actually put the document in. They don't put the full quote in. When you actually turn to the document, and I'm very familiar with it because I work for most London boroughs, The actual document tells the reader that the 60-minute drive time is the most appropriate. The actual document goes on to say that 90 minutes may only be appropriate for those uses that only require occasional visits into London. So I understand in more recent documents Savills have corrected this, but that you have an uncorrected version.
So 60-minute catchment probably forms the maximum from which logistics operators would ideally wish to service central London.
Yes. So not the 90.
When you say actual document,
The source document, so
0.17. I've read the source 2017 report
yeah.
from where the isochrome's been taken.
So the source, Savills give us the source as CAG, which is the name of a consultancy, 2017. They've taken an image from that report and presented it as figure 11.2 in their report.
I see.
They have then told the reader that it is the 90-minute which is relevant.
Yeah, no, really,
Yeah.
that's fine, thank you.
And just to be clear as well, that diagram that's extracted, the drive times that's extracted, that's drive times out of central London, not from this site into central London.
No. And it's off-peak, etc., etc. And I would query whether I could get into London in 90 minutes, but they're using old GLA evidence.
Thank you. And then can we go to PDF page 34 in your proof? So here you deal expressly with the PDF page 34, paragraph 5.1.1.2. 5.112. So here you're dealing with the London step
Yeah.
in their model when it comes to INL, and you pick up before 5.118 with their use of the GLA 2017
Yes.
benchmarks. Now, one of the things Saville mentioned was the loss of industrial land from London. What's the gist of what you're saying to the inspector about the current position?
Yeah. So it's true that London lost quite a considerable hectarage of land from its industrial land supply over the past, in the past is the correct phrase. However, looking forwards, which is what this document tries to do, the GLA has redrafted the London plan to prevent further losses of industrial land out of London, and it is very relevant in this context that no borough, and in London it's the boroughs that write the development plans and control the land allocations, not the GLA. The GLA writes the strategic plan. The boroughs control the land supply, and the boroughs all provide up-to-date evidence to support their plans, not using this 2017 benchmark, and in conformity with the London plan, no borough can progress large strategic releases of industrial land going forwards. Essentially, the GLA have noticed that in the past they lost too much land. They have put the brakes on the loss of that land. Those brakes are formally adopted planning policy at the strategic level and the local level. So I can't see any relevance looking forwards to an out-of-date GLA document that is not actually applied by any borough progressing a plan today, or the mayor. It's simply not up-to-date, factually correct evidence. And I've worked, as I said in the introduction, I work for lots of London boroughs, and the approach that Savills have taken is entirely at odds with everything that we do planning in London. It's a complete misreading of the evidence and a complete misapplication of an evidence-based document which is now 7-8 years out of date.
I've got about 5 minutes more, so I don't know if we must stop now, then we stop now and I do 5 minutes. Okay, great. Let's stick with London. There's then the question of how whatever Savills conjure from London gets spread across the various authorities. And if we turn up in the Savills report, PDF page 94, please, PDF page 94. -- 11.2.45. So after they've talked about what they say is lost demand, they then say we need to align how much of the future lost demand should be planned for in the PMA.
Yeah.
Our assumptions are shown in table 11.9 below. We've applied a larger allocation to the south sub-region due to its geographic proximity, and we've talked a bit about that in the site. We've then got a table 11.9.
Yeah.
What are your comments on the methodology as far as you're able to understand it?
Well, I think, to be honest, to call it a methodology is probably a bit too polite. So they've established what they think is unmet demand from London or unmet need from London using that old evidence-based document, but that only gives them an answer for London as a whole. Doesn't help them as far as Kent. There's no spatial direction in that original source. So all they have done is put a finger in the air and made an assumption that North Kent should meet 10% of central London's unmet need. So this is unmet need from what London calls the central activity zone. So it's Camden, King's Cross, etc. So their view, with absolutely no evidence whatsoever, not even a shred in this, there's no source, nothing. Their view is that we should automatically take 10% of that. We should then take 10% of what they calculate as the deficit for East London and move it here. And then we should take 25% of South London. There's no evidence for it. They don't show any consistency with other studies. And I say I've got other Savills studies which are making similar assumptions about other London areas. It is just, to call this a method, it has no evidence. And it's not even caveated as being a finger in the air number. No effort has been made to evidence it. If I, in my evidence-based document for a council, told Swale that they were to take 25% of unmet need from London South and 10% from central London, the members in this room would not be very happy, put it that way. And then when I got to an examination and then was asked, where's the evidence for taking all this unmet need? I don't have any. It's not sound evidence.
Okay. One final point, and then we're done. I don't think, if you want to comment on it, you can. But there's a reference to e-commerce in the document, and you deal with this at page 32 of your proof. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good question. 5.93. 5.93. This is the e-commerce uplift. So the inspector can find your response here and also reference in this context to the Warrington local plan examination 5.97. before we finish your evidence in chief, is there anything you want to emphasise in this section, or does it speak for itself?
I think, as I said earlier, the same short trend period has been rolled forwards here without any reference to Warrington's criticisms, without any further evidence. It's if you were not an economic planner who spends a lot of time preparing economic evidence-based documents, you would have no idea that this criticism had been made.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Pestle. That's evidence in chief finished. Thank you.
We will have our hour until, we'll say 1:50.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pardon? It's not too bad. I could
2, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, reckon 3 hours or more?
I hope so. 3 hours sounds good. I'm going to try and keep to it.
But if you don't, then we'll
Either
stay.
it's today either way, so it won't be,
Exactly.
so I'll just get cracking.
Yeah, so if you're longer, then we just stay here till you finish. I'm sure you don't want to be longer
Oh,
anyway.
well, it's going to be a late night, Mr. Pestle. You'll be the last two standing. That was a joke. We're not really. Good afternoon, Mr. Pestle. Just to check, you can hear me. I know, I'm sure you can, but just to check that you can. All right,
Yeah.
as we've got a lot of machines blaring. I want to ask you about basically 4 things, none of which are the Savills report. The first one is policy context, so national and then local. So policy about what your evidence is about. Some of that you covered in your chief, obviously, but we'll go over some of them again. The second are the I'll call it the evidence base. So the evidence base, that means the employment land reviews, basically, which are the ones that you've done or approved or been part of. Not just those, because you've also done other pieces of work for the council over the last 5 years. We'll have a look at a couple of them as well. So evidence base. The third is putting detail aside, I'll try to anyway, what actually we agree on, the agreed position on need, on unmet needs for employment land in Swale. Because fundamentally, and you make this clear in your evidence, in your written evidence, we go about it in completely different ways, but we actually end up at the same fundamental conclusion in respect of employment land, as we'll explain. And then finally, and as part of that, fourthly, the approach you're asking the Secretary of State to take to what I'll call possible Reg 18 sites, which you touched on in your evidence in chief. Go over them. That's the plan. So, first. NPPF. So first topic, policy, NPPF. If you could get that out, it is a core document, but you can just Google it by all means. And if you've got the NPPF, you could also have your proof of evidence out as well. Would be good. Now, thank you. We know, don't we, that one of the big issues the Secretary of State wants to be informed about that led to this being called in is the extent to which these schemes are consistent with what's called government policies for building a strong and competitive economy. See Chapter 6 of the NPPF, basically. Right? Yeah. And it's that, as you explain in your proof, that's what you're giving evidence about. It's to that your evidence is targeted.
Yeah.
And you explain that, if we just in your proof of evidence, just to pick up the reference, it's everyone got yours in hard copy, so it's page 4. And it's page 4 is your introduction, and you explain at 1.1 that you're a planner. That's what you're an MRTPR. You're a chartered town planner. Yeah. And at 1.9, you set out what the issue is that pertains to your evidence, the issue to which your evidence is targeted, which is the issue that I've just said, which is one of the issues, obviously, on the call-in letter from the Secretary of State. And you touched on this in your oral evidence. 1.11 of your proof. You're not here to talk about benefits or disbenefits. That's something for Mr. Dygan.
Yep.
I'm going to do my best to try and respect that delineation, but we'll see how far I can. But I will try to. And obviously, when it comes to weighing up benefits, I won't ask you anything about that. Right. So, when it comes to considering Section 6 of the framework, where your issue sits, Section 6 of the framework starts on page 24.
Yep.
This is the bit, isn't it? This is the bit, this reference to building a strong and competitive economy. This is the section of the framework that the Secretary of State wants to know about, and it's to this that your evidence is targeted. You went over this in your evidence in chief.
Yeah.
Right, and so the section is only 2 pages long, isn't it? There's page 24. Then if we just flip over, there's page 25, And page 25 is all about the rural economy.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say your evidence doesn't... Mr. Dargan does say some things about rural economy, but you don't so much go into that.
No, it's true. The proposal here is not a rural proposal.
That's not a criticism. I'm just trying to... what I'm trying to do is work out which bits of this section of the framework you are engaging in. So it's not really page 25, is it? It's more page 24.
Well, the employment land review evidence relates to the whole economy and the whole of Swale, but the main issue here relates to a site which is not a rural site.
So the focus is on page 24 for those reasons, as I understand it.
That is the main focus of the proposal here. So that's where
your
most of my effort
goes.
is directed.
Okay, let's try and understand that then. So if we look at page 24, and it's really just a question of me trying to understand where this all goes. The Secretary of State's question is, to what degree is approving these applications consistent with this stuff? Which bits of this stuff are you engaged in your evidence? So paragraph 85, we're told that planning policies and decisions, so this is about decisions, not just policies, obviously, should help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt.
Yes, and I think that, as we call it in evidence in chief, that is what the existing adopted plan does, and it is what my evidence is in the employment land review directly.
Right, and I don't think there's any dispute with us on that, but it's not just about policies though, is it? That's the thing. So I know that your background is in providing evidence base for planning policies or policy reviews, local plans, but this is a DM situation, and this is a DM policy, and it's not so much about whether the local plan did this. I'm sure it did. It got adopted as sound at the time and all of that, that's fine. It's looking forward now. This decision needs to do this as well, doesn't it?
This decision needs to do this within the framework of the adopted plan.
Within the framework of the adopted plan. It's a decision that needs to help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt.
Yes, and that, as I said in my evidence as chief, is exactly how the adopted plan policies are framed and what they directly relate to.
So I don't get that answer every time. We agree, don't we, that the adopted plan, you say it's not a criticism of the plan, doesn't matter, putting it aside, that we all agree that there are needs that arise that are not met by allocations in the adopted local plan.
On occasion, yes.
No. Right now, that you've shown us your supply and demand table. We know, don't we, and we all agree that there is a need for requirement for employment land in Swale that's not met by allocations in the existing local plan.
Yes, because the plan is currently part of the way through its plan.
Yeah.
Period.
No, I know that's your answer as to why, but that's the situation. So we need not simply to be focused on the plan making exercise from however many years ago it was. This is a development management situation. And it's decisions too that have to do these things. The plan may well have done them too, which is great, but the Inspector and the Secretary of State have to grapple with this policy in the context of decisions happening now.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes, because
Where?
at the whole evidence base that I prepared for the council directly relates to this.
No. Now, I don't mean about. I'm asking you not, just to be clear, not about plan making in the past. I'm asking you about the application of this decision now in a development management context, not a plan making context.
But the evidence that I have provided is relevant to the plan making process where that is its main purpose, but it is also relevant to decision taking. It is an up-to-date assessment of the borough's economy and its economic needs looking forwards.
We'll come back to the ELRs later. Significant weight should be placed on the need. Sorry, I'm reading from the second sentence of 85. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local business needs and wider opportunities for development, right?
Yep.
So significant weight, we're told, needs to be placed on the need to support economic growth.
Yep.
Obviously it's silly to ask whether you desist from that proposition. You'd endorse that. It permeates your approach. And you would ask the Inspector to do exactly that, presumably.
Yes.
and then indeed the Secretary of State, obviously in due course, to do exactly that. When we're doing that, we've got to take account of local business needs. Yeah?
Yes, which I think we adequately do.
You have done. But it's not just about taking account of needs, is it? It's about taking account of needs and what the framework calls wider opportunities.
Yes, and I think the evidence that I prepared, admittedly primarily in a plan-making context, because that's how it was commissioned, engages with business needs and wider opportunities.
Just to be clear, I'm so sorry. I'm asking you about your proof now. So I'm asking about the evidence. You keep talking about the evidence you've prepared. There's a slight cross wires. I know you did the employment land reviews. I'm going to ask you about them, and I know those are all in the context of a local plan. But I do want to try and get you to engage with the Section 38.6 DM decision, the development management decision that the Inspector and the Secretary of State have to deal with. So significant weight should be placed on. We've all agreed that's the right thing to do. That's what the framework says. Where is there evidence of you doing that in your proof?
I think my whole proof is trying to grapple with what the competing needs of local business needs are and the wider opportunities of development.
Yeah.
My proof talks about the opportunities for development. It spends a lot of time comparing my view as to what the business needs are and the wider opportunities of development are against the document that we were provided to work this inquiry with, which was the Savills document.
I get that, but just where do we see you grappling with the requirement to give significant weight on the need to support economic growth, specifically?
That permeates all the way through my evidence.
So it's to be implied.
My starting position is that I prepared an evidence-based document for the council, which explicitly does that.
Okay. The Inspector won't see any references to it, will she? Either in your evidence or Mr. Dygan's evidence, this requirement to give significant weight?
No, because my evidence is discussing a technical point that arose between the two parties when additional evidence was provided.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. What your evidence is discussing, I thought, was the extent to which granting planning permission for these developments would be consistent with Chapter 6 of the NPPF. And here's Chapter 6 of the NPPF, and we're on the second sentence. And so far, unless I've missed it, and that's why I'm asking the questions, these are genuine questions, I want you to answer. Significant weight, okay, got to do that. But actually, if the Inspector says, right, where does, in Mr. Pestel's evidence, does he grapple with this importance of putting significant weight on the need to support economic growth? The answer is it's nowhere in your proof of evidence.
It is exactly inside the numbers that I talk about all the way through my evidence.
Okay.
And the calculation of need is exactly this. My calculation of need is an expression of, it's a translation of this part of the NPPF into numbers to be used in practice.
Thank you. We know, just from this, I'm not going to spend too much longer on this sentence, obviously, it's not just about assessing needs. This is the point from the second part of this sentence. Assessing needs, which you've spent hours on today in your chief, it's obviously really important, and it explains you need to take account of local needs. But it's not just needs, is it? This is a policy about wider opportunities for development as well.
And I hope...
Before you, I'm so sorry, it'll make it much, I won't have to re-ask the question. If you agree, say yes and then answer. Or if you disagree, just say no and then answer. So it's not just about needs, is it? We're looking also, beyond needs, at wider opportunities for development.
Yes, and I'm fairly sure that was the starting point for my evidence-based document.
Thank you. All right then. The approach taken should allow each area to build on its strengths, counter any weaknesses, and address the challenges of the future. Again, I'm not expecting you to dissent from any of that stuff, but addressing the challenges of the future is obviously a critical mission for this chapter of the NPPF.
Yes, it is, and the evidence base, my evidence, grapples with the challenges of the future.
Yeah, okay. One difficulty in trying to actually comply with this bit of the NPPF is that it's not always obvious what the challenges of the future are going to be.
We don't always know, which is why we plan for a healthy level of contingency, as I discussed earlier, and the PPG tells us to do so.
Agree.
So Yes, this is the paragraph in the MPPF, and the PPG tells us how to translate it into.
Thank you. 86 is about planning policies, not decisions, but policies. But nonetheless, there's a reference at 86A to the National Industrial Strategy, which is something that we've got to just get the reference right. That we've got to have regard to.
Yep.
And a new industrial strategy, as we've talked about already, was published just the other day.
Yes.
by the government. And we have, I managed to lose it, a CD reference for it, which I've not got. You did. Hang on, I'll just get it. Yes, it's 28.32. If you could get that.
Yeah, just a second. Sorry, I thought I'd got the. I've got the national. No, that's the appendix.
Hold on a minute.
Just the main one.
So is it an inquiry document or core document?
That was it.
It was a core document.
A core document, not an inquiry document. Yeah. It's 28.32, Mr. Pestle.
28. $28.32. Yeah.
If you've got that. We're told in the forward by the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the Secretary of State. It's on. This is PDF page 7. If you've got
Yep.
that. That we're in a new era. It's
Yep.
more volatile, new threats. It's a world of enormous and exciting possibility, technological advances, etc. Enormous advances in our productivity, potential for enormous advances in our productivity and way of life. The UK is well positioned, we're open, we're entrepreneurial, etc. And then there's a reference underneath all that blue text to the plan for change, determined to seize opportunities in the new world, etc. Then in the next sentence, do you see a few lines down in that paragraph? It says business as usual will not work.
Yeah.
And that's an approach that forms part of this industrial strategy. The idea that if we continue in the way that we've been operating in the past, as it were,
Yeah.
that won't be adequate in order to take advantage of the new opportunities and the risks also of that the government identify in the future.
Yes, and I think when the government's referring to business as usual in this sense, they're referring to far more than just the planning.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sure that's absolutely right. This is a very wide-ranging document,
It
obviously.
is an incredible.
Yeah, no. I wasn't suggesting that just meant planning. Although it's fair to say it does also mean planning, doesn't it? We can see that from, if you turn in it to page 10. Let's see. Page 10 is the executive summary. So, the PDF numbers are the same as the paginated numbers. Executive summary. It talks about the importance of being a thriving global economy, etc.
Yeah.
And yet, in recent decades, second paragraph, the pace and magnitude of change have escalated, and the UK has been short of dynamism it takes to stay ahead. So, in the final paragraph, now more than ever, businesses are seeking out countries that provide them with the confidence to invest and grow. You see?
Yeah.
And on the next page, we're told that, in the second paragraph, that the government starts to achieve this. The government's focused on the critical need to increase business investment, capturing a greater share of mobile capital, spurring domestic businesses to scale up, supporting small and medium businesses reliant on supply chains. This is reliant on positive choices, etc.
Yes, and I think as I referred to in evidence in chief, the paragraph goes on to talk about the 8 sectors. It then goes on to talk about the geography and the places and the clusters. that the government intends to support those in.
But it would be fair to say it'd be fair to say this is an ambitious strategy,
It is.
and it includes a focus on those sectors, but it's not limited to a focus on those sectors.
No.
It's economy wide.
But when you read...
Again, answer before you say
Sorry,
but.
yes.
Thank you.
It is economy-wide. When you read the appendix as to where the government thinks the highest potential is and where it wishes to direct its investments
Yeah.
and its decision-taking, as I said in evidence in chief, unfortunately,
Kent.
It's not identified.
I mean, that may be, but that it doesn't really matter, does it? We're not asking for government investment in order for this application to go ahead. This is a national strategy, and it doesn't suggest for one moment that the strategy is not as applicable in Kent as it is in any other part of this country.
No, but what it does say in its spatial direction is where the government wishes to focus that investment and focus that cluster. And it is explicit that it wishes to grow and use government policy and government tools to grow advanced manufacturing and R&D type activities in the core of the Golden Triangle.
Yeah, but that's not to suggest that they wouldn't also or shouldn't also be brought forward outside the Golden Triangle for one moment, is it?
No, but it does put a clear spatial geography onto the government's thinking, and that clear spatial geography is directing international investment into the Golden Triangle where it has the best chance of success.
Are you suggesting that the fact that our employment land's not coming forward in the Golden Triangle is a reason to give it less weight in the planning balance?
No, because land is coming forward in the Golden Triangle.
No, I know, but so forget about that. It's about our application. So it's coming forward. We're not in the Golden Triangle, sadly, and the government, for whatever reason, hasn't put Kent in the heart of its spatial approach in the industrial strategy. So that's all of that accepted then. Is that a reason, in your opinion, to give less weight to what we are offering in the planning balance?
Yes, because
it is.
in my evidence I point out, and I have long pointed out, that Kent has to compete with these other favoured areas. They were not before this industrial strategy was published. They were not as clearly defined, and they were not as clearly spatially indicated. We now have a clear spatial direction of travel from the Secretary of State.
So your opinion is that there's a Golden Triangle that's been identified, and the consequence of that in DM terms is that employment-led schemes schemes that involve lots of employment land that come forward outside the Golden Triangle not only don't get the positive support of this, but actually get less weight overall, get downplayed because they're not in the Golden Triangle.
No, my point was that if you are outside of the Golden Triangle, you are competing with Golden Triangle supply.
I get that, and that's in your proof, but why does that mean less weight to the benefits of employment?
Because it means that there is less chance that Kent Science Park will now be successful to grow its international offer and to pull in footloose investment. The government's industrial strategy is clear that where we have footloose investment in research and development, they wish to prioritise a spatial strategy which directs that to the Golden Triangle. So any interest in Kent's R&D activity is directly competing with these areas that get stronger government support than we do here.
I suppose here's my question. Is there anywhere in this strategy or in the MPPF, can't think of anywhere to ask else, the PPG, that suggests that not being in some sort of preferred location should be taken to be a detractor to the weight one attributes to the benefits of employment land?
No, I've never said that. My line has always been that we are competing with this preferred supply and this preferred geography. Now this document has come out and clarified that for us, that we are not a nationally preferred area and the government invests elsewhere.
The industrial strategy considers planning to be, again for better or for worse, I didn't write it, reading what it says, a barrier to the achievement of these objectives, doesn't it? At page 13 of the we're still in the exec summary. Yeah, page 13. It talks about at point 9 talks about removing planning barriers.
Yes, and I would hope that with a positive with a positive adopted plan here, we've done our best to reduce those barriers. That isn't the same everywhere. There are lots of plans there are lots of councils that don't have a development plan.
Yeah.
There are lots of councils that aren't progressing reviews of their development plans. And we all agree that on occasion, planning can be a barrier.
But when it says planning, so again, you, and I understand why you keep going back to plan making, it's fair enough, but it's not just plan making, isn't it? Decision taking is part of the planning regime too, and that can act as a barrier to achieving the economic growth that the government set to target in their industrial strategy.
It can, but I'm not aware that the government here is... the planning is a barrier, but I'm not sure to what extent it is a barrier here and for this application.
Okay. You can put that away for now and just go back to the framework. We were still hopefully on page 24, which is we jumped off there from footnote 43 at 86A, appreciating that 86 is about policies, not about decision making. There's also D, isn't there, that talks about seeking to address potential barriers to investment, like inadequate infrastructure. Do you see?
Yes, it does say that. It is not specific about how.
Not specific about how, no, but that's an interesting, we'll come back to it, because the employment land reviews 2018 and 2023 make it clear that inadequate infrastructure is a barrier to, not just a potential, but an actual barrier to investment here at the KSP.
It is, yes, and it is a barrier almost universally, but KSP has for a long time had a particular
problem,
as we know.
Yeah.
But as I said in evidence in chief, the policy framework for KSP here does not seek to limit the growth of KSP on any need grounds.
No.
It solely seeks to balance the expansion of the science park with wider policies, which Mr. Durgan will
appreciate that. I'll come back to that policy a little bit later. Another thing we've got to do at E is to be flexible enough to accommodate those things, those needs that we haven't anticipated. This is 86E, and to allow new and flexible practices, etc., to enable a rapid response to changes in economic circumstances.
Yes, and as you pointed out, this paragraph relates to plan making and plan policies. And here we have an adopted sound plan that was adopted with an NPPF very much like this.
Well, it's interesting, you've said that a few times. I can see it was sound at the time that it was adopted, but it's out of date. You know that, right?
It's still within its plan period.
Oh, come on. No, that wasn't my question. I know we're in the plan period, but you know that the plan's out of date. The council accepts the plan's out of date for the purposes of 11D of the framework.
I understand we have no 5-year land supply, and therefore it is materially out of date in that sense. But as a general strategy and a general direction of travel in that document, it still addresses these exact same bits of the NPPF.
Yeah, but we're talking about a plan that may have been sound, well, was sound, I'm not suggesting it wasn't sound at the time it was adopted, but the situation that we're in now is that plan is deemed out of date as a consequence of national policy.
In certain aspects, but in the thrust of this, as we've covered in evidence in chief, the plan does exactly the same.
Right. So
in that sense, that element of the plan, what it's seeking to do, what its objectives are, is still aligned with this.
Okay, we'll come back to it. 87 is a policy that relates to policies and decisions. So that unlike 86, 87's directly in play here. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, this is policies and decisions. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've got to make specific address specific locational requirements. This includes making provision for, and it talks about a number of different things, including clustering of knowledge and data-driven creative or high-tech industries, and for new and upgraded facilities and infrastructure that are needed to support growth of these industries. That's A, and B is storage and distribution operations.
Yes.
And where is it in your proof of evidence that you engage with the extent to which granting permission is consistent with 87?
My concern, so in my evidence, as we know, my overall assessment of industrial need is very similar to Savills.
Yeah.
That is the conclusion for that, which we agree with. My concern is my major concern is with the R&D, because in my opinion the risk that, or the likelihood risk that the science part will expand is now significantly greater in the current market.
Yeah.
So my evidence addresses exactly the likelihood of 87A.
Okay. And 87B. I mean, I was hoping the answer would be a page number rather than a recitation of what you've said in your evidence in chief. Where in your proof do you tell us the extent to which overall 87 as a whole supports or doesn't the grant of permission?
My evidence addresses the technical evidence that I was provided by Savills. That is its focus. Savills don't mention any of this. My analysis of the science and technology elements is addressing the fact that, in my opinion, there is now there's a lesser likelihood that the science part will expand if we grant planning permission for it here.
Does that mean that the answer is because of what you understood the scope of your instruction to be, that 87 per se is not a policy that you consider one way or the other?
No.
Expressly?
My whole evidence in detail looks at B, the demand, the likelihood, the need for storage and distribution activities, and A, it looks in detail at the clusters of knowledge base and the likelihood based upon the evidence I've been given.
You know what I'm asking? It's a really easy one. I know, I'm not suggesting you've not considered any of the topics. Some of them you have, but in the end, what we're after is someone to try and tell the inspector and thereafter the Secretary of State whether or not we're consistent with this chapter of the framework or not, full stop. And you don't actually address the policy per se in your evidence, do you?
Yes.
Do you? Where specifically? Just show us.
What I actually conclude is that there is far less likelihood that granting planning permission will fulfil the objective of 87A.
Yeah.
The whole focus of my analysis on science and technology is that this site is quite unlikely, if we grant planning permission, to make a significant positive contribution to 87A.
Do you ever actually say that? I mean, saying it now.
I think it's clear. I think it's clear enough.
And 87B?
When I say 87B, I agree with Savills that there is a requirement for additional industrial land over our plan period. I entirely agree that there's a need for land at a different variety of scale and suitability. So in that element, yes, I agree, and my whole evidence is commissioned to back up an analysis of 87A and B.
Alrighty. But okay, I mean, I'll leave it now, but just to be clear, if the inspector wants to take away a written record of your approach overall to 85 and 87, there's nothing in your proof of evidence that actually engages expressly and specifically with any of this stuff. By that, and don't answer in the same way that you had before, I mean with the policies themselves expressly, which is the thing that the inspector's got to report on.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do answer.
Sorry, pardon?
No, but
You can. Oh, please do. I'm not cutting you off.
Yes, I think I've had enough buts, as in the whole objective of my evidence is to address 87A and B. 87A being science and technology, and the evidence I'm given about the likelihood that will come forward, and 87A will come into fruition if the Secretary of State gives permission.
Thank you. Right, I'm not going to go on about it. I'll get on to the substance of it shortly. But before we do, I just want to ask you a few things about the local plan. So you can put the MPPF away. The local plan is at core document 13.1. And I'm sorry. Yeah. No.
It's 13.
Sorry. The local plan. 13. I think it's 13.1. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, the section on meeting needs, including economic needs, starts on paginated page minus 39, but God knows. It's 4.2.22 and onwards, around PDF page 47-ish. There's a heading 4.2.22. There's a heading identifying specific development needs. Yeah, we've got that. And if you turn on a few pages, that's what we're in. That's the section of the plan that we're in. If you turn on to our development targets for jobs and new homes, that's after 4.2.35. There's a heading.
Yes, got it.
Sets out what the targets, it refers to the development targets in policy ST2. The desire to, I'm reading from 4.2.36 now, just to be clear. Talks about ST2, wants to remove barriers to kickstart our economy, and obviously also ensure a 5-year supply of housing, land and new jobs as soon as possible, in accordance with national policy. That was what the hope was. And then in the next paragraph at 4.2.37, we get this idea of there being 2 planning areas. And one of them's the growth area, and the other one isn't. So at 4.2.37, we're told in the borough there are variances and emphasis reflected by 2 planning areas. The first is the growth area. That's the Thames Gateway within Swale, Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey. And the second area provides for more modest scales of growth. That's Faversham and everything else, basically, including the AONB.
Yeah.
See?
Yes.
And we get that delineation in the table. That's only for housing development, which obviously isn't your focus, but just we can see how housing development was subdivided as between those 2 areas, with an 85% split in the direction of the first area.
Yes, I think that was the spatial strategy at the time.
Well, it's still the spatial strategy, isn't it?
With my economic hat on, I appreciate that the bit you're referring me to is housing. With my economic hat on, it reflected the availability of brownfield and damaged land in Swale at the time.
Sure.
So given that the western part of the borough and Sittingbourne had a long-standing supply of damaged land, described in RPG 9A, it's perfectly correct that that's where, at the time, the spatial strategy directed growth.
Oh, absolutely. No, again, I'm not challenging it. I'm just seeking to show the inspector what it is. And you say that was the spatial strategy at the time. It's the spatial strategy right now. This is the adopted development plan.
Yes, it still is.
Yeah.
It is being reviewed, as we know.
I'm aware of that.
It's factually correct that this is the spatial strategy in the adopted plan because it reflected the land supply when the adopted plan was drafted.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We get more about this spatial strategy. We've got the policy ST2, which obviously sets out the overall targets. And then immediately after that, we've got 4.3, where future change will take place, the strategy for our towns, villages and countryside. And then there's a heading, the Swale settlement strategy. Do you see? And it's more of the same, but at 4.3.2, we're told that a significant part of the borough falls within a national priority area for regeneration, the Thames Gateway, and there's obviously a picture of it, and below. It comprises the Sittingbourne and Isle of Sheppey areas of the borough. The gateway is supported as a strategy priority by the South East Local Enterprise Partnership, financially as well. The Thames Gateway is under the minister, who also chairs its partnership, etc., etc. Its presence and the major regeneration emphasis that it underpins is a continued and strong influence upon local plans.
Yes, and as I said earlier, the reason we have part of the Thames Gateway is because we had a large supply of vacant, not derelict, but damaged land from the legacy of industrial development.
Totally.
Here.
No, I'm not seeking to. I'm just, as I say, I'm not challenging any of this. It's just to explain, to show the inspector that this is the situation. Yeah. Not just at the time, but actually, this is what the adopted local plan says right now.
It does. But this relates to the portfolio of land that is in the adopted plan and the spatial strategy that matches that.
Yeah.
So the two must be read together. The fact
For sure.
The fact this plan made the spatial strategy it did firmly reflected the supply of brownfield and damaged land.
Understood.
It cannot apply. Look, I'd say it has less relevance looking forwards, because as we know, our land, we are running out of brownfield and damaged land in this part of Swale. That was allocated in this plan.
Yeah. Of course, you're not you've just said you're not suggesting it doesn't apply looking forwards. I think, is that what you said?
And for the
double negative.
For the new plan, as we evolve the new plan, we can't take the same spatial strategy to focus development on brownfield and damaged land.
But Mr. Pestle, we're not looking at a new spatial strategy because we haven't got one, and we don't need to, because there's one in the adopted local plan, and this is what it says. And it has a focus. It tells us it's strongly influenced by the regeneration priority area that is known as the Thames Gateway, that's pictured.
Yes, and the availability of land in the Thames Gateway.
Sure.
That's the only point, that the spatial strategy was what it was.
Well, it is what it is now. It's almost like you're trying to suggest it's sort of out of date.
No, it applies to directing development to the adopted plan sites, the allocated sites in the plan, which at the time were brownfield damaged land sites.
So let me ask you this: does the existing and adopted spatial strategy have any bearing at all to unallocated land?
Not only that it made the decision not to allocate land in other parts of Swale at the time.
No, that was not an answer. Does the existing spatial strategy, because the inspector's got to decide what to do with all of this, in a DM section 38.6 decision, there's a spatial strategy in the local plan. Is it of any relevance at all to unallocated land?
It is, in my opinion, it is of less relevance to new greenfield sites, because the logic of the spatial strategy was to direct growth to an alternative portfolio of sites.
Would it not be preferable, if unallocated land is to come forward at all, for it to happen insofar as it can do in a way that's consistent with the adopted spatial strategy?
Providing it is consistent with other policies and the balancing act that Mr. Durgan has to do.
Well, then we're on the same page, Mr. Pestle. We are in the Thames Gateway area, acknowledged by this plan.
Yes.
So when the council, we don't need to turn up the references, but I'll give the inspector just a few paragraph references. We can turn them up, there's no need. In the council's original statement of case, at 3.9, 3.10, 7.3.8, and 7.4. Sorry, start again. 3.9, 3.10, 7.3.8, 7.4.5. There are others, but it doesn't matter, it's just versions of the same thing. If it's suggested, which they're all about a suggestion that the application sites are not in the Thames Gateway, not in the area that the local plan considers to fall within the Thames Gateway, but we are in the Thames Gateway, aren't we?
I understand the whole of Swale is currently defined within the Thames Gateway, but
no, it's not. It's not.
It is. Swale is addressed as a whole, but previously, when the Thames Gateway boundary, as I understood it, ran up to the motorway, that was its original. And I think then go south.
Okay. hang on. Let's just have a look then at just what's said in the statement of case from the council. I just want to make sure that we agree that what's said there is wrong.
That's the diagram that was in RPG 9A, the original one.
Okay.
And as I made reference to in my proof, that document, as part of its discussion about Thames Gateway and development in the Thames Gateway, again directed development to our brownfield sites, not greenfield land.
Yeah, no, just stick on the question if you don't mind. The question relates to the council statement of case. So just if you get that out, it's for document 33.2. 33.2. If you've got that one?
Yes.
Lovely, thank you so much. If you could turn in it to page 24.
Yep.
You should see paragraph 3.5.
Yep.
It says, have you got that? The applicant's statement of case makes several references to the role of the site in relation to the Thames Gateway.
Yep.
And there's a reference there, I think, it's to the local plan. It's not what we're looking at the moment. It emboldens Thames Gateway growth area bracket Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, and it's 4.2.37 of the local plan is cited, and it says within the borough their proposed variances in emphasis reflected by the two planning areas. This is the bit I've just read out to you from the local plan. The first is for the growth area represented by the Thames Gateway within Swale, comprising Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, and the second is the other bit with Faversham and the rest of the area.
Yep.
And it says at 3.8 of the council statement of case, it's not clear as to what the current status is of a standing of the Thames Gateway.
Yes.
And they say in any event, growth was directed to Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, not the application sites.
Yes, and I think one of the slight problems we have with the Thames Gateway evidence trail is the number of obsolete, superseded, replaced documents, consultation documents, documents that
Not
don't
asking
have
about any of them.
status.
Please.
But what I would just draw your attention to is CD 28.2.
Just before we go there, you can go there. I do want you to just. I'm asking about the local plan and the council's own statement of case in the local plan. I thought we had agreed, just looking through the local plan together. We looked at a map, we looked at the text, we looked at ST2, we looked at all the stuff, and I said we're in the Thames Gateway, aren't we? And you said didn't you?
Yes, because I was referring to the most recent documents that we've got in the library discussing the Thames Estuary Growth Commission. I understood from your evidence that this was a continuation of the Thames Gateway evidence.
Okay, don't go too far away from just what I'm asking you, okay? Which is just about what it says in the local plan and the growth strategy and the settlement strategy that we've just been talking about. And I said to you when we were back in the local plan on pages, well, I won't do pages, but in the settlement strategy bit in section 4.3 and 4.2 and 4.3 that we're in the gateway bit, aren't we? And you said yes, and that's because we are.
Yes, my understanding going back to RPG 9A is when that boundary was originally drawn, it was drawn on the south, it was drawn along the motorway.
Okay.
But as discussed, this has changed or appears to change as you work through various more up-to-date Thames Gateway documents.
But just please stick with me. Forget about just answer the question. The question is, for the purposes of the local plan, we are, aren't we, within the growth area, known as the Swale Thames Gateway area, not in... I'm sorry?
Yes, my understanding
Yes.
is yes. I would suggest that you pick up the council's exact understanding and interpretation of its plan with Mr. Durgan.
I will, but your understanding is that we are, and that what's in the statement of case on this is incorrect.
Well, I think this is talking about this at the moment, and the bit in the Stones case I've got is about directing Thames Gateway growth towards Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey.
Yeah, no, the bit. Do you see? Come on, back in the local plan. There's the delineation between two different areas. We've been over this. The Thames Gateway area within Swale, comprising Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, and the second area, not the growth area, that's everywhere else. And the statement of case says, have you read the statement of case before today?
Yeah.
You know that the statement of case says repeatedly, sort of 10 times, that we are not in the Thames Gateway area within Swale, we're in other area. But that's on your understanding. I can pick it up with Mr. Dygan, but your understanding is that what is said in the statement of case is incorrect about that.
Yes, because my understanding is that that this part was in the Thames Gateway.
Thank you very much. And have you heard, that being the case, what Kate Willard, who's the chair of the Thames Estuary Growth Board, said to this inquiry?
No, I understand she supports the scheme. I don't know what document or evidential base that relates to, but I understand she supports the scheme with her Thames Gateway hat on.
So let me ask you this. We agree it's in the gateway, so it's on her patch, as it were. She thought that it, quote, is fundamentally important to delivering growth in the estuary and to the British economy. My question to you is that a view that you think the inspector should give any weight to?
It is her view.
I know it is, but that wasn't the question. You're a planner. I mean, the inspector's got to decide whether to give that any weight. I mean, it sounds like it might be something that does resonate in the context of Chapter 6 of the MPPF, but we know that we are in what the local plan thinks of as being a regeneration area, priority area, notwithstanding what's in the statement of case. We know we're in the Thames Gateway or the Thames Estuary. We know that the chair of the board thinks we'd be fundamentally important to delivering economic growth in that area. My question to you as the council's economic planner is that something you'd invite the inspector to attribute any weight to?
Yes, she has to attribute it weight. What I would add is that I can't find from the audit trail of Thames Gateway documents, which is the current relevant planning related document to base that planning decision on.
So say that again. Right. So the planning decision, did you say?
I cannot find which government policy document I should place weight on in a planning context for that decision. So,
I'm not sure which decision you mean, but luckily we don't have to worry about that, do we? Because the local plan, which is adopted and part of the Section 38.6 exercise, is itself recognising the primacy of the Thames Gateway as a regeneration priority. And that inflects the spatial strategy that permeates the local plan. We agree that we're in it, notwithstanding what the council said at the in the case. All right, fine. So there we go. Okay, that was it on policies for now. I'll come back to one policy a bit later, but I'll leave policies generally and move on to the next thing I wanted to ask you about, which was the work that you've been doing for the council over the years.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of work you've been doing for Swale over the years. And the first bit of work I'd like to ask you about is the first of the employment land reviews, and actually it's the one from, I don't know whether it's the first, but the one from 2018.
Yeah.
And that's to be found at core document 28.2.9.
Yeah. Yep.
Lovely, thank you. Just wait for the inspector. Thank you. So this is a Peter Brett Associates review, dated August of 2018.
Yep.
And we see on the third, you've got it in hard copy I think, on the third sort of PDF page, that this is one that was prepared by a colleague, reviewed and approved by you.
Yes, I directed it.
You directed
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. On the first introductory page, it'll be difficult. I've got PDF pages, but if you turn to the introduction, which is section 1, it's PDF page 7.
Yep. Yeah, page 1.
But yeah, exactly, paginated page 1, yeah. It explains what's going on. It's, I suppose, self-explanatory, really, but they were told that Swales started to update its work for the local plan review, etc. Have you got that page, madam? Just to check. At 1.3, we're told that since the last one, Swale had lost a number of sites from the employment land supply, mainly to housing.
Yes. 'Cause
And new sites have emerged.
Yeah, we had quite weak demand at the time and we were losing employment sites to housing.
Yeah. At 1.4, we're told the focus of the work is on B-class employment. We recognise this is only part of the economy.
Yep.
And we're told at 1.5 what period at that stage was being considered, which was to say the next putative plan period at that time.
Yep.
The purpose of the study at 1.5 is to evidence the scale and quality of new land needed to support growth. That was what was being considered.
Yes.
Now, if you turn into section 3 of the document, which is from PDF page 13, paginated page 7.
So which
Section 3,
yeah.
the local economy. Have you got that one? Paginated 7.
Yeah.
Lovely. So there's a review of the local economy in Swale, which is maybe worth just picking up, because actually, as we'll see from the later review, quite a lot of the things you say here were true then, but actually, as it turns out, are still true now. 3.2, we're told that... Have you got that one? I'm sorry. Just to check. 3.2, Swale's one of the largest districts in Kent. It sets out the population. You see?
Yes.
One of the largest districts in Kent, but over the page, at page 8, we're told at 3.7 that although employment is low and wages in line with the norms, we've got comparatively few local jobs. The workplace economy, that's discussed in more detail in a minute in the next section, is one of the smallest in Kent.
Yes. We traditionally, a fair number of workers here have commuted down to Maidstone, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And more into London, of course, nowadays.
London is not very strong here because it's not an easy place to get to. But London is, yeah.
Come back to that. The borough is broken down into different areas, and you consider them each one in turn, as it were. And if we could turn into section 4, where you deal with Sittingbourne, Sittingbourne as an area is looked at on page 29, paginated page 35.
So my version, page 29.
Oh dear, have we got the paginate? Have I got it wrong? Yeah, yours is 29. It should say Sittingbourne towards the bottom.
This has moved on to the property market.
This is the property market, and in particular, you're considering industrial at the moment.
Yep.
And you say at 4.51 that Sittingbourne is the industrial location most in demand in the borough.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't. In fact, the more recent review supports this conclusion being the case now.
Sittingbourne is where historically industrial stock has been located.
Yeah. Okay. The situation in terms of demand, and then in terms of I suppose vacancy, it's part of that demand. We're told at page 31, paginated page 30. Sorry, PDF page 37, 4.59. that 4.59,
Yes.
we are told under there's a table about availability, and then the text says vacancy measured by units is low, but vacancy measured by floor space is very low. There is a significant lack for space for some occupiers to take up in the borough.
Yes.
And then at 4.60, we're told that agents report that generally across the borough, the majority of vacant space is porous stock.
Yes, this was a period in time where, as I noted in my evidence, it was actually unviable to deliver new space.
Mm-hmm.
So whilst we had allocations, whilst we had land to be taken up, we had real difficulty translating that land into built floor space.
Into built floor space. We get a similar story about the tightness of the market, I think as you called it in chief, and you call it in this report as well, tightness of the Sittingbourne market at 4.64. They're on the same page.
But I think...
Hang on, just one sec.
Yeah.
4.64 as another Sittingbourne heading.
If I can just finish...
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So if I can just finish the last one.
Oh, sorry, of course.
So you drew my attention to 4.59, etc. But the final sentence, the final paragraph of that section makes the point that we did actually have land available at the time. So what it said was, in the short term, there's likely to be some relief with build-to-suit opportunities at Eurolink 5, G Park. Most of these allocations are medium to large-size units.
Yeah.
So my point is always that whilst we might have a low vacancy rate in our built stock, Swale had always provided land, and at that point we still hope that G Park would come forward in that immediate future.
We'll see, obviously, in the up-to-date report, or more up-to-date report, how the things pan out in terms of whether the need for land or buildings is satiated. But in any event, fine. 4.64 talks about the market, and just before that there's a table, 4.7, Sittingbourne stock and availability. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Just above that, a few lines above it, you say that agents report that even though the figures here make vacancy seem high, the market's generally very tight and there's limited suitable space.
Yeah.
Just to, again, ask a stupid question, but I assume I know what you mean by the word tight, but could you just explain, when you say the market's very tight, what does that actually mean?
It means that there was not a lot of vacant space for people to move around in.
Yeah.
But as I repeat, that was vacant floor space, not vacant land. We're reporting the two things separately.
Okay. Your overall conclusion in respect of Sittingbourne, in respect to the industrial market, is set out on page, I just give the inspector, PDF 42, you paginated page 36.
Yeah.
We've got a heading, conclusion, the general industrial market.
Yeah.
And we are told 4.87, demand for additional small and medium units across the borough, etc., etc. Final sentence of that paragraph says, due to the low levels of availability of current stock and the current demand for new space, there's not sufficient allocations to fulfil demand throughout the plan period. You see where I am?
Yes.
4.88, both developers and agents alike have confirmed that if new units were to be brought forward, there'd be sufficient demand for them to be let or sold. This tight market, it's not unique to Swale. Within the whole of Kent, indeed the South East more generally, there's a lack of industrial supply matched with substantial demand for industrial units.
Yes, because as I said at the time, the council's evidence was it was unviable to build floor space. So whilst I dislike the fact that the vacancy rate was so low, etc., and we're making a legitimate point in the evidence base, at that point in time, the market was unviable to translate land into floor space. It wasn't a constraint caused by planning, the land was there. It was a wider constraint and a reflection of the weak market here. Well, it didn't drive, at this point in time, rents and values were not sufficient to drive development.
You say it's not a constraint caused by planning, but your recommended course of action to the council was that it planned to allocate land in order to address in part, the tight market that you're describing.
Yes, because this was a document informing the local plan review.
Yeah.
And it was calculating the amount of additional land that we should be providing.
That's right. So it might.
The recommendation.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, the recommendation at 9.41 was to allocate more land.
That's
and
right.
to try and make them immediately available where they can.
That's right. So even though you say planning's not the core constraint, you were recommending that planning's part of the answer.
Well, yes, because this is a document intended to inform a local plan review
Yeah.
and quantify new allocations.
Absolutely.
There was insufficient land at the time because it was a plan period half through. It was expected to inform the new plan. So I can't put much weight on an evidence-based document which is suggesting that we allocate more land, because that would be natural for a plan review to do.
At 4.90, same page, you consider what the consequences will be if there's a failure to deliver. If there's a failure to deliver, i.e. in order to meet these demands that you've identified. At 4.90, you say, if the borough fails to deliver, some occupiers will choose to relocate. Oh, I'm sorry. 4.90, same page. If the borough fails to deliver, some occupiers will choose to relocate or expand elsewhere. Others who can't move away will be unable to grow or modernise. If new land were allocated for development, these constraints would be removed and the local economy would perform better. And you say at 4.91, the solution is to allocate more sites.
So that is because it is an evidence-based document informing a new plan.
I'm not criticising it. I'm just showing the inspector what it was saying, and then what you end up recommending in a moment in terms of the quantum of allocation. We will come to in a sec. But just before we get to the overall quantum of what you were recommending for the new local plan at this time, I just want to pick up on, there's a particular section on the Kent Science Park. The Kent Science Park section starts on page 46 at PDF 52. PDF 52.
Sorry, what paper page did you say?
46.
46, sorry.
If you've got that, and
Yeah,
I'm not going to read it all out, obviously. I'll just skip just to give the inspector the lay of the land. There's headings on introduction. You define what the market is. Over the page, you set out what makes a good science park. There's a table with examples from Oxford, Shire and Cambridgeshire. There's a heading over the page from there about Milton Park. Heading over the page from there about Kent Science Park Market, Discovery Park. Do you see where I'm at?
Yeah.
And then over the page again, you've got a heading called Science Park in Swale -KSP.
Yes.
Have you got that, madam? Where I'm sorry.
Yes.
4.163, you set out some of the history and the context to where it is, obviously.
Yeah.
At 4.164, you talk about some of the things that it comprises, and I think we know what it comprises, so I won't read all of that out.
Yeah.
You do say a few lines from the bottom of this paragraph that unlike the majority of competing science parks, KSP is not directly connected to a university, but as Discovery Park and Milton Park demonstrate, this is not necessarily a prerequisite for a successful technology-focused site. So just pausing there, your view is that some are connected to universities, but you don't have to be connected to a university to have a successful technology-focused site.
Yeah, it is. So you don't require a university on site. That is true. It is as we have learned recently with Oxford, Cambridge, and London, it has become an enormous attractor.
Yeah.
To them, where they will pay £130, etc., to be located next to the university.
Yeah.
So my sentence here is entirely right. It isn't a necessity, but if you have one and if you're competing with a site that has a university, experience shows us that occupiers prefer to be on a university-dominated site.
Okay. but I mean, fine. I'm sure there's no dispute about that. But the lack of it being a prerequisite remains your view.
Yeah, but it does limit its growth, and it limits its attractiveness.
Well, you say what limits its growth in the next sentence. You said but you say what does constrain the site is a lack of access. This limits market appeal, but it also represents an absolute block on delivering strategic new development here. You see?
It was because I understood that we could not accommodate strategic development on the existing highway network.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was factually correct when this was drafted.
I'm not suggesting any of this is factually incorrect. I'm just trying to show the inspector what you were suggesting would be desirable at this time. The 4.165, you tell us that site agents and local agents report that KSP is in demand from a mix of occupiers, including reasonable interest from bioscience and high-tech engineering firms.
Yes, what we did say, and was a fair point, was that actually a lot of the space on the science park was being taken up by general office, because the science park had a supply of office space, whereas the town did not.
Yeah.
So the science park was successful, as in we understood that it was not vacant. There was demand. It wasn't filled with demand that was related to science and technology. There was some. It was an attractor for our local market, and if you look at the profile of tenants on there today, you find a lot of local office occupiers on there.
You suggested two possible ways forward for the KSP. And those two options are set out. Is it on the next page? A couple of pages on.
Yeah.
There's a paragraph 4.178. Just before the heading, the Big Bang option, it says 4.178, as new space is made available and because of access constraints, it's likely that these will in the past compete for higher quality occupiers from the local market. There's scope to grow the core science park market on the site. This is limited due to the small scale of the core market. The most likely business as usual case is a mix of occupiers. So there are two options. There's a business as usual case, which actually, sorry, you start on the page before, I should have said. There's a heading business as usual at the beginning of this mini section that I should have picked up as we were moving through. Just before 4.175?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've missed the heading. It says business as usual. That's business as usual, and the bit I've just read out is the concluding paragraph of your section on business as usual.
Yeah.
The alternative scenario is referred to as the Big Bang option.
Yes.
Go on.
Can I just note for the business as usual?
Yeah, sure.
We found that currently, paragraph 4.176, currently supply and demand appear balanced at KSP. Admittedly, we didn't have very detailed data on it, but it appeared balanced. It didn't appear that it was short of space. It didn't appear that it was constrained. And when we looked at the profile of demand that was being attracted to it at 4.177, we found actually it was office occupiers taking a lot of the space.
Yeah, but you've fine, all of that's fine. But you talked repeatedly in this report about the fundamental access constraints that limit its attractiveness.
It is for KSP, and has been for a long time.
Well, exactly, and that's what takes you to what you call the Big Bang option. Yeah. You say. Go on. I'm just going to read it out, but go on.
No, go on, sorry.
4.179, growth of the science park, somewhat stuck with a dilemma.
Yep.
Significant organic growth is constrained by the lack of access to the site. So, to grow KSP requires... You do say requires, not just implies, but requires a Big Bang option. This is most obviously a new junction to the M2 and a new local road network to the south and southwest of Sittingbourne. The infrastructure package will be very significant. A new motorway junction could exceed £100 million, although options will differ. A new motorway junction will bring with it significant benefits and opportunities to Sittingbourne more widely, which further complicates the cost-benefit assessment of this option. And you say at 4.180 in the next paragraph, because employment space is highly unlikely to make any meaningful contribution to pay for this infrastructure, funding it requires a significant amount of money, cross-subsidy, from housing and or public sector grant, with the former, which is to say housing, being the most likely.
Yes,
so your basic... Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And the ability of KSP and Highsted to accommodate that significant amount of houses is outside of my evidence.
Oh, of course it is. I wasn't asking about it.
With an economic hat on, with a narrow economic hat on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Okay. So the Big Bang option, I mean, this is it. This scheme's... I mean, the thing that you're describing is fundamentally what... It accords, obviously, it's there's much more detail now than it was at the very high-level concept that you're describing it. But access to the M2, large-scale expansion of the KSP, subsidised by housing, essentially, with all this new infrastructure. This is... Your Big Bang is sort of been brought into being through this planning application.
Yes, I think if you follow the conclusions through, what I go on to point out is that we have to separate slightly what the council needs from what it may aspire to.
Yeah.
Now, it needs a level of economic growth. It doesn't necessarily need the Big Bang option at the science park. It is clear the Big Bang option is clearly caveated as something that the council may wish to aspire to.
But just to be clear, the framework's not just about meeting needs, is it? Chapter 6. We've been over it. It's about meeting needs, of course, but it's also about wider opportunities, flexibility, meeting the challenges of the future, building on strengths, including by addressing barriers to investment like infrastructure.
Yeah, and we have been crystal clear about that all the way through.
So
and as I say, the council in its current approach to its employment strategy is positive and looking to accommodate its needs in full.
Okay, we'll come back to that. 4 point over the page. Um, 4.183. As a mixed employment site with the new access, you say the site has considerable merit. At 4.185, you say as a mixed site, we note strong demand from industrial occupiers in Swale, much less regional competition. An expansion of KSP with proposed infrastructure could capture some of the industrial demand in the borough. Wider area.
Yeah.
If a new junction was constructed on the M2, there would be market demand for this location.
That is paragraph 4.185, but
That's right.
What you skipped over is 184.
Oh, we can read that out, sure.
Which says that it is possible the site could attract additional regional or sub-regional demand. Cautious about relying on this because the regional market has a considerable overhang of office space.
Yeah.
A queue of councils eager to promote high-quality office allocations if and when the market tightens. It goes on to say it is questionable whether Sittingbourne, even with a new junction, could compete with Ebbsfleet and Discovery Park for true science park activity. Many competing locations can offer new office space without the need for a whole new motorway junction.
Understood. Yeah, fine. But what we're seeing is that there is likely to be attraction from the market, certainly for mixed employment, also for industrial occupiers, and possibly, but not necessarily, in your view at this stage, for science park uses.
Yes, with that caveat in mind that we will still have to compete with lots of other people.
Sounds good. All right then. You say 4.187. Under summary, you say the KSP is complicated to assess. Well, I'm sure we're sort of proving that now. Business as usual growth will, at some point, hit the transport capacity constraint.
Yes.
The implications of which are no means solely restricted to KSP and have much wider implications across the borough. And then you say at 4.188, just to say, obviously, we've had transport evidence, so we know all about what that constraint is now. 4.188, looking forwards, This strategic transport constraint can only be removed with a big bang option, potentially costing hundreds of millions of pounds. This would be most likely delivered through a development package including 10,000 plus new homes, but would also result in benefits to Sittingbourne, including existing residents who benefit from new infrastructure and also the existing employment estates, improved access around Sittingbourne with a new junction and completion of the link road, and would benefit Eurolink.
Yeah, with my economic hat on, that is perfectly correct.
Well, yeah, but you're wearing your economic hat today, aren't you? I mean, that's
Yes,
that's why you're here.
But what I would warn or caution is it's not within the scope of my evidence or my ability to address the balance of the 10,000 plus.
Don't worry,
homes.
believe me, I'm not going to ask you in the balance whether or not the housing need and the economic benefits outweigh any harm. I'm not asking you that. So don't worry. But it's important to recognise, isn't there? There's all this stuff, these amazing benefits that you recognise with your economic hat on.
Yep.
And what I find weird is that they're not referred to anywhere in your evidence. Is it to Mr. Dygan that we need to go to have a look to look for an examination of these benefits?
Mr. Dygan's looking at he's looking at the benefits and the balance.
The balance. Now I get he's balancing. Someone's got to actually identify them before they're balanced, and I'm struggling to find them anywhere. I mean, I wondered whether, given that you'd written all of this with your economic hat on, that you might back in 2018, that you might have said something about any of this in your proof of evidence, which you haven't done. So is it more to Mr. Dygan that I need to be?
You need to direct
All
more
right.
to Mr. Dygan.
Well, let's put a pin in that then.
As I have noted, my evidence was triggered by the Savills report,
I know.
which does not go into any of this.
I don't mind who brings it up, whether it's you or Mr. Dygan. Obviously, as long as it's brought up and not forgotten about, that's fine. So I'll come back to it with Mr. Dygan, and we can see where in his proof of evidence he considers this vast array of benefits that you're talking through. Okay. The fundamental... Oh, hang on, before I leave it. So, sorry, next page. Just before... But next page, same section, next page. Before we get to Sheerness Port, there's a couple of final paragraphs. At 4.191, in terms of what the council may aspire to, you've made the distinction between what it needs and what it may aspire to. The Science Park proposal allows the borough to compete with other areas to grow the science park, try to attract sub-regional demand to Sittingbourne. This is additional to meeting local needs. Expansion of the KSP would deliver a new motorway junction, etc. You go over all of that again. It may prove to unconstrained development in Sittingbourne more generally. It would improve access to existing established estates in and around the town, and so would result in wider economic benefits. Right?
Yes, if you put in your whole new motorway junction, it will benefit Swale.
And so what I suppose I'm saying is, whoever deals with it, i.e. whether it's you or Mr. Dygan, it doesn't matter, but those are benefits that the inspector, you would say, needs not to forget about when she's considering doing her planning balance exercise later on this year.
No, but they are transport-related benefits.
They're economic benefits, you say.
But they are unlocked by the transport evidence.
Right, but they're fine. I mean, that sounds good. But they're economic benefits, so they fall within your purview. I should say they fall within the extent to which granting planning permission would accord with Chapter 6 of the MPPF.
Putting a new road in Swale will benefit Swale. I can't disagree.
Well, I'm not. Well, I'd be surprised if you were disagreeing because you wrote all of this stuff. That's not the question.
Yeah.
My point is that your own work is alluding to this suite of wider economic benefits. I accept that you don't think it was within your scope to cover any of them in your proof of evidence. That's fine, and that's between you and the council. That's your take on it. That's okay. But all I'm saying, and I can ask Mr. Dygan about it, which I will do, obviously, but all I want to get from you is that you've identified all these benefits.
Yeah.
You think, don't you, that the inspector, when she's thinking about economic benefits and Chapter 6 of the framework, needs to remember that all these benefits are there and she needs to give them some weight, whatever weight she thinks?
Yes.
Okay.
A new road is an economic benefit to Swale.
All right. Okay. And the Big Bang option, you say at 4.192, in the last sentence, the Big Bang, final sentence of 4.192, this route, a KSP Big Bang, offers a possible step change in the local market, which a less aspirational approach is unlikely to deliver.
Yes, and I know you'll go on to in a minute because you won't bypass a paragraph, but the following paragraph concludes on that, and what it says quite clearly is that we can, in this report, given the scope of this report being the employment land review, we cannot judge whether the merits and potential rewards of a more aspirational approach justifies the wider supporting package and risk.
Totally, and no one is asking you to make the overall judgment on the planning merits of the application or of the KSP proposal. I'm just asking about employment and economic benefits, really.
So what that paragraph says, even accepting the paragraphs above as being benefits, I can't do that balance.
I'm not asking you to, Mr. President. You don't need to keep saying it. No one's asking you to. I'm not saying overall is this the best, is this justified and Section 38.6. I'll be asking Mr. Dygan about that. What I'm saying is that with your employment hat on, your economic hat on, you recognise, don't you, that what's before the Secretary of State has the capacity to achieve a step change in the local market.
It has the capacity to improve the local market.
Step change. Your words.
Whether it makes a step change for the Eurolinks, etc., different. The Big Bang relates to unlocking KSP in the science park.
Yeah, exactly. Step change in the local market, quote, Mr. Pestle, 2018. Here we are.
For KSP, yes, because at the moment we struggle to grow our science market.
Wouldn't that be a good thing, a step change in the local market?
It would be if I hadn't updated all my evidence as part of this inquiry and found a gross oversupply elsewhere.
Okay,
so this relates, and this is heavily caveated all the time on the fact that we have to compete elsewhere. And what has materially changed since this report was written was the emergence of an enormous oversupply.
Is your position, I'll come back then to, obviously we're moving through chronologically what you've said at different points, is your position that the step change in the local market that's alluded to at 4.192 may have been correct then, or was correct then, but your position is that the step change that had been identified then, there's no longer the opportunity to achieve such a thing because of a change in supply dynamics?
For the R&D sector at KSC,
I'm not talking about the RSP, I'm talking about the local market. The local market. Step change in the local market. You've talked about wider employment benefits to all sorts, across Swale, but to Sittingbourne, Euro Park, the wider employment sites in the area. You say here at this stage, Big Bang, possible step change.
Yes.
Now my question is your position that that was correct then but is no longer a possibility? Is that right?
The risk for the KSP Big Bang option is now significantly higher than when I drafted this in 2008.
Okay, just have a go at answering. I know that might feel like an answer, but it's not. I'm asking you about the capacity to achieve a step change in local market conditions. So are you saying that what was a possibility then is no longer a possibility now? Or do you accept that it was possible then and it remains something that the Big Bang option is capable of delivering?
Sorry, the logic of the Big Bang was to unlock the science park and deliver a lot of strategic R&D growth.
Okay.
Alongside, the new road would open up access or improve access to Sittingbourne more generally. The two are slightly different points. I agree that a new road will always make Sittingbourne more attractive. A new motorway junction added anywhere would make its local area more attractive. So I agree with that. My point with the Big Bang and the KSP option is that the nucleus of the KSP Big Bang option, its rationale for being, was to unlock the science park and allow Swale to compete for science-related demand. And my assessment today is that the risk is significantly greater.
And your overall recommendation at that stage
Sorry.
Sorry.
So it's significantly greater, the risk, because there's a surplus.
Yeah, so
You're saying?
the document that we're referring to is one generation old of its employment land review. It was prepared in advance of me, for this inquiry, reassessing the strength of the R&D market, because I needed to respond to Savills' report. As I have responded to Savills' report, and as I have updated my data and just my general intelligence about R&D in Kent, I have now reweighted my opinion from what was stated in 2008. So 2008 is now an old, obsolete document.
So you're saying that the R&D market now
Yes.
is oversupplied and will therefore be drawing from other places?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that the Big Bang option was to open up KSP so that KSP could more fairly compete for national demands, because as a site today, it can't compete for somebody that wants a significant amount of floor space, because it's transport limited. At that time, the opinion was if we unlocked KSP, it would be able to try, it was always a high risk option, it would be able to try to attract some of this footloose regional national demand. But at this point in time, having looked at the state of the market in more recent years and looking in more detail, because the core areas of the UK, those identified in the National Industrial Strategy for R&D, they are currently battling with an oversupply. So the likelihood, as per Savills, that we will attract displaced demand from core markets is now significantly weaker. And also knowing, as we do today, that Discovery Park has wobbled, and knowing, as we do today, that Medway next to us have tried this Big Bang option. They have tried a Big Bang option themselves. They've unlocked a 100,000 square metre science park in Savills terms, and that has very recently failed.
Which one's that?
Except this is what was written in 2018, sorry. But for the purposes of this inquiry today, there is far more recent and relevant information that allows me to rebalance that risk.
I'm sorry, which, in Medway, what was the name of the...
Medway was Innovation Park.
Oh,
That's the 100,000 square metre LDO site that we talked about.
Thank you.
That has now just been mothballed.
What we'll do, I think, is just finish off with this, put this away, and then it'd be a good moment for the tea break, probably. But just before we do, so in answer to the inspector, you talked about the potential for, I'm just going to summarise it, but an oversupply, essentially. Summarise what you just said. Has there now been then, wasn't at the time, has there now been a quantitative needs assessment that's R&D specific that you've undertaken for Swale?
No, because Swale, as we've said, we have never constrained Swale, we've never constrained KSP on needs grounds.
Which is another way of saying that we don't actually know what the requirement is. Because no one's done that. Well, I say no one, Savills have, but you've not, on behalf of the council, you've not been commissioned to actually find out what the full requirement would be for R&D space within this borough.
No, because pragmatically we have one site that its ability to meet any identified need is a product of its current constraints.
Well, I know that, but we're here to debate those constraints. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Those constraints, if this planning application is successful, those constraints go away. That's what this debate's about. So if you're going to tell the inspector that this is all going to be very unlikely of succeeding in a step change now, well, just because in a nutshell there's oversupply, she's got to remember, hasn't she, that you're not making that case with reference to any quantitative assessment of R&D demand within Swale.
Okay. No assessment of R&D demand has ever been provided to the council to support its decision-making case until Savills appeared.
Until us.
And I have responded to Savills in detail.
I get that. And so what the inspector's got, just to sort of put this in, try and make it simple, he's got the Savills assessment, he's got your critique of it
Yes.
through this inquiry. But what we don't have, either in the evidence base from the past or from the evidence base right now for the inquiry, we've got no quantitative assessment from anyone at the council as to what they think the requirement should be for R&D going into the future in Swale. Do we?
We don't have a need assessment.
No.
What I have responded to is Savills, and I do not believe at this current moment in time that there is a positive need case for R&D here.
Well, it'd be a stronger position for you to take if you'd done your own assessment, which you haven't. You've responded to Savills, but anyway, all right.
Sorry, fine. Just to respond to that, I'd refer you back to the PPG, which
Yeah,
actually
fine.
clearly tells us that for this type of activity, this type of demand, the focus should be on qualitative
Fine.
evidence. Savills have provided, in my opinion, an overcomplicated quantitative assessment. In all my evidence discussing the science part, address it qualitatively, which I think is perfectly in line with the PPG.
Okay. When it comes to your overall conclusions at this stage, appreciating, as you've said, that things move on, and we're going to get to the up-to-date one in a minute, but in 2018, your conclusion, just for the inspectors to note it, it's on page PDF 86, paginated 8D.
Sorry, what's 86?
PDF 86,
What is
sorry.
it then?
It's the concluding recommendation of this of the 2018 Employment Land Review.
Sorry. Oh, I see. Sorry, yeah. Okay, the PBA one.
Oh yeah, same document. Yeah, it's
Same document.
PBA.
86. Yeah, what paragraph?
Summarised at 6.28.
Okey-doke.
So, in a nutshell, we're talking about it starts to meet future business needs. This report recommends that, and then there's A, B, and C. Have you got that, Mr. Pestle?
Yes.
So the nub of it is, at this stage, obviously things have changed. So this is not the situation now. But in 2018, industrial land, 40 hectares. Yeah.
That was it. That was the calculation at the time.
No,
Yeah.
I see that. I'm just trying to show the inspector it, and this should be in the west of the borough. So it's not just anywhere, but it should be around where we are now. It should be around Sittingbourne, the Isle of Sheppey, on sites that are market attractive for larger warehouses.
Yep.
And then 15 hectares, I think that is, of new land for offices in light industrial, focused in the east of the borough, around Faversham,
Yep.
etc. And that was that. So that was the situation there, that for industrial land, there'd be 40 hectares, up to 40 hectares, and that be focused around Sittingbourne
Yes,
and Sheppey.
That reflected the advice at the time.
At that
because
time. And
at
things have
that
changed.
time, yeah.
Things have changed, and things have just, I mean, we'll get to it obviously after the coffee break, things have gone up. I mean, so that was the situation in 2018, but for reasons you come on to explain, in fact now, on your case, certainly in our case as well, but whoever's right about the figures, the demand for industrial land has gone up actually quite a bit.
Yep.
Okay. Happy to pause there, if that's a convenient moment. Yeah. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm very sensitive about timekeeping now. Not your fault, it's my fault. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. We won't start without you. I think that's the key.
Right, well, I think it is 10:02 now, so the inquiry's resumed, and would you like to carry on?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Pestle.
Yep. Oh.
A question? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I might not be able to hang around fully. I just want to check, because I don't want to cause chaos next week. Given it's going to be really hot on Monday, and I missed what you said earlier, and it's been relayed to me, we've obviously got a viability witness lined up for Tuesday.
Yes.
Whether you want us to bring him along on Monday and take the risk that we're likely to be doing him, or add to more people.
I don't think there's any chance that we'll be getting to viability, is there, on Monday? Because I think we've got to get out of here reasonably early on Monday anyway.
That's fine. Okay, I just wanted to check and make sure. All right,
I do want to just talk about Monday, but I'm happy to do it after we've finished if you want.
And I'll tune in. I'll have to leave, but I'll tune in. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
So, I'm on the we're on the evidence that you've produced for the council over the years. We've done the 2018 review.
Yep.
The potential for a big bang, and you've talked about that. Moving on, there's obviously the 2023 review, but just before we get there, we'll all get there, there's some bits in the middle that I want to pick up on. Other things that you've produced for Swale, with your Peter Brett hats on. And those are at core documents 18.32, 33 and 34. So if we just start with 18.32.
Oh, hang on. I've got to get 32.
Yeah.
Sorry. Were you working for Peter Brett at this time then?
Yes.
But you're not now?
Nope.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
You've worn a number of hats over the years.
So 18.
18.32.
Yes.
Thank you. Just let the inspector get there.
It's just opening.
Don't worry. Yeah, that's right.
Hang on.
The blue cover. This is 2018. This one, and it's Peter Brett report called Swale Borough Council Choices for Housing Growth.
Yes.
And if we look on the second page of it, this is one that you reviewed.
Yep.
The previous document, the Employment Land Review, the 2018 one, that you had sort of commissioned it on behalf of the council, but that's not the case then. You actually wrote that one.
Wrote it, yeah.
Yeah, the two employment land reviews were commissioned by Swale.
Oh, I see. So you were with Peter Brett then?
So, yeah,
and still now in this one?
Yeah, so...
Okay, that's right.
Just to set the record, Peter Brett became Stantec.
Yeah.
Then Stantec basically stopped doing local authority planning, and we moved to Rapley's. So
When you say we?
me and my team,
I
basically.
see. Right. Okay. I see. I'm with it. Thank you.
Yeah. So, you produced for Peter Brett. So back in the day, a number of reports. So we've seen the 2018 Employment Land Review.
Yep.
But in the same year, in the same year, you also produced this document as well.
Yes.
Which we won't go through in any detail because the inspector's seen quite a lot of this already. But just to pick up on just a couple of references in it, and I'm hoping in a minute that you can help me with a couple of the conclusions. But just to note just a couple of things in it. Everyone's got PDFs, I think, of this one. PDF 58 and in paginated 58 as well.
Yep.
Your analysis suggested that the green areas, not the brightest green areas, but the more pale green on the map, are what you called less constrained areas, which would tend to have environmental constraints which could be mitigated.
Sorry, the light green or the dark green?
I don't know about light. Not central Sittingbourne, whatever shade that is, but the wider bits outside of central Sittingbourne, whatever pale. I'm colourblind, but paler green, I think.
Paler green.
The stuff outside the middle of Sittingbourne, whatever colour that is, you've called that less constrained, not unconstrained, but less constrained areas. And you say in the text that means these are areas which would have environmental constraints which could be mitigated. Correct?
Yes, I think we were trying. I don't know if you discussed the purpose of this
We did.
document.
But you're happy to, obviously you wrote it, so you tell us.
Yeah, at the time, the council was trying to identify, pre-revision of its local plan, it was trying to identify possible new areas to direct growth. This was a very high-level analysis document intended to generate promoter interest, to get sites promoted
Well,
to members to take through the process.
it worked, didn't it?
It is a very, and it is a very high-level document.
You don't need to.
Yep.
Well, you can introduce caveats if you want. I'm not challenging it. I just want to show the inspector.
What date was it again?
2018, and just a couple more references in it. Page 68.
Yep.
Just let the inspector get there.
Yeah.
68 is headed Transport and Utilities Infrastructure.
Yep.
Get that? And then on the left-hand side, it says, towards the bottom on the left, number of piece of infrastructure have the ability to change our spatial strategy with regard to new settlements. First bullet then, the most influential proposed piece of infrastructure is the A2M2 link, then the northern and the southern relief roads. In particular, a couple of lines on, the A2M2 link with associated junction 5A could unlock possible development sites to the south and east of Sittingbourne,
Yep.
and help to deal with the infrastructure constraints that cause concern during the inspection process for the adopted local plans to relieve congestion, air quality problems on the A2.
Yep, and I think that's factually true. It's
Yeah.
reflecting what the previous inspector said, and
Yeah.
it's entirely consistent with what we've been through.
Totally. Obviously, we're with you on that, obviously. But beyond the bullet points, there's a sentence that says, it is likely that. It's likely that the A2M2 link, so that's the southern link road, and junction 5A, it's likely that these things would create a step change in our ability to unlock land for a new settlement. So we've concentrated on this proposal here, and you say at the end in bold, it's likely these highways and rail improvements would only prove affordable if housing development was used to help pay for them, in addition to major public subsidy.
Yes, it's still factually correct at the time.
Yeah, okay. And then you set out what you call the big picture
Where's that?
on page 74, PDF 74.
Yep.
The big picture, it's in a nice big font because it was the big picture. Development, 3 points.
That was my colleague. Yes.
Point 1, developments likely to be most environmentally permissible in the green area that we've looked at already.
Yeah, in the very high level work
High level,
this was
high
intended
level,
to generate interest.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And here we are, having generated some interest. Secondly, development is most market viable in the area to, the south and the southeast of Sittingbourne. That's where we are. Faversham.
And Faversham.
Sheppey's
yeah.
unlikely to be popular with the market
For a garden community, I think this is
for a garden
related
community.
To. So
And
this,
sorry, go on. Sorry.
no, sorry, I'm just saying that this relates to far more than just employment land.
Oh, of course.
This is addressing big housing issues.
Big
That was
housing
it-
issues.
That was its main purpose. 10,000 houses on the side of Sittingbourne, generating
Exactly.
housing options, not necessarily employment options.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I wanted to make clear that this is with your because for Peter Brett, you did the employment work, but you also did other things for the council, including review their strategic options for growth.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is it. This is the beginning of that process. And you say at 3 that infrastructure change could have fundamental effects on a spatial approach to housing. In particular, the A2M2 link could unlock a large amount of development land south and east of Sittingbourne, and all the other things you've said already, help solve congestion and air quality, etc.
It's the same point, entirely consistent. If you put a new motorway junction through into land that you cannot access at the moment, it is actually true that it will make that land developable, or allow that land to be developable.
So
But
just
it says nothing else about the constraints and the impact of doing so.
No. Well, it does actually. It says that at 1, doesn't it, that when it comes to constraints, you've identified some parts of the borough that are actually very heavily constrained. Those are the red bits. But actually, you've said that the green areas are likely to be most environmentally permissible in terms of constraints, haven't you?
I would have to, well, no, I can't refer to a landscape colleague because there isn't.
Okay.
But my understanding is the chart, the map that we looked at a second ago, just overlaid the immovable environmental constraints like the AONB. So, given that we're trying to flag to the market that we know we're heavily constrained by AONBs in parts.
Well, it's ecology as well, of course, isn't it, in the north?
But I honestly can't remember what was put on that
Fair enough.
chart. That was done by our landscape.
It's all in the document. We have been through it, so that's fine. I'm not going to ask you about it.
Yeah.
It's all it explains in the maps that run up to the map that I've shown you. But yeah, the reason I said that to you is because you'd said that this wasn't a document that considered the constraint side, but of course it does. Anyway, that was the 2018 picture.
Yeah.
In 2019, you updated your position at document 18.33.
Yep.
And that just let the inspector get there. Um, 18.33. This is another one that you reviewed and indeed ultimately approved in March of 2019.
Yeah.
And again, to cut a long story short, as it were, the NS1, as it was known, as you called it anyway, begins on PDF page 27, paginated page 23. It explains what was being suggested at that time.
Yeah. Can I just draw your attention to the caveat at paragraph 1.9?
Gosh, yes, of course.
To the whole report.
Of course, yes.
So
1 point, what was it?
1.9 on page 1. Just because it's important to understand the process that was going on.
Yes.
And therefore the weight that should be placed on the emerging evidence.
I see.
And it was quite clear at paragraph 1.9 that the aim of the report and the ongoing evaluation process is to assess whether proposals are appropriate for further assessment.
Yeah.
And whether they are appropriate to be further considered by the local plan process.
I see.
This is very different to the council endorsing the proposals as part of the next strategy.
I see.
It is because this was a document intended to try to develop options for further testing.
Yes. Okay.
And we had to filter options for further testing in order to prioritise the council's plan making.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what you're saying, I think, is that until there's been some sort of formal endorsement of a plan making approach, we've got to be very careful about giving any weight to emerging evidence-based documents.
No, what I'm saying is the evidence that was proportionate for this, the evidence was proportionate to the task in hand. Okay. The task in hand was not to confirm that these sites can go into the adopted plan.
No. God, again, Mr. Pestle, I detect a bit of defensiveness. I don't know why, because I wasn't suggesting to you that this was I don't know, an allocation or something like it, the council formally endorsing anything. I just wanted to see what it says. But obviously this is an emerging evidence-based gathering exercise that you and your colleagues are doing, and you're considering a number of potentials for strategic growth in this area, aren't you?
We're trying to identify options for the council to test in significantly more detail.
Aren't we agreeing though? I know.
Deliverable.
Yeah. Okay.
So all I'm putting is that caveat is important because it's important for the weight that is then put on to the subsequent analysis, because it's quite clear that it was a very provisional document, a very high-level document, and it never formed final conclusions.
Okay. Oh gosh. Well, it's probably a waste of time me asking you anything about it with that in mind, but I'll have a go anyway. The NS1 is identified on the page that I've just said.
Yeah.
It was from PDF 27. Have you got that one? Sorry. You do. Got a plan of it. We can see, I'm not going to go through all of it, there's lots of different headings over many pages. Affordable housing, site boundaries, different factors. The southern site on its own, yeah. With at this stage it was 11,500 homes and 120,000 square metres of commercial space just on the south, as it explains on that first page. Sorry? So sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, how much commercial was it?
120,000 square metres at that time. That's explained on page 23 at 5.1. So it's not the same, obviously. But you go through all the different key issues over many pages that I'm not going to read out, but they're all there to be looked at. And your position at 5.19 on PDF 32, at that stage, with all your caveats about the fact that this is provisional and high level and whatever else, at 5.19 you say no showstoppers, and that promoters should be trying to respond to the issues that are raised in the report. No showstoppers.
Yes, so that relates to the fact that this was very early work, and we were advising Swale to essentially continue to engage with the promoters, because whilst there was an awful lot of work still to do, as highlighted, and big questions about environmental impacts and AONB and landscape, which is outside of my remit, but what it is advising the council is that there is merit in the council continuing to invest officers' time and resources to take this site further.
Which is exactly what happens. And so the net, you can put that away, and it's looked at again by you in October of the same year, which is core document 18.34.
Yep.
Just wait for the, hang on. Excuse me. 18.34, again, reviewed and approved by you.
Yep.
Again, your caveats. So what is this? It's not a plan, it's not an allocation, it's not a formal endorsement. You tell us at 1.5 on page 5.
Yes, it is.
I'll just read it. It says that you providing the council with possible ways of meeting housing needs, not the role of this to formally allocate or advise on allocations. That's members' job. But what you're doing is reporting on where things have reached in terms of the technical work. You note at 1.9 you've technical work on consultants like transport, landscape, utilities and viability. And at 1.12 you've said you focused on potential show-stopping issues, etc.
Yeah, and there's a important further caveat at 1.21, which, as previously confirmed, that it's only a high-level assessment proportionate to this stage of the process. And as we've discussed, this stage of the process relates to a stage of the process even before Regulation 18 plan making.
This is to inform what might go into
Yeah.
a Reg 18.
It is not a detailed plan making or planning application assessment.
I know that. I don't know why you're saying this.
The report is structured to provide an update on each proposal site by site and a detailed theme.
No one's suggesting that this is akin to a planning application document, but it does seem to me, oddly, that you're very, very keen to focus on the caveats and not the substantive analysis. I mean, what you actually say about NS1 at this stage is that an awful lot more work's been done to it. Because by this point, you'd had, if we just turn in it to page 28, we've got NS1, the subheading is boundary and landscape issues. And you refer at 5.9 to the fact that LUC are involved by this stage, giving advice along with you that you feed into this document back to the council.
I'm not a landscape expert.
No, I know that.
Yeah, we know. We relied on LUC and the officers in Swale, and unfortunately my assistant who did this, Joe Lee, who is mentioned in the front, is no longer with us. So
right.
I will do my best, but I can't be
that
drawn
was the person
on
that we heard
landscape.
So okay, well that might be. Okay, I'm obviously sorry to say I didn't realise it was that person.
Well, I think there's a council office. The council officer is also no longer with us.
I see.
And
I see. So it's two.
Joe Lee is not dead. She's in America.
Oh, God.
So I just want that to be, because I appreciate we've had an officer who is no longer with us in an alternative phrase.
Right. Okay.
But
yeah. Maybe
Joe,
you could have used a different phrase next
sorry.
time.
But yeah.
Okay. So okay. Well, she's okay. Righto. Anyway, so you didn't do this bit. Fine. Fine. So if I ask you about at 5.10, where it says that the assessment and external and internal advice concludes that the development may be acceptable on landscape grounds. You've got no idea what that's to do with.
Well, no, I think external refers to LUC and internal refers to
it doesn't. No, this is the thing. LUC were at the inquiry and they had no earthly idea how anyone could have taken their advice to be that anything might be acceptable. They think it's awful, and we've heard from Mr. Hearn about that months ago. So
my understanding was that Swale officers were collating various bits of technical work.
Okay.
So when it talks about external here, my understanding is that they were relying on some LUC analysis and their own internal to the council officers.
That's very helpful.
I don't think it means internal to PBA, because PBA at the time didn't have a landscape.
That was why I wanted to ask you the question. And similarly, 5.18, similar question. I don't know if you can help. But 5.18, there's an assessment that on landscape policy and broader landscape considerations, no in principle reason why the site as proposed can't be considered suitable. The site's not absolutely free of constraints, but the advice we have suggests the proposal can be delivered in such a way that manages these constraints with appropriate mitigation. Because this is your report. I've asked everyone as we've gone where that, whose view that actually reflects, and do you know?
My understanding, I say, is that an internal officer of the council, working with Joe Lee on our team,
I see,
informed this. So Joanna Lee is now in
one
the
who's
States,
in America,
and I understand that the relevant officer
has passed away.
So unfortunately, and this is 6-7 years old, and my brain can't think back that far to the mechanics of what was being done. So I can't, unfortunately, shed any more light beyond what is actually factually written.
And is it a similar story on page 30? On page 30, there's a heading Heritage Issues, and at 5.24, there's a conclusion. Have you got that?
Yeah.
And it says at the end, while some care is needed, more detailed strategies, etc. are needed. It says, final two lines of 5.24, there's no suggestion that the scale of any potential impact should prevent the proposal from coming forward.
Yeah.
Whose views that? Is that you?
No, well, I'm not a heritage consultant.
No, that's what I'm asking. So where's that come from?
My understanding is at the back of the report that starts coming from Swale officers again.
Okay.
My recollection at the time, was that Swale officers, for budgetary reasons and expertise reasons relating to Swale, were best placed to feed in many of these comments. And my colleague Joe collated these.
I see.
But there is clear Swale Borough Council branded.
Understood. So what's happening is Swale are saying the officers are saying these things, and Joe, your colleague, is collating them.
We are trying to fairly summarise and provide a high level review of them.
Hang on, this lady Jo.
Sorry.
This lady Jo, she's not a LUC lady.
No, she was a
She was a
PBA.
right.
She was a
okay.
PBA
She's
planner.
PBA planner collating points that are coming from the officers at the council.
Right. So basically, going back to that comment on the landscape, which we were all puzzling over, if you remember, some years ago. So that was the Peter Brett lady who was coordinating. So you think that coordinating LUC? You think?
I know LUC informed that I think the officers at the council were in charge of their little technical
Of that one.
disciplines.
Yeah.
So I do remember at the time discussing with Swale who was best placed to take these technical themes on, and for many of the technical themes, the best officer, the best person available was the council's own
officer.
Yeah, but
I am aware that there was an external LUC report, which is why it's referenced here.
Okay.
And it's referenced in the landscape bits in the back, but beyond that, I can't be of any more assistance.
So we just still don't know who the external landscape people were then.
Well, I think no. I mean, we don't know for sure, but it sounds like it was probably someone at the internal to the council,
Right.
who was having their comments collated by your colleague.
Yeah. So
But,
all I say, we certainly didn't have a landscape team to deal with that
No.
technical advice.
There's no.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
it's just a question of trying to correct the.
I appreciate it's a bit of a puzzle.
No, it is. It's been an unusual
Yeah.
puzzle, because at first when I saw it, I thought, well, that was what Peter Brett thought. But as it's turned out, no one seems to be taking responsibility for the
I
language.
think if you look at the formatting of the landscape bit at the back, that formatting is not a PBA
I see.
formatting.
It's more a Swale thing.
Well, it's.
Or who knows?
I don't know whether it would be an
Fair
officer one, but it certainly doesn't follow.
So, same question, last one, but when it comes to transport, this is on page 45 of this document.
Yep.
Expect to get there.
Transport, yes.
45, transport, there's NS1 again, and there's a reference at 7.3 to the fact that it's dropped in scale down to 8,000 from where it had been earlier in the year, 11,250. And there's the reference I wanted to check with you was the one at 7.5. And at 7.6. 7.5, there's a reference to the new relief roads.
Yep.
Very significant pieces of infrastructure. Modelling evidence is required. Well, we've got some of that now, but anyway. It's recognised these could be a game changer. That reference to game changer, that's Peter Brett.
I think it would have been agreed, and it would have come through. Everything for this was agreed with the relevant officers. And
Okay.
I think it was KCC at the time that. Because Swale, of course, doesn't have transport officers of its own,
Right.
So it reached out to KCC to get a view on these sites. So I can't. It's a
Okay.
dated document, and I say the main author who prepared it.
Ain't here.
I can't access to get any queries.
All
And
right.
to be honest, I didn't realise there was even a query about the transport bit. So I understood there was an issue about landscape.
Thank you. Righto. Well, thank you for at least for doing your best to get to the bottom of it all. The work that you were doing for Swale continues apace, and you produce, well, I say apace, it was a couple of years past, and then you produce in October 2023 a further, or an update of your employment land review, which is the one that you went to in chief, and this is at document 15.7.
Yeah, so this is it's a different strand of work, because I say the first garden communities were mainly about housing. This is back to the technical evidence.
This is technical evidence.
Yeah.
It's different strand, but it's all with an eye on trying to update or to assist the council in updating their local plan work.
Yep.
It's 15.7. Yes, please. There you go. I'll just sort of skim through. You've obviously been through bits of this with the with my learned friend in your evidence in chief, but just to skim through a couple of references. You reviewed and approved it, as we see on the third page. There's an executive summary that starts on PDF page 4 that explains lots of the headlines, really. Just to skim through the references for the inspector, at Roman 1, we're told that this is an addendum updating the 2018 one, and it's needed because the 2018 evidence was prepared before the recent macroeconomic shocks that have led to major structural changes in employment and business habits and significant changes to the planning system.
Can I just check? Sorry, can I just check
of
where
course.
you are?
I'm so sorry. I'm reading from the very beginning of the executive summary, right at the beginning.
Hang on. Got you. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So I've just read out Roman 1.
Yeah.
Significant changes to the planning system and guidance, etc., as they relate to the economy and employment. Yeah. So lots has changed, is the point, since 2018, and that justifies the need to update the indeed major structural changes in these things, significant changes in planning system, etc.,
Yes.
led to the need to produce this document.
Yeah, I think that the previous document had passed its 2 years by that point.
Yeah.
And the council was looking at its new Regulation 18 at the time.
Yeah.
And they needed to support that Regulation 18 and update. So
Sure, but they couldn't just rely on the old one because of these major structural changes in the and macroeconomic shocks.
Yeah, and the fact it was at that point 4 or 5 years old, and as we know,
it's a good test, isn't it? We were talking about the updatedness or out of datedness of the local plan earlier on, and the extant local plan, the adopted local plan, obviously older than the first 2018 employment land review, precedes by many years all of these macroeconomic shocks, major structural changes in employment, business habits, and significant changes to the planning system. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so the existing local plan, so far as these issues about the economy and employment land go, it's not just deemed out of date by 11D and footnote 8, we've been over that. It's actually substantively out of date too, in that it's been overtaken by all of these events that you refer to in the 2023 update.
I don't know whether that changes the strategy, as we discussed.
That's not a question, not an answer to my question. It was a yes or no. It was, we know that the local plan, it's not a criticism of the local plan, because no plans can last forever, and they should have had a new one by now, obviously, but just the fact is, as a matter of fact, there's all sorts of incredibly important, massive structural changes in the economy that the local plan does not anticipate, couldn't have anticipated, and did not anticipate, right?
Yes, but the plan was adopted with sufficient flexibility following the PPG and the NPPF. But okay. This evidence-based document was prepared, and you are right. We had COVID in the way. We had major changes to the structure of the economy. Yes, an update was needed.
But why is an update needed? Because the extant strategy is substantively out of date. It's not a criticism, it's just a fact.
I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure whether the strategy is out of date, but
Right.
some of the numbers and the quantums certainly, because we were halfway through a plan period and those quantums needed to be updated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll obviously we'll give our own view on that through the planning evidence. So your view is that the local plan, when it comes to economic and employment matters, that most important policies may be deemed out of date under 11D footnote 8, that's for Mr. Dargan. Is your view, though, that substantively all of those things are up to date in the local plan?
Right, I think the strategy, and this is something that the weight to be given to the local plan is something for Mr. Dargan, but the strategy to accommodate large strategic warehouses to facilitate growth across Swale and make land provisions is still
valid?
yes.
Okay. I thought that was what I was asking you about earlier on. Do you remember when we talked about the spatial strategy and I said if unallocated sites were to come forward, wouldn't it be better if they came forward in a way that was consistent with the quantitative focus on Sittingbourne and the growth area in the Thames estuary? And I thought you were resisting me on that, but in fact we agree that strategy is what we should be trying to do.
So the strategy to foster growth in Swale, all the positive things that we went through in evidence in chief is still extant. The fact that the plan responded to a version of the NPPF which is largely as drafted today.
The numbers are out of date, but the strategy's okay.
Well, because the plan is now part of the way through its plan period, so by default we need to update the quantums.
Yeah,
in
I
order
know.
to feed
It's not a criticism. It's just you've got to answer the question before you say but. The numbers in the plan are out of date. It didn't allocate enough land to meet the needs of now because it was meeting the needs of then.
Yes,
which means
because
it's out of date.
Yes, the plan. The plan is part of the way through its plan period. That doesn't necessarily render it out of date.
Is it out of date then or not? That's what I'm trying to get you to engage with. We know that this. You understand the. I mean, I don't want to be. You know what I'm talking about when I'm saying out of date. It's concept throughout the NPPF, right? So you know all about this topic. I'm asking you, I think, a straightforward, question. When it comes to, no, I'm not asking about housing and all of that, because Mr. Dygan can deal with that stuff. Are you saying that the employment policies in the local plan are up to date? Not the strategy, the policies. Are they up to date or are they out of date?
The quantums in those policies will now be out of date because we have updated them.
Thank you. Righto. Romans 6, it says that attracting economic growth is important to help long-term systemic shortcomings in the borough's existing economy, and Swale's resident economy continues to perform comparatively poorly, and it notes general undersupply of jobs, etc. So you are recognising, aren't you, that the shortcomings in the economy in this area are both systemic and they are long-term?
They have been, yes, Swale's economy and the current plan and the future plan try to address it, but yes, statistically we are a weaker economy compared to some districts around us. That clearly flows from all this analysis, so I don't disagree.
Well, as I said, I wasn't expecting you to disagree because you wrote all of it, but the fact that we are in an area of of a long-term and systemic economic shortcomings and a poorly performing resident economy, where do we get that parlaying into Chapter 6 analysis of the framework in your evidence?
Your
proof of evidence.
Sorry, this is me diagnosing a problem. The solution is to allocate further land, and that was quantified in the employment land.
Fine.
72 odd hectares, including a large amount of flexibility and margin.
Let's have a look at that number again. Saw it in chief. Over the page at 10. But we'll get the number is in bold at 12, but at paragraph 10, you refer to the golden triangle.
Yep.
You say the life sciences offer at KSP is comparatively small, doesn't have the infrastructure. Or no, Roman 10. Yeah. It doesn't have the infrastructure in terms of university. I've asked you about that university point already.
Yeah.
Nor does it have adequate transport infrastructure. And just to pause there, you're sort of, that's a point we've been over already. What you're doing here is considering the capacity for the KSP to grow on the assumption that the transport infrastructure remains unchanged.
Yes, and as I've said in other evidence, and I've said in my proof of evidence,
Yeah.
this predates the collapse of Innovation Park Medway,
All right. Just
which was its
take it in stages.
Big Bang
Okay.
answer.
But at the
That-
moment, the question, I mean, I'm just, if you could try and, obviously I don't want to cut you down anything you want to say, listen very carefully to what I'm asking, answer that if you can, and then just maybe stop, and then we might get through in the next hour. So my question was that you're considering the KSP without any changes in transport infrastructure. And even in those circumstances, at this stage, you support the aspiration, you say, to continue to expand the life sciences officer at the science park through extending or intensifying activity at the site.
Yes, because at that point in time, when this was written in early 2023,
Yeah.
that was clearly before Innovation Park failed in, 13th of February 2024, and before we became publicly aware of issues at Discovery Park. As I said, as I say in evidence, that materially changes my outlook.
Got it. So would it be correct to say then that so far as the 2023 review goes, the thing we're looking at the moment, that's supportive of what we're proposing at KSP. You're saying that things have moved on since then, and
Yes.
you capture those new things in your proof of evidence. But the evidence base for the emerging local plan is supportive of the KSP proposals. You just said the evidence base is not up to speed.
It was, because it did not. It didn't. It has now been superseded
Right, by your proof.
by material facts. So I will stand. At the time, we understood, and there was a lot of money being invested in Innovation Park, and a lot of evidence coming forward to support it. So at the time, we saw not such a large danger as we do now.
Okay. 12, Roman 12. The demand and take-up of industrial land has been stronger and faster than which was anticipated in 2018. ... This has produced a higher need figure. ... Thus, with strong take-up in recent years, supply is now tighter. The requirement produces a higher requirement, and there's your 73 with demand of 48 plus a margin of 25. Yeah, right?
Yes, because
So
when
what
we
we-
updated the trend analysis, it's
Yeah.
got faster. Yeah.
That's just what it says. So, what's happened is, in a 5-year period, your sort of headline recommendation to the council, this is, just to be clear, this is not a criticism. This is just, I'm trying to establish what the facts are for the inspector, so you don't need to, as it were, defend yourself, because I'm not criticising you. Your recommendation has gone up in terms of the quantum of employment land industrial land that needs to be allocated, gone up from 40 to 73 in a matter of 5 years.
Yes, and inside that number, I have a very large margin, because I recognise that land take up here has been unstable in the
Fine.
past.
I mean, that's
I've
fine. But
I've increased the number because I'm trying to be even more flexible and even more positive looking forwards.
great. Well, that's all consistent with what national policy and the industrial strategy are telling us to do.
Yes.
So we're agreeing. That's why I say you don't need to. Just as a matter of fact, it's gone up a lot. And doesn't that show us that we have to take care over the passage of time in cleaving too closely to these quantitative assessments, because things change and economies develop?
They do, but in the number I've given, there is a large margin for flexibility and uncertainty. So I've hardwired land supply versus 5 years of our take-up into the assessment to help manage that,
So-
entirely in line with PPG.
Didn't mean to cut you off. The 73 hectares is the headline. Oh, and also, sorry, just over the page. At I think it's 15 XV
Yeah.
New allocations. Final sentence of 15. An important consideration for the supply of industrial land is ensuring as much as possible is on the western side of the borough, and particularly in Sittingbourne, Isle of Sheppey, where it's most needed and most accessible to the Swale labour force. Right?
As far as possible.
As far as possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are we talking about here? Here in, i.e. in this application, we're talking about 34 hectares, 34 of B2, B8 and Class E commercial space, aren't we?
Yes.
All located, happy days, on the western side of the borough, where it's supposed to be, where it's most needed and accessible to the Swale labour force. Right?
Yes, but I would refer you again to the caveat, as far as possible. And my understanding is that this site is not possible for wider reasons than the economic.
Not possible? What are you talking about? What do you mean not possible for wider reasons than the economic?
My understanding is that in order to deliver that, road goes through, other harm goes through.
But I thought you weren't dealing with that.
I'm not. I'm just saying that Mr. Duggan
He doesn't say it's not possible. He says that in his judgment that the planning balance tilts against it. It's an awfully long way from saying it's not possible. The advice that you're giving with your employment hat on, which I'd ask you to keep on for the purposes of these questions, is that so far as possible, we've got 73 hectares as an aspiration to allocate for. As much as possible of it needs to go basically where we are.
As much as possible, we wanted to go westwards.
Sounds good. All right.
But it does. I would draw a line saying it directly points to this site, and the caveat as much as possible.
I didn't, Mr. Pestle, say it directly points only to this site, but this site is consistent with the objective. And let's just put it like this: there's more than enough unmet need, isn't there, to accommodate all of the employment land and more that's proposed through this site.
Yes.
That much we agree on, and that. Maybe I could have just started the cross-examination, finished it there, but we do agree, there's no statement of common ground on this, so it's important to be clear to the inspector. We agree that there is more than enough unmet demand, evidenced through your work, forget about Savills, through your work, to accommodate all of the 34 hectares of commercial uses proposed through this scheme.
Yes, in pure...
Sorry, just to say the live stream has dropped out.
Right. Oh, bugger. Oh, okay.
Well,
if they can still hear, I'd prefer to press on. Thank you.
What they've said, Mum, is it has gone to sound only, picture lost. So I'm guessing they can still.
Okay, as long as it can be heard. Thank you. Okay, so we've got the unmet demand there to accommodate our scheme. We know, don't we, from this assessment, that when it comes to this industrial land demand, that if you just turn on to, what have you got a hard copy of it? Page 23, PDF 33. Just let me inspect to get there. PDF 33. Are you there, madam? The previous assessment, that's the 2018 one, is it? Yeah, it stated that Sittingbourne was the industrial location most in demand in the borough. And thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. The previous assessment stated that Sittingbourne was the industrial location most in demand. This remains the case.
Yes.
At 4.44, a couple of pages on, that was, sorry, I don't want to go too quick, that was 4.22. 4.44 on PDF 39. Since the previous assessment, the general industrial markets got stronger, and what little new build development has occurred in the borough has not been sufficient to keep pace with demand. Vacancy rates have fallen, most notably in Sittingbourne, where most of the stock's found. At 4.45, the proposed new developments will not be sufficient to ease the tightening supply.
Yes, I think paragraph 4.45 notes that only at this point had development started to turn viable.
Yeah.
Previously, when we were talking in 2018 and until the very recent period, development wasn't viable. So this is, it reflects the fact that we had a shortage of vacant space.
Yeah.
We did have land. That land had not come forward at that point in time,
so the market
it wasn't
was tight.
viable. But we thought it was starting to come forwards, but we still needed more land.
More land required to the tune of over 70 hectares. There is, just get there is an assessment of a number of potential new sites. And I'm not going to go through, because I've not got the time, all of them, obviously, or not all of them, all the big ones. But could I just touch on what's said about this one?
Yeah.
It's
that's fine.
PDF 86 and page 7, paginated 76.
Yeah.
PDF 86. You're going to need to zoom it, or I need anyway to zoom in. Table, and fourth row from the bottom is Highsted Park. Highsted Park, large site, likely to be market attractive.
Yep.
You see?
Yeah, no, that's what it says.
That's in the positives, and then in the constraints. And just to be clear, I mean that remains the case, doesn't it? Let's just call a spade a spade. I mean, if this comes forward, we're all agreeing that there's a big old wodge of unmet need that this site would help to address. If that happens and the Secretary of State grants permission, you and me agree it's likely to be attractive to the market.
Yes, I cannot possibly disagree that a site with a motorway junction that's suitable for logistics will not be attractive to logistics.
Sounds good.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I think we'll come on to the constraints in a second.
Well, we're
yes.
about to. Yeah. Remote. So those are the positives. Large site, likely to be market attractive. Sounds good. Constraints. Remote from established employment areas with major access issues. Or just obviously there's others, but just pausing there. This comes back to what we talked about earlier. When you're considering this one here, this is not a criticism. It's just a fact. You're looking at it with its existing access situation.
Yes, I think, as I said in evidence in chief, and I didn't refer directly to this, but I think I got it factually correct. The constraint, there's two elements to this constraint analysis.
Yeah.
The first, remote from established employment areas with major access issues, is factually correct
At the moment.
today. I note in some of the evidence it's pointed out that KSP is an established employment area.
Yeah.
But this was a 34 hectare proposal. The comment relates to it was remote from the established big industrial.
So it's, again, not criticising. It just my question was simple. You've considered it, obviously, but you have considered it in the current arrangement of the road network.
Yeah, we've considered it in the current arrangement of the road network, and then we go on to say, however, those issues
could be resolved if a comprehensive mixed-use development were taken forward.
Yes.
So some of the issues that you're noting as constraints in this analysis could be resolved. Well, golly, I mean, they could be resolved by us through this scheme, couldn't they?
well, it depends on the balance, and it depends
Yes.
on the bigger argument Mr. Duggan will go into.
He will.
But I am factually correct
That they could.
That if you put a new road through, my previous comment about major access issues would go away.
And then all of a sudden, this starts to become an even more attractive proposition to the market, doesn't it?
It would then be a motorway accessible site. But as my as my comment clearly says, to allocate or not is dependent on a range
Again,
of other policy
please,
considerations.
no one is. You don't almost just take that as read. No one's suggesting that you've single-handedly decided to allocate in this table in an employment land review. I appreciate allocation's a much more complicated job. I'm just asking you about how much demand there'd be for this thing if it came forward, and the answer is if it comes forward as part of a comprehensive mixed-use development that opens up access both to the motorway to the south and the established employment area to the north of Sittingbourne to the north, there'd be loads of demand for this.
Yes,
It'd fly
well,
off the shelves.
If I allocate land in Swale for large warehouses, there is demand for it. There are many other sites that have strong demand, and the market, as we established
Right.
in the evidence base, many generations of evidence base, the large warehouse market traditionally follows supply.
You crystallise your different scenarios in. We can put that document, I think, for time, we can put it to one side, but you take it forward and crystallise it, your own position with respect to it, in your proof on, excuse me, proof of evidence, PDF 42, paginated, page 41, in this table 6.4.
Yeah.
And again, handily, if you like, it's all in one. It's all in one place. So just let the inspector get there. Proof of evidence. This is, madam. Sorry to say.
Yeah, sorry.
Go on.
Is it one of the tables we're going to look at?
It's table 6.4. Yeah, table 6.4. Paginate. Yeah, that's the one. This is your overall kind of summary in one handy reckoner of different need supply scenarios.
Yeah, tried to. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
No, sorry, it's where I've tried to summarise
Tried
it.
to,
Yeah.
exactly. So you've got the ELR as adjusted, and that is a version of, adjusted version of the one that we've just been looking at, I think.
Yes.
Then there's the Savills ones that you've talked about in your evidence in chief, and then the Rapley's one on the right-hand side is you.
Yes.
Is you now, i.e. you through this proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Either way, allowing for, regardless of who's right or wrong, whatever, there's a balance before we get to the penultimate part of the table shows the shortfall and then expressed in hectares.
Yeah.
And so it's depending on which analysis is correct. It's either way. It's over. The minimum is 51.4 hectares, and then it goes up to 55 on Savills' lower scenario baseline, 57.7 on the ELR scenario, and then up to 87 on the Savills upper scenario as being the shortfall.
Yes.
Sorry,
and-
That's the
Sorry,
penultimate
Inspector.
line of the whole table.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I'll just let the inspector note where that one is. So what your analysis is that there's a shortfall at the moment of in hectares of land to the of let's just say 50 plus hectares,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, but it's these sorts of orders of numbers. You obviously don't accept the Savills numbers, and your position is that beneath that there are, happy days, 72.7 hectares of sites proposed to be taken forward through the Reg 18 proposed sites.
Yes. So because the purpose of it was plan making evidence, so it went to the policy and evidence committee. I forget
Yeah.
what it's called here. They had that number in hand, and they are trying to identify a provisional supply for the plan that balances. that.
Yep, noted. And just if the inspector wants to see again what that 72.7 is comprised of, you've got it at PDF 84. It's your appendix 4C.
Where
PDF
does that figure come in again? 72.7.
72.7 is the total quantum of what is said to be. Oh, it's the bottom right-hand corner of the table.
Oh, I see. Right.
Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Fine.
And that is, we'll see it in a minute, it'll help hopefully. If you turn on to paginated page 83, if you've got it hard copy.
Where is it going?
Paginated 83.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Is this one of the appendices?
It is 4C, appendix 4C.
I don't think mine's got a pagination.
Bottom left. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Sorry, no.
4C anyway.
4C.
Yeah.
there's a table, and this is it. This is how that number is derived. Here are the sites. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And so, so we're clear. Obviously, we're clear. No, have you got that table, madam? Have you seen
Oh,
it?
yes,
You've
sorry.
but these are all. If you just reopen it again, just briefly.
Yes.
So this is the 72.7. Some of it's in Sittingbourne,
Yep.
but then about half of it is not. It's
Yes.
either in Faversham or the rural areas.
If I can make an important
Or
point
just could you
about-
answer it before you make
So
your
yes,
important point?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
If I just make an important point, this table is the product of the elected members of Swale,
Yeah.
who have read all the advice I have provided in here, and they have made a balanced decision
Yeah.
about which sites. Now, that is their decision,
No, totally.
not mine.
You don't
No.
need to defend it. All I'm saying is that the balanced decision that members have made in their wisdom does not accord with your own advice to them to locate as a focal point industrial uses around Sittingbourne, where the actual market is and where the employment is and where the access is.
Subject to the caveat I
that.
mentioned earlier, that as far as possible. That
Yeah.
was the advice that we've given, as far as possible.
Yeah. And
The members
fine.
have made a decision that they have done as far as possible. I
Sounds
can't
good.
go any further.
No, I get it. None of these sites, just to be clear, have a planning permission for anything. Obviously.
No, not that I'm aware of, but I'm
And-
not sure why they would, because
No,
they're
of
being
course.
promoted for inclusion
Of course.
in a
of course.
plan. There is a planning application on the Duchy site, as
Yeah.
we mentioned earlier,
As yet undetermined.
but I would not expect sites at an early stage of plan promotion.
It wasn't a criticism.
Yeah.
Seriously, we're going to have to speed up a little bit. I appreciate. I wasn't saying that they should all have permission. I was just trying to go through. They don't have permission, do they?
Yeah.
No.
No,
And none of them are allocated, obviously, for anything, are they? Or else they wouldn't be in this table.
no, but they are
No.
promoted.
They're promoted. And so, in terms of the weight that we are to give this putative alternative source of supply, in your proof of evidence, you sort of address this question on paginated page 43.
Yep.
There's the heading Future Allocations and Supply at the top of the page. Just
Yep.
make sure the inspector's got it. Paginated page 43. PDF page 44. Just check the inspector's got it. Have you got that, madam?
Just on the table.
No, sorry, paginated. No, we're a different bit now. Paginated page 43.
I've got that, and that's where the table is.
Oh, no.
What's the paragraph you want?
6.38 is the paragraph.
It was on 41. I'm saying
No, it's not on mine. 6.38, which is on mine on page 45. Future allocations. That's all right.
Sorry about that.
6.38,
Yeah, future allocations and supply. So the question really, members have identified 70 plus hectares of stuff. The question is, so what? That's the question that I'm examining. At 6.38, you say it's agreed that the future plan is emerging. You say it's useful. You say that's the word you use. To still consider the portfolio of sites that are being promoted. I'll ask you about that in a minute, but just noting that that's what you say at 6.38. And at 6.44, you say that the emerging supply, quote, has no planning status. Right?
Yes, it has no formal planning status. It's not yet in an adopted plan, but
Say that again.
they're not in an emerging plan.
Yeah.
But it is material that other developers in Swale are promoting sites for
Yeah.
industrial development across the district.
Oh, I mean,
this is
so
not
are we.
the only one.
But the point is that until there's no planning status for any of their attempts to promote. who cares? I mean, whether other people are promoting land, it doesn't. Let me put it like this: the relevant Regulation 18 exercise hasn't happened yet.
No.
It is to happen after the decision is taken in this case.
No, but the call for sites has been undertaken.
No, I
the
know
sites
that.
have been submitted. Each of those sites have a willing landowner wishing to promote their site for
No, I
industrial
know that.
uses.
That's not the question. Let's just go with me on this. The Reg 18 that would consult on these sites both hasn't happened and won't happen until the outcome of this case is understood. That's what the council's position is.
That's my understanding. Mr. Duggan can update you on where the council
Okay.
is. Yes, that is my
We
understanding.
agree that to the extent you could say there is an emerging plan, and I put it in that slightly long-winded way because obviously there isn't one. I mean, there is no emerging plan document at the moment.
There is no emerging plan document, but we do have the members voting on a strategy
Yeah, fine.
for employment.
Fine. There is no emerging plan, in any event, we agree, don't we? Mr. Dargan confirms repeatedly that the emerging plan, such as it is, gets no weight in the determination of this application.
You're right, because there is no emerging
no
plan to
give weight
consider.
to.
Oh, sorry.
So what did you say, sorry? No.
Okay.
Just wait, don't panic.
We'll hold fire.
Take a breath.
We can still hear it.
Okay, great. So, let's just be clear about this, because I want to be clear analytically what you're actually asking the inspector to do with all these sites in her ultimate analysis and recommendations to the Secretary of State. No Reg 18 plan exists. No weight attaches whatsoever to any emerging plan exercise. Correct, right?
As a formal development plan, you are correct.
Okay. Not only that, so there's no emerging plan, no weight to any emerging plan, because there isn't one, as you've just said. If you just get back out the framework, and if you turn in it to page 14,
Yeah.
you could tell just from the page number. How did you know? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, that's right. Because to cut a long story short, again, given the time in the afternoon, but to cut a long story short, have you got page 14?
Yeah.
There's no, with reference to 50 and 51 over the page of the MPPF, I'm sure you know very well what they say, so I won't waste time going through them. There is no case, is there, advanced by Mr. Dargan or by you or by anybody for the council that granting these applications would be premature in the context of the emerging local plan?
No.
Thank you. So we've got no emerging plan, no weight to any emerging plan, and no prematurity objection. We've got a number of sites that haven't been tested yet by the plan-making exercise at Reg 18, 19, examination, all the rest of it. That's where we are.
Yeah.
Which is what you mean when you say in your proof of evidence that 70-odd hectares of land has, quote, no planning status. That's what you're talking about, I think.
And my reason for
Is that there are simply that there is demand for other sites elsewhere in Swale,
Yeah,
different spatial parts of Swale,
different spatial parts.
despite the fact I am told in Savills evidence that there is no demand or prospect
I see.
for land outside of City Wall. That
But-
is materially incorrect.
Okay.
To understand that 72 hectares of land are being promoted to us across the district.
Okay, good stuff. You say at 6.38 that nonetheless, even though no weight, no plan, no prematurity, no nothing, you say that it's useful to consider that portfolio. That's the word that you use. But can we agree, and the inspector may well think that you're absolutely right, that it is useful, but I want to just be clear about what that can't mean.
Sorry.
When you say portfolio, do you mean these?
The 70 odd hectares, the table of potential Reg 18 sites. It is impossible, obviously, on the information before this inquiry, for our inspector or the Secretary of State to reach even a preliminary assessment of any one of those sites in terms of their relative merits.
Sorry. As I'm
Do answer, please.
Sorry.
I'm going to say it again. It's impossible, obviously, for our inspector or the Secretary of State to reach even a preliminary assessment of any one of those sites on the information before this inquiry.
Yeah, I'm not asking the Secretary of State or the Inspector to do so.
Good.
Its relevance to this is that I am told by Savills repeatedly that there is no demand for industrial land or property away from Sittingbourne and away from Highsted. These sites are spread throughout Swale. They are promoted by their developers. They have willing support. There is clearly demand for sites away from Sittingbourne.
All of which is consistent with the... sorry, let me have another go at saying that. All of which is inconsistent with the spatial focus on Sittingbourne that you've been advising the council to take for half a decade.
Yes, because what has happened, as revealed through these call for sites and the emerging plan, well, not emerging plan, the members' sites, is that they have a wider selection of sites that are actively being promoted in the current market.
Again, the fundamental question is, so what? Because it's impossible for our inspector to make a relative assessment of the merits of any one of these sites versus the application site.
Right.
Isn't it? Do you accept that?
Yes, they have not yet gone through the local plan process. They have not been tested.
I know but
my reason for introducing them is different.
Answer the question, please. If you answer the question, we'll be finished really soon. If you keep wanting to say what you want to say and not answering the question, I don't know how we bring this to a close. You accept, don't you, that it is impossible for the inspector to make relative comparisons between the merits of, say, the application site on the one hand and any one of these 70 plus hectare sites on the other in reaching a determination of these applications. That is correct, is it not? They have no planning status as you accept, right?
Yeah.
There's no policy basis, is there, for our inspector to assume that any one of them is preferable in employment terms to this site? Because they have no planning status.
They have no planning status at the moment.
And therefore, it follows that there's no basis for our inspector to assume that any one of them is preferable to employment coming forward on this site.
No, but that is not the reason they are here, and that's not the point that I have made.
No, it's not, but it is a point that Mr. Dygan makes, actually. Mr. Dygan says that he gives moderate weight to the employment benefits associated, only moderate, notwithstanding all the things we've been over, moderate. And the reason that he gives, and we can obviously turn it up if you like, is that these benefits can be delivered on other sites, the sites that you identify in your evidence.
Yes, as these sites progress. So all we're illustrating is that there is demand for sites elsewhere in different parts of the district that have willing site promoters, and they will go through the local plan process.
Sure they will, but so what? Because they've got no planning status, they've got no, we have no ability to assess their comparative merits against the application scheme. There are other potential sites out there in the ether. We can't put any weight on any of them. So what does it matter? I mean, so what?
It matters because these are the sites that are coming through the local plan review process. We still live in a local plan-led planning system. The plan is under preparation, but all it is saying is that counter to the Savills analysis, which writes off half the district as having no demand because it's too far away from the M20 or whatever it is, that is factually not the case. We
Okay.
have alternative sites being promoted.
So if that's the way that you're using these alternative sites for that specific purpose, there's no basis, is there, to use these sites to downgrade the weight to be attributed to the application's economic benefits? There's no logic that comes from your evidence that would support doing that.
At the time, sorry.
No, it's not. It's not an at the time answer. You've actually got to answer the question, or else we are going to be here until the ends of the earth.
Yeah.
My question was: your evidence provides no logical basis to downgrade weighting attributable to our economic benefits on the basis of alternative sites.
Sorry.
Does it?
Not at the moment. These sites.
Not at the moment.
These sites are not in the emerging plan at the moment. But what I would know is that if any of these sites go into the emerging plan, they
Yeah.
are likely to be delivering at exactly the same time as Highsted.
Well, we don't know that, do we? I mean,
my understanding is that Highsted can't deliver any employment space for 7 years.
Yeah.
So that does put the timing of a local plan review portfolio alongside the delivery of Highsted.
You've got absolutely no evidence on what the delivery rates are of these 70 hectares of land elsewhere. Nothing for the inquiry.
I have a willing landowner promoting
one of
them
them.
for development for inclusion in the new plan.
All right. Okay. So, not at the moment was your answer to my question. That's a perfectly fair answer, which is akin to a no. Which means that if what's happening, and I have to ask Mr. Dargan about this in 3 months' time, if the council's trying to downgrade weight attributable to our economic benefits on the basis of alternative sites, it's certainly not on the basis of what you're telling them to do, because it doesn't flow out of your evidence at all. That's not why you're using these alternative sites.
They are sites coming forward as a local plan.
Answer my question, please. Did you remember?
God, phrase it again. I'll give you a simple yes or no, but can't.
Great. If the council seek to downgrade, not you, the others at the council, seek to downgrade the weight attributable to economic benefits on the basis of so-called alternative sites that could meet need, that would not be on the basis of your evidence, because that's not why you are referring to these sites.
No, at the time, the plan we know is not yet there. The plan is currently being reviewed. Mr. Durgan will give you the timing of that plan. These sites are being promoted for inclusion in that plan to be delivered when that plan is adopted.
Yeah, okay.
So in terms of timing, whilst these sites have no formal status at the moment, because I wouldn't expect them to where we are in the plan making cycle, given that we have a long time delay before Highsted can start delivering, they will be relevant at the time to what else the local plan is able to deliver. When the plan is adopted.
When the plan's adopted.
In the future.
In the future. Okay, well, fine. But I mean, we're not making the decision then. We're making the decision now as to whether or not to grant the applications before us.
But it is material that the benefits that flow from the economic space delivered at Highsted cannot be realised for at least 7 years. That puts the delivery of Highsted sites alongside reasonable expected delivery from any local plan review sites.
Right, but that would be lovely if you had any evidence at all on their delivery rates, or on, indeed, to be honest, the delivery rate of the new local plan on which you provide no evidence.
As
you said, that's for Mr. Dygan.
As I say, they are promoted to us for delivery in that plan. They have
all right, Matt, that's it. Moving on. Thank you. So, to wrap it up, this is what we agree. We agree that there is a considerable unmet need for employment land in Swale.
I won't go with the weighting of the judgment.
No, it's not. I'm not asking how much weight. I mean, we're not calling over 50 hectares on anyone's figures considerable. I mean, it's more than you said. It was the total required in 2018.
We agree there's a quantified need for the local
quantified need, and the quantified need is considerably in excess of the extent of employment land pursued through the scheme.
Yeah.
Which means that we agree, as you said earlier on, that the scheme will meet an existing need, if you like. The scheme the scheme meets a need that you have identified through your work.
Yes, I've identified it for the purpose of the plan review. You say you can meet that need in advance of the plan.
Yeah, exactly. The need that you've identified is not met by any existing supply pipeline or indeed any allocations in an emerging plan at the moment.
No, nor would I expect it.
Nor would any of us
we still have a
expect it to.
plan that has not reached the end of its plan cycle. It hasn't exhausted all its land supply yet. This land is required to top up Swales land supply.
And the scheme before us could help meet those needs, and also by solving the transport issues that have plagued Kent Science Park for so long that you've described at length. It would be capable of bringing about wider benefits for the local economy and the local area more generally that you've been telling us about for years.
If all the other constraints can be overcome, not my evidence, if they can be overcome, this will deliver at least industrial and warehouse space. There's a big question mark about the R&D, as we know, but delivering space brings benefits. My query is the timing of those benefits, which Mr. Duggan will go into, and the availability of alternative sites at that point in time, given that we're looking 7 years ahead.
At that point in time, at this point in time, finally, last thing, to wrap it all off, in terms of the time-making framework that the Secretary of State and the Inspector are dealing with, which is right now, alternative sites such as they are, the 70-hectare table and all of that, bears absolutely no weight at all in the decision-making analysis, as we have discussed, because, well, for all the reasons we've been over, no permissions, no allocations, not even a draft Reg 18, and no material on which the Inspector or the Secretary of State can reach any kind of judgment on the relative merits of one of those sites versus us.
Yeah. And I say my relevance is that we have 72 hectares of land on alternative sites being actively promoted to us for inclusion in the plan and to deliver industrial and warehousing space.
Sounds good. Well, at that point, I think I'm going to pass the baton on, if you like, to Mr. Dygan and ask him about what's happening with the new local plan. But I won't get a chance to do that for some months. But anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Pestle.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Sorry, one.
Do you want to go first? I've only got one question. Fine. I've just got one question of clarification. So, let me just. Yes, you were asked about the plan being out of date, and you said you asked about the strategy and quantum. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you said the quantum's out of date, and you said it's not surprising because it's part way through the plan period.
Yeah.
Yep. And you got onto that again towards the end when my learned friend went through his list of things that are agreed. It was put to you, the needs not met by any existing supply or pipeline or any allocations at the moment. And then you said that's what you'd expect, the land's required to top up land supply. What I wanted to just you to clarify is, by what period of time, by reference to what period of time is the quantum out of date, as you put it?
Well, the quantum will become out of date when we have a new plan. As it stands, the old numbers are still in the plan, and they're still there. What I'm saying is that because this is plan-making evidence to prepare a new plan with a new 15-year period, it will naturally have a different quantum in it that won't be exactly the same.
So the need that you're identifying through the 2023 ELR is by reference to what period of time?
20 at the moment. I think it's 2023 through to 2040.
Right.
I think.
And then, how is the current plan doing by reference to its own time period?
Well, it's delivering in accordance with the plan strategy. As we know, we just delivered a load of industrial space at Panettone only literally weeks ago. So it is successfully delivering. It's doing what its job is supposed to do.
All right. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Jolly good. Thank you, Mr. Pestle. Right. Just before you go, let's just talk about Monday.
Yes.
Rumours are to be believed it's going to be very hot indeed. Very hot. It's
There's
not
sort
just
of national
hot.
weather warnings and stuff.
Yeah, so it's going to be well over 30 degrees. And the question is, what do we do about that? Now, I don't think we haven't really got time or the facility to go online now. So we either don't even try, people don't even try to get here.
Yeah.
Oh, have I got that on? Yeah. People don't even try to get here because they think it's unsafe, which obviously we can't have. Or we, people come and we'll see how we go. Now, I know some people are coming by train.
We'll be coming by train, yeah.
I'm going to be driving.
We'll be driving. I mean, the road, well, we'll see.
So if the road's melted, but you know, I will be coming early, so I think that's likely. So, you know, we either lose a day and accept that it's exceptional. I don't know what Tuesday has in offer. Might be the same. I don't
I
know.
think it's 30ish on Tuesday, but
Or we just try, and obviously if people find they can't, and we have to abandon it. So
Well,
I'm going to leave that to you, really.
my own view, for what it's worth, is I'm happy to try. It seems to me if we don't succeed, or if we make a decision now not to, Mr. Dobson's evidence is a kind of self-contained piece. I appreciate it'd be nice to have them back to back, but if Mr. Dobson needs to be slotted in
point.
somewhere else, and because I think everyone for the viability sessions is going to have planned to come on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so I wouldn't want to.
I do wonder about maybe
interfere
that's
with
a
that,
good point.
but-
I mean, is there a world because it is? We could think about slotting in Mr. Dobson later in the inquiry timetable. I know he's sitting right here.
We haven't got a spare day, but
No, I know.
We do have a reserve day on a Friday, one day.
Yeah.
we do have. But that's when is that?
It's in July, isn't it?
Day. I haven't got my timetable here.
It's 25th of July, I think, madam. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, I have actually. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Mr. Gearing.
Yeah, it's
could
just a matter.
come early
I'm
and
more
turn on the
concerned
aircon
about whether people feel they can get here safely.
Right.
Well, I will too. I'm afraid I'm not prepared to come down on Sunday night
No,
just because
fair
it's
enough.
too
I mean,
much.
yeah.
We've been successful this week despite the challenges, so I would be confident we'd get.
I would say, just for what it's worth, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I think we've been barely successful this week, to be honest. I think when you've got
Well,
one
the
of the
beginning
barristers.
of the week wasn't very good, was it?
No,
But
we got one of the barristers
it's
feeling
been
ill. I
good
think,
since
but we got through it. I just think that my own view, for what it's worth, is that we can have a go at Monday. That's fine, but I do think we are kind of hanging by a thread in terms of our ability to continue to use this room throughout July, because it won't be the last warm day.
Ma'am,
No,
It is a lot better,
Mum.
I think. Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
been 20
Sorry,
degrees.
it's me.
Yeah, sorry.
message from our barrister. He's happy to try. He would rather get on with
Mr.
it and
Bell,
get it. Yeah, Mr. Bell.
Well, I think
Maybe we
If
just plan for
everyone's
more breaks
happy-
in the afternoon then.
then I think we ought to try, really. If people have difficulties, if trains, you know, obviously everybody understands, and you know, we'll have to just see how we go. But is that all right with everyone? I don't want any complaints.
No. Right, no
After-
complaints from us. Happy to
you know.
try.
Likewise.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, where are you going to keep them?
Exactly.
All right, as long as everybody can have one, that's something. Yeah. Was that the carrot or the stick?
That's vision-led ice lollies. All righty. Thank you very much. Well, we'll give it a whirl then.
All
So we're
right,
starting
shall
at
we give it
11.
a whirl then? Everybody happy?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you're happy. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all very much then.
Thank you.
So I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll adjourn till 11 o'clock on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.